Particularly at this time when I was working on the fantasies, I needed a point of support in this world, and I may say that my family and my professional work were that to me. It was most essential for me to have a normal life in the real world as a counterpoise to that strange inner world. My family and my profession remained the base to which I could always return, assuring me that I was an actually existing, ordinary person. The unconscious contents could have driven me out of my wits. But my family and the knowledge. I have a medical diploma from a Swiss university. I must help my patients. I have a wife and 5 children. I live at 228 Seestrasse in Küsnacht. These were actualities which made demands upon me and proved to me again and again that I really existed, that I was not a blank page whirling about in the winds of the spirit, like Nietzsche. Nietzsche had lost the ground under his feet because he possessed nothing more than the inner world of his thoughts, which incidentally possessed him more than he it. He was uprooted and hovered above the earth, and therefore he succumbed to exaggeration and irreality. For me, such irreality was the quintessence of horror, for I aimed, after all, at this world and this life. No matter how deeply absorbed or how blown about I always knew that everything I was experiencing was ultimately directed at this real life of mine. I meant to meet its obligations and fulfill its meanings. My watchword was hic Rhodus, hic Salta. Thus my family and my profession always remained a joyful reality and a guarantee that I also had a normal existence. Very gradually, the outlines of an inner change began making their appearance within me. In 1916, I felt an urge to give shape to something. I was compelled from within, as it were, to formulate and express what might have been said by Philemon. This was how the Septem Sermones ad Mortuos with its peculiar language came into being. It began with a restlessness, but I did not know what it meant or what they wanted of me. There was an ominous atmosphere all around me. I had the strange feeling that the air was filled with ghostly entities. Then it was as if my house began to be haunted. My eldest daughter saw a white figure passing through the room. My second daughter, independently of her elder sister, related that twice in the night her blanket had been snatched away, and that same night my 9-year-old son had an anxiety dream. In the morning he asked his mother for crayons, and he, who ordinarily never drew, now made a picture of his dream. He called it the picture of the fisherman. Through the middle of the picture ran a river, and a fisherman with a rod was standing on the shore. He had caught a fish. On the fisherman's head was a chimney from which flames were leaping and smoke rising. From the other side of the river the devil came flying through the air. He was cursing because his fish had been stolen. But above the fisherman hovered an angel who said, "You cannot do anything to him. He only catches the bad fish." My son drew this picture on a Saturday. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday, the front doorbell began ringing frantically. It was a bright summer day. The 2 maids were in the kitchen, from which the open square outside the front door could be seen. Everyone immediately looked to see who was there, but there was no one in sight. I was sitting near the doorbell and not only heard it but saw it moving. We all simply stared at one another. The atmosphere was thick, believe me. Then I knew that something had to happen. The whole house was filled as if there were a crowd present, crammed full of spirits. They were packed deep right up to the door, and the air was so thick it was scarcely possible to breathe. As for myself, I was all aquiver with the question, "For God's sake, what in the world is this?" Then they cried out in chorus, "We have come back from Jerusalem where we found not what we sought." That is the beginning of the Septem Sermones. Then it began to flow out of me, and in the course of 3 evenings the thing was written. As soon as I took up the pen, the whole ghostly assemblage evaporated, the room quieted, and the atmosphere cleared. The haunting was over. The experience has to be taken for what it was, or as it seems to have been. No doubt it was connected with the state of emotion I was in at the time, and which was favorable to parapsychological phenomena. It was an unconscious constellation whose peculiar atmosphere I recognized as the numen of an archetype. It walks abroad, it's in the air. The intellect, of course, would like to arrogate to itself some scientific, physical knowledge of the affair, or, preferably, to write the whole thing off as a violation of the rules. But what a dreary world it would be if the rules were not violated sometimes. Shortly before this experience, I had written down a fantasy of my soul having flown away from me. This was a significant event. The soul, the anima, establishes the relationship to the unconscious. In a certain sense, this is also a relationship to the collectivity of the dead, for the unconscious corresponds to the mythic land of the dead, the land of the ancestors. If, therefore, one has a fantasy of the soul vanishing, this means that it has withdrawn into the unconscious or into the land of the dead. There it produces a mysterious animation and gives visible form to the ancestral traces, the collective contents. Like a medium, it gives the dead a chance to manifest themselves. Therefore, soon after the disappearance of my soul, the dead appeared to me, and the result was the septum sermones. This is an example of what is called loss of soul, a phenomenon encountered quite frequently among primitives. From that time on, the dead have become ever more distinct for me as the voices of the unanswered, unresolved, and unredeemed. For since the questions and demands which my destiny required me to answer did not come to me from outside, they must have come from the inner world. These conversations with the dead formed a kind of prelude to what I had to communicate to the world about the unconscious, a kind of pattern of order and interpretation of its general contents. When I look back upon it all today, and consider what happened to me during the period of my work on the fantasies, it seems as though a message had come to me with overwhelming force. There were things in the images which concerned not only myself but many others also. It was then that I ceased to belong to myself alone, ceased to have the right to do so. From then on, my life belonged to the generality. The knowledge I was concerned with, or was seeking, still could not be found in the science of those days. I myself had to undergo the original experience and, moreover, try to plant the results of my experience in the soil of reality. Otherwise, they would have remained subjective assumptions without validity. It was then that I dedicated myself to service of the psyche. I loved it and hated it, but it was my greatest wealth. My delivering myself over to it, as it were, was the only way by which I could endure my existence and live it as fully as possible. Today I can say that I have never lost touch with my initial experiences. All my works, all my creative activity has come from those initial fantasies and dreams which began in 1912, almost 50 years ago. Everything that I accomplished in later life was already contained in them, although at first only in the form of emotions and images. My science was the only way I had of extricating myself from that chaos. Otherwise, the material would have trapped me in its thicket, strangled me like jungle creepers. I took great care to try to understand every single image, every item of my psychic inventory, and to classify them scientifically, so far as this was possible, and, above all, to realize them in actual life. That is what we usually neglect to do. We allow the images to rise up, and maybe we wonder about them, but that is all. We do not take the trouble to understand them, let alone draw ethical conclusions from them. This stopping short conjures up the negative effects of the unconscious. It is equally a grave mistake to think that it is enough to gain some understanding of the images and that knowledge can here make a halt. Insight into them must be converted into an ethical obligation. Not to do so is to fall prey to the power principle, and this produces dangerous effects which are destructive not only to others, but even to the knower. The images of the unconscious place a great responsibility upon a man. failure to understand them, or a shirking of ethical responsibility deprives him of his wholeness and imposes a painful fragmentariness on his life. In the midst of this period, when I was so preoccupied with the images of the unconscious, I came to the decision to withdraw from the university, where I had lectured for 8 years as private docent since 1905. My experience and experiments with the unconscious had brought my intellectual activity to a standstill. After the completion of the psychology of the unconscious, I found myself utterly incapable of reading a scientific book. This went on for 3 years. I felt I could no longer keep up with the world of the intellect, nor would I have been able to talk about what really preoccupied me. The material brought to light from the unconscious had, almost literally, struck me dumb. I could neither understand it nor give it form. At the university, I was in an exposed position, and felt that in order to go on giving courses there, I would first have to find an entirely new and different orientation. It would be unfair to continue teaching young students when my own intellectual situation was nothing but a mass of doubts. I therefore felt that I was confronted with the choice of either continuing my academic career, whose road lay smooth before me, or following the laws of my inner personality, of a higher reason, and forging ahead with this curious task of mine, this experiment in confrontation with the unconscious. But until it was completed, I could not appear before the public. Consciously, deliberately then, I abandoned my academic career, for I felt that something great was happening to me, and I put my trust in the thing which I felt to be more important sub specie aeternitatis. I knew that it would fill my life, and for the sake of that goal, I was ready to take any kind of risk. What, after all, did it matter whether or not I became a professor? Of course it bothered me to have to give this up. In many respects, I regretted that I could not confine myself to generally understandable material. I even had moments when I stormed against destiny. But emotions of this kind are transitory and do not count. The other thing, on the contrary, is important. And if we pay heed to what the inner personality desires and says, the sting vanishes. That is something I have experienced again and again, not only when I gave up my academic career. Indeed, I had my first experiences of this sort as a child. In my youth, I was hot-tempered, but whenever the emotion had reached its climax, suddenly it swung around and there followed a cosmic stillness. At such times I was remote from everything, and what had only a moment before excited me seemed to belong to a distant past. The consequence of my resolve and my involvement with things which neither I nor anyone else could understand was an extreme loneliness. I was going about laden with thoughts of which I could speak to no one. They would only have been misunderstood. I felt the gulf between the external world and the interior world of images in its most painful form. I could not yet see that interaction of both worlds which I now understand. I saw only an irreconcilable contradiction between inner and outer. However, it was clear to me from the start that I could find contact with the outer world, and with people only if I succeeded in showing, and this would demand the most intensive effort, that the contents of psychic experience are real, and real not only as my own personal experiences, but as collective experiences which others also have. Later I tried to demonstrate this in my scientific work, and I did all in my power to convey to my intimates a new way of seeing things. I knew that if I did not succeed, I would be condemned to absolute isolation. It was only toward the end of the First World War that I gradually began to emerge from the darkness. 2 events contributed to this. The first was that I broke with the woman who was determined to convince me that my fantasies had artistic value. The second and principal event was that I began to understand mandala drawings. This happened in 1918-19. I had painted the first mandala in 1916 after writing the Septem Sermones. Naturally, I had not then understood it. In 1918 to 19, I was in Château d'Aux as commandant de la région anglaise des internés de guerre. While I was there, I sketched every morning in a notebook a small circular drawing, a mandala, which seemed to correspond to my inner situation at the time. With the help of these drawings, I could observe my psychic transformations from day to day. One day, for example, I received a letter from that aesthetic lady in which she again stubbornly maintained that the fantasies arising from my unconscious had artistic value and should be considered art. The letter got on my nerves. It was far from stupid and therefore dangerously persuasive. The modern artist, after all, seeks to create art out of the unconscious. The utilitarianism and self-importance concealed behind this thesis touched a doubt in myself, namely my uncertainty as to whether the fantasies I was producing were really spontaneous and natural, and not ultimately my own arbitrary inventions. I was by no means free from the bigotry and hubris of consciousness which wants to believe that any halfway decent inspiration is due to one's own merit, whereas inferior reactions come merely by chance, or even derive from alien sources. Out of this irritation and disharmony within myself there proceeded the following day a changed mandala. Part of the periphery had burst open and the symmetry was destroyed. Only gradually did I discover what the mandala really is: formation, transformation, eternal mind's eternal recreation. And that is the self, the wholeness of the personality, which if all goes well is harmonious, but which cannot tolerate self-deceptions. My mandalas were cryptograms concerning the state of the self which were presented to me anew each day. In them I saw the self, that is, my whole being, actively at work. To be sure, at first I could only dimly understand them, but they seemed to me highly significant and I guarded them like precious pearls. I had the distinct feeling that they were something central, and in time I acquired through them a living conception of the self. The self, I thought, was like the monad which I am, and which is my world. The mandala represents this monad, and corresponds to the microcosmic nature of the psyche. I no longer know how many mandalas I drew at this time. There were a great many. While I was working on them, the question arose repeatedly: what is this process leading to? Where is its goal? From my own experience, I knew by now that I could not presume to choose a goal which would seem trustworthy to me. It had been proved to me that I had to abandon the idea of the superordinate position of the ego. After all, I had been brought up short when I had attempted to maintain it. I had wanted to go on with the scientific analysis of myths which I had begun in Wandlungen und Symbol. That was still my goal, but I must not think of that. I was being compelled to go through this process of the unconscious. I had to let myself be carried along by the current without a notion of where it would lead me. When I began drawing the mandalas, however, I saw that everything, all the paths I had been following, all the steps I had taken, were leading back to a single point, namely, to the midpoint. It became increasingly plain to me that the mandala is the center. It is the exponent of all paths. It is the path to the center, to individuation. During those years between 1918 and 1920, I began to understand that the goal of psychic development is the self. There is no linear evolution. There is only a circumambulation of the self. Uniform development exists at most only at the beginning. Later, everything points toward the center. This insight gave me stability, and gradually my inner peace returned. I knew that in finding the mandala as an expression of the self, I had attained what was for me the ultimate. Perhaps someone else knows more, but not I. Some years later, in 1927, I obtained confirmation of my ideas about the center and the self by way of a dream. I represented its essence in a mandala which I called Window on Eternity. The picture is reproduced in The Secret of the Golden Flower. A year later, I painted a second picture, likewise a mandala, with a golden castle in the center. When it was finished, I asked myself, why is this so Chinese? I was impressed by the form and choice of colors, which seemed to me Chinese, although there was nothing outwardly Chinese about it. Yet that was how it affected me. It was a strange coincidence that shortly afterward I received a letter from Richard Wilhelm enclosing the manuscript of a Taoist alchemical treatise entitled The Secret of the Golden Flower, with a request that I write a commentary on it. I devoured the manuscript at once, for the text gave me undreamed-of confirmation of my ideas about the mandala and the circumambulation of the center. That was the first event which broke through my isolation. I became aware of an affinity. I could establish ties with something and someone. In remembrance of this coincidence, this synchronicity, I wrote underneath the picture which had made so Chinese an impression upon me. In 1928, when I was painting this picture, showing the golden, well-fortified castle, Richard Wilhelm in Frankfurt sent me the 1,000-year-old Chinese text on the yellow castle, the germ of the immortal body. This is the dream I mentioned earlier. I found myself in a dirty, sooty city. It was night and winter and dark and raining. I was in Liverpool. With a number of Swiss, say half a dozen, I walked through the dark streets. I had the feeling that there we were coming from the harbor, and that the real city was actually up above, on the cliffs. We climbed up there. It reminded me of Basel, where the market is down below, and then you go up through the Totengassen, Alley of the Dead, which leads to a plateau above, and so to the Petersplatz and the Peterskirche. When we reached the plateau, we found a broad square dimly illuminated by streetlights, into which many streets converged. The various quarters of the city were arranged radially around the square. In the center was a round pool, and in the middle of it a small island, while everything round about was obscured by rain, fog, smoke, and dimly lit darkness. The little island blazed with sunlight. On it stood a single tree, a magnolia in a shower of reddish blossoms. It was as though the tree stood in the sunlight and were at the same time the source of light. My companions commented on the abominable weather and obviously did not see the tree. They spoke of another Swiss who was living in Liverpool and expressed surprise that he should have settled here. I was carried away by the beauty of the flowering tree and the sunlit island and thought, I know very well why he has settled here. Then I awoke. On one detail of the dream I must add a supplementary comment. The individual quarters of the city were themselves arranged radially around a central point. This point formed a small open square illuminated by a larger street lamp and constituted a small replica of the island. I knew that the other Swiss lived in the vicinity of one of these secondary centers. This dream represented my situation at the time. I can still see the grayish-yellow raincoats, glistening with the wetness of the rain. Everything was extremely unpleasant, black and opaque, just as I felt then. But I had had a vision of unearthly beauty, and that was why I was able to live at all. Liverpool is the pool of life. The liver, according to an old view, is the seat of life, that which makes to live. This dream brought with it a sense of finality. I saw that here the goal had been revealed. One could not go beyond the center. The center is the goal, and everything is directed toward that center. Through this dream, I understood that the self is the principle and archetype of orientation and meaning. Therein lies its healing function. For me, this insight signified an approach to the center and therefore to the goal. Out of it emerged a first inkling of my personal myth. After this dream, I gave up drawing or painting mandalas. The dream depicted the climax of the whole process of development of consciousness. It satisfied me completely, for it gave a total picture of my situation. I had known, to be sure, that I was occupied with something important, but I still lacked understanding, and there had been no one among my associates who could have understood. The clarification brought about by the dream made it possible for me to take an objective view of the things that filled my being. Without such a vision, I might perhaps have lost my orientation and been compelled to abandon my undertaking. But here, the meaning had been made clear. When I parted from Freud, I knew that I was plunging into the unknown. Beyond Freud, after all, I knew nothing, but I had taken the step into darkness. When that happens, and then such a dream comes, one feels it as an act of grace. It has taken me virtually 45 years to distill within the vessel of my scientific work the things I experienced and wrote down at that time. As a young man, my goal had been to accomplish something in my science. But then I hit upon this stream of lava, and the heat of its fires reshaped my life. That was the primal stuff which compelled me to work upon it, and my works are a more or less successful endeavor to incorporate this incandescent matter into the contemporary picture of the world. The years when I was pursuing my inner images were the most important in my life. In them, everything essential was decided. It all began then. The later details are only supplements and clarifications of the material that burst forth from the unconscious and at first swamped me. It was the prima materia for a lifetime's work. Chapter 7. The Work. As my life entered its second half, I was already embarked on the confrontation with the contents of the unconscious. My work on this was an extremely long, drawn-out affair, and it was only after some 20 years of it that I reached some degree of understanding of my fantasies. First, I had to find evidence for the historical prefiguration of my inner experiences. That is to say, I had to ask myself, where have my particular premises already occurred in history? If I had not succeeded in finding such evidence, I would never have been able to substantiate my ideas. Therefore, my encounter with alchemy was decisive for me, as it provided me with the historical basis which I had hitherto lacked. Analytical psychology is fundamentally a natural science, but it is subject far more than any other science to the personal bias of the observer. The psychologist must depend, therefore, in the highest degree upon historical and literary parallels if he wishes to exclude at least the crudest errors in judgment. Between 1918 and 1926, I had seriously studied the Gnostic writers, for they too had been confronted with the primal world of the unconscious and had dealt with its contents, with images that were obviously contaminated with the world of instinct. Just how they understood these images remains difficult to say, in view of the paucity of the accounts, which moreover mostly stem from their opponents, the Church Fathers. It seems to me highly unlikely that they had a psychological conception of them, but the Gnostics were too remote for me to establish any link with them in regard to the questions that were confronting me. As far as I could see, the tradition that might have connected Gnosis with the present seemed to have been severed, and for a long time it proved impossible to find any bridge that led from Gnosticism or Neoplatonism to the contemporary world. But when I began to understand alchemy, I realized that it represented the historical link with Gnosticism, and that a continuity therefore existed between past and present. Grounded in the natural philosophy of the Middle Ages, alchemy formed the bridge on the one hand into the past, to Gnosticism, and on the other into the future, to the modern psychology of the unconscious. This had been inaugurated by Freud, who had introduced along with it the classical Gnostic motifs of sexuality and the wicked paternal authority. The motif of the Gnostic Yahweh and Creator God reappeared in the Freudian myth of the primal father and the gloomy superego deriving from that father. In Freud's myth, he became a demon who created a world of disappointments, illusions, and suffering. But the materialistic trend which had already come to light in the alchemist's preoccupation with the secrets of matter had the effect of obscuring for Freud that other essential aspect of Gnosticism, the primordial image of the spirit as another, higher God who gave to mankind the crater, mixing vessel, the vessel of spiritual transformation. The crater is a feminine principle which could find no place in Freud's patriarchal world. Incidentally, he is by no means alone in this prejudice. In the realm of Catholic thought, the Mother of God and Bride of Christ has been received into the divine thalamus, bridal chamber, only recently, after centuries of hesitancy, and thus at least been accorded partial recognition. But in the Protestant and Jewish spheres, the Father continues to dominate as much as ever. In philosophical alchemy, on the other hand, the feminine principle plays a role equal to that of the masculine. Before I discovered alchemy, I had a series of dreams which repeatedly dealt with the same theme. Beside my house stood another, that is to say, another wing or annex, which was strange to me. Each time I would wonder in my dream why I did not know this house, although it had apparently always been there. Finally came a dream in which I reached the other wing. I discovered there a wonderful library, dating largely from the 16th and 17th centuries. Large, fat folio volumes bound in pigskin stood along the walls. Among them were a number of books embellished with copper engravings of a strange character, and illustrations containing curious symbols such as I had never seen before. At the time, I did not know to what they referred. Only much later did I recognize them as alchemical symbols. In the dream, I was conscious only of the fascination exerted by them and by the entire library. It was a collection of medieval incunabula and 16th century prints. The unknown wing of the house was a part of my personality, an aspect of myself. It represented something that belonged to me, but of which I was not yet conscious. It, and especially the library, referred to alchemy, of which I was ignorant, but which I was soon to study. Some 15 years later, I had assembled a library very like the one in the dream. The crucial dream anticipating my encounter with alchemy came around 1926. I was in the South Tyrol. It was wartime. I was on the Italian front and driving back from the front line with a little man, a peasant, in his horse-drawn wagon. All around us, shells were exploding, and I knew that we had to push on as quickly as possible, for it was very dangerous. We had to cross a bridge and then go through a tunnel whose vaulting had been partially destroyed by the shells. Arriving at the end of the tunnel, we saw before us a sunny landscape, and I recognized it as the region around Verona. Below me lay the city, radiant in full sunlight. I felt relieved, and we drove on out into the green, thriving Lombard plain. The road led through lovely springtime countryside. We saw the rice fields, the olive trees, and the vineyards. Then, diagonally across the road, I caught sight of a large building, a manor house of grand proportions, rather like the palace of a North Italian duke. It was a typical manor house with many annexes and outbuildings. Just as at the Louvre, the road led through a large courtyard and past the palace. The little coachman and myself drove in through a gate, and from here we could see, through a second gate at the far end, the sunlit landscape again. I looked around. To my right was the facade of the manor house. To my left, the servants' quarters and the stables, barns, and other outbuildings which stretched on for a long way. Just as we reached the middle of the courtyard in front of the main entrance, something unexpected happened. With a dull clang, both gates flew shut. The peasant leaped down from his seat and exclaimed, "Now we are caught in the 17th century." Resignedly, I thought, well, that's that. But what is there to do about it? Now we shall be caught for years. Then the consoling thought came to me. Someday, years from now, I shall get out again. After this dream, I plowed through ponderous tomes on the history of the world, of religion, and of philosophy, without finding anything that could help me explain the dream. Not until much later did I realize that it referred to alchemy, for that science reached its height in the 17th century. Oddly enough, I had entirely forgotten what Herbert Silber had written about alchemy. At the time his book was published, I regarded alchemy as something off the beaten track and rather silly, much as I appreciated Silber's anagogic or constructive point of view. I was in correspondence with him at the time and had let him know how much I valued his work. As his tragic death shows, Silber's discovery of the problem was not followed by insight into it. He had used in the main late material, which I could make nothing of. The late alchemical texts are fantastic and baroque. Only after we have learned how to interpret them can we recognize what treasures they hide. Light on the nature of alchemy began to come to me only after I had read the text of the Golden Flower, that specimen of Chinese alchemy which Richard Wilhelm sent me in 1928. I was stirred by the desire to become more closely acquainted with the alchemical texts. I commissioned a Munich bookseller to notify me of any alchemical books that might fall into his hands. Soon afterward I received the first of them, the Artis Auriferae Volumina Duo, 1593, a comprehensive collection of Latin treatises among which are a number of the classics of alchemy. I let this book lie almost untouched for nearly 2 years. Occasionally I would look at the pictures and each time I would think, "Good Lord, what nonsense! This stuff is impossible to understand." But it persistently intrigued me, and I made up my mind to go into it more thoroughly. The next winter I began, and soon found it provocative and exciting. To be sure, the text still seemed to me blatant nonsense, but here and there would be passages that seemed significant to me, and occasionally I even found a few sentences which I thought I could understand. Finally, I realized that the alchemists were talking in symbols, those old acquaintances of mine. Why, this is fantastic, I thought. I simply must learn to decipher all this. By now I was completely fascinated and buried myself in the texts as often as I had the time. One night, while I was studying them, I suddenly recalled the dream that I was caught in the 17th century. At last I grasped its meaning. So that's it. Now I am condemned to study alchemy from the very beginning. It was a long while before I found my way about in the labyrinth of alchemical thought processes, for no Ariadne had put a thread into my hand. Reading the 16th century text, Rosarium Philosophorum, I noticed that certain strange expressions and turns of phrase were frequently repeated. For example, solve et coagula, unum vas, lapis, prima materia, mercurius, etc. I saw that these expressions were used again and again in a particular sense, but I could not make out what that sense was. I therefore decided to start a lexicon of key phrases with cross-references. In the course of time, I assembled several thousand such key phrases and words, and had volumes filled with excerpts. I worked along philological lines as if I were trying to solve the riddle of an unknown language. In this way, the alchemical mode of expression gradually yielded up its meaning. It was a task that kept me absorbed for more than a decade. I had very soon seen that analytical psychology coincided in a most curious way with alchemy. The experiences of the alchemists were, in a sense, my experiences, and their world was my world. This was, of course, a momentous discovery. I had stumbled upon the historical counterpart of my psychology of the unconscious. The possibility of a comparison with alchemy and the uninterrupted intellectual chain back to Gnosticism gave substance to my psychology. When I pored over these old texts, everything fell into place. The fantasy images, the empirical material I had gathered in my practice, and the conclusions I had drawn from it. I now began to understand what these psychic contents meant when seen in historical perspective. My understanding of their typical character, which had already begun with my investigation of myths, was deepened. The primordial images and the nature of the archetype took a central place in my researches, and it became clear to me that without history there can be no psychology, and certainly no psychology of the unconscious. A psychology of consciousness can, to be sure, content itself with material drawn from personal life. But as soon as we wish to explain a neurosis, we require an anamnesis which reaches deeper than the knowledge of consciousness. And when in the course of treatment unusual decisions are called for, dreams occur that need more than personal memories for their interpretation. I regard my work on alchemy as a sign of my inner relationship to Goethe. Goethe's secret was that he was in the grip of that process of archetypal transformation which has gone on through the centuries. He regarded his Faust as an opus magnum or divinum. He called it his main business, and his whole life was enacted within the framework of this drama. Thus, what was alive and active within him was a living substance, a suprapersonal process, the great dream of the mundus archetypus, archetypal world. I myself am haunted by the same dream, and from my 11th year I have been launched upon a single enterprise which is my main business. My life has been permeated and held together by one idea and one goal, namely, to penetrate into the secret of the personality. Everything can be explained from this central point, and all my works relate to this one theme. My real scientific work began with the association experiment in 1903. I regard it as my first scientific work in the sense of an undertaking in the field of natural science. Studies in word association was followed by 2 psychiatric papers whose origin I have already discussed: The Psychology of Dementia Praecox and The Content of the Psychoses. In 1912, my book Wandlungen und Symbole der Libido was published, and my friendship with Freud came to an end. From then on, I had to make my way alone. I had a starting point in my intense preoccupation with the images of my own unconscious. This period lasted from 1913 to 1917. Then the stream of fantasies ebbed away. Not until it had subsided and I was no longer held captive inside the magic mountain was I able to take an objective view of that whole experience and begin to reflect upon it. The first question I asked myself was, what does one do with the unconscious? The relations between the ego and the unconscious was my answer. In Paris, I had delivered a lecture on this subject in 1916. It was, however, not published in German until 12 years later, in greatly expanded form. In it, I described some of the typical contents of the unconscious and showed that it is by no means a matter of indifference what attitude the conscious mind takes toward them. Simultaneously, I was busy with preparatory work for psychological types, first published in 1921. This work sprang originally from my need to define the ways in which my outlook differed from Freud's and Adler's. In attempting to answer this question, I came across the problem of types, for it is one psychological type which, from the outset, determines and limits a person's judgment. My book, therefore, was an effort to deal with the relationship of the individual to the world, to people and things. It discussed the various aspects of consciousness, the various attitudes the conscious mind might take toward the world, and thus constitutes a psychology of consciousness regarded from what might be called a clinical angle. I worked a great deal of literature into this book. The writings of Spitaler occupied a special place, in particular his Prometheus and Epimetheus, but I also discussed Schiller, Nietzsche, and the intellectual history of the classical era and the Middle Ages. I was presumptuous enough to send a copy of my book to Spitaler. He did not answer me, but shortly afterward delivered a lecture in which he declared positively that his Prometheus and Epimetheus meant nothing, that he might just as well have sung, "Spring is come, tra-la-la-la-la." The book on types yielded the insight that every judgment made by an individual is conditioned by his personality type and that every point of view is necessarily relative. This raised the question of the unity which must compensate this diversity, and it led me directly to the Chinese concept of Tao. I have already spoken of the interplay between my inner development and Richard Wilhelm sending me a Taoist text. In 1929, he and I collaborated on The Secret of the Golden Flower. It was only after I had reached the central point in my thinking and in my researches, namely, the concept of the self, that I once more found my way back to the world. I began delivering lectures and taking a number of journeys. The various essays and lectures formed a kind of counterpoise to the years of interior searching. They also contained answers to the questions that were put to me by my readers and patients, a subject with which I had been deeply concerned ever since my book Wandlungen und Symbol was the theory of the libido. I conceived the libido as a psychic analog of physical energy, hence as a more or less quantitative concept, which therefore should not be defined in qualitative terms. My idea was to escape from the then prevailing concretism of the libido theory. In other words, I wished no longer to speak of the instincts of hunger, aggression, and sex, but to regard all these phenomena as expressions of psychic energy. In physics, too, we speak of energy and its various manifestations, such as electricity, light, heat, etc. The situation in psychology is precisely the same. Here, too, we are dealing primarily with energy, that is to say, with measures of intensity, with greater or lesser quantities. It can appear in various guises. If we conceive of libido as energy, we can take a comprehensive and unified view. Qualitative questions as to the nature of the libido, whether it be sexuality, power, hunger, or something else, recede into the background. What I wished to do for psychology was to arrive at some logical and thorough view such as is provided in the physical sciences by the theory of energetics. This is what I was after in my paper on psychic energy, 1928. I see man's drives, for example, as various manifestations of energic processes and thus as forces analogous to heat, light, etc., just as it would not occur to the modern physicist to derive all forces from, shall we say, heat alone, so the psychologist should beware of lumping all instincts under the concept of sexuality. This was Freud's initial error, which he later corrected by his assumption of ego instincts. Still later, he brought in the superego and conferred virtual supremacy upon it. In The Relations Between the Ego and the Unconscious, I had discussed only my preoccupation with the unconscious and something of the nature of that preoccupation, but had not yet said anything much about the unconscious itself. As I worked with my fantasies, I became aware that the unconscious undergoes or produces change. Only after I had familiarized myself with alchemy did I realize that the unconscious is a process, and that the psyche is transformed or developed by the relationship of the ego to the contents of the unconscious. In individual cases, that transformation can be read from dreams and fantasies. In collective life, it has left its deposit principally in the various religious systems and their changing symbols. Through the study of these collective transformation processes and through understanding of alchemical symbolism, I arrived at the central concept of my psychology, the process of individuation. An essential aspect of my work is that it soon began to touch on the question of one's view of the world and on the relations between psychology and religion. I went into these matters in detail first in Psychology and Religion, 1938, and then, as a direct offshoot of this, in Paracelsica, 1942. The second essay in this book, Paracelsus as a Spiritual Phenomenon, is of particular importance from this point of view. The writings of Paracelsus contain a wealth of original ideas including clear formulations of the questions posed by the alchemists, though these are set forth in late and Baroque dress. Through Paracelsus, I was finally led to discuss the nature of alchemy in relation to religion and psychology, or, to put it another way, of alchemy as a form of religious philosophy. This I did in Psychology and Alchemy, 1944. Thus, I had at last reached the ground which underlay my own experiences of the years 1913 to 1917, for the process through which I had passed at that time corresponded to the process of alchemical transformation discussed in that book. It is only natural that I should constantly have revolved in my mind the question of the relationship of the symbolism of the unconscious to Christianity as well as to other religions. Not only do I leave the door open for the Christian message, but I consider it of central importance for Western man. It needs, however, to be seen in a new light, in accordance with the changes wrought by the contemporary spirit. Otherwise, it stands apart from the times and has no effect on man's wholeness. I have endeavored to show this in my writings. I have given a psychological interpretation of the dogma of the Trinity and of the text of the Mass, which moreover I compared with the visions described by Zosimos of Panopolis, a 3rd century alchemist and Gnostic. My attempt to bring analytical psychology into relation with Christianity ultimately led to the question of Christ as a psychological figure. As early as 1944, in Psychology and Alchemy, I had been able to demonstrate the parallelism between the Christ figure and the central concept of the alchemists, the lapis or stone. In 1939, I gave a seminar on the spiritual exercises of Ignatius Loyola. At the same time, I was occupied on the studies for psychology and alchemy. One night I awoke and saw, bathed in bright light at the foot of my bed, the figure of Christ on the cross. It was not quite life-size, but extremely distinct, and I saw that his body was made of greenish gold. The vision was marvelously beautiful, and yet I was profoundly shaken by it. A vision as such is nothing unusual for me, for I frequently see extremely vivid hypnagogic images. I'd been thinking a great deal about the Anima Christi, one of the meditations from the spiritual exercises. The vision came to me as if to point out that I had overlooked something in my reflections. The analogy of Christ with the aurum non vulgi and the viriditas of the alchemists. When I realized that the vision pointed to this central alchemical symbol, and that I had had an essentially alchemical vision of Christ, I felt comforted. The green gold is the living quality which the alchemists saw not only in man but also in inorganic nature. It is an expression of the life spirit, the anima mundi, or filius macrocosmi, the anthropos who animates the whole cosmos. This spirit has poured himself out into everything, even into inorganic matter. He is present in metal and stone. My vision was thus a union of the Christ image with his analog in matter, the filius macrocosmi. If I had not been so struck by the greenish gold, I would have been tempted to assume that something essential was missing from my Christian view. In other words, that my traditional Christ image was somehow inadequate and that I still had to catch up with part of the Christian development. The emphasis on the metal, however, showed me the undisguised alchemical conception of Christ as a union of spiritually alive and physically dead matter. I took up the problem of Christ again in Aeon. Here I was concerned not with the various historical parallels, but with the relation of the Christ figure to psychology. Nor did I see Christ as a figure stripped of all externalities. Rather, I wished to show the development extending over the centuries of the religious content which he represented. It was also important to me to show how Christ could have been astrologically predicted and how he was understood both in terms of the spirit of his age and in the course of 2,000 years of Christian civilization. This was what I wanted to portray, together with all the curious marginal glosses which have accumulated around him in the course of the centuries. As I delved into all these matters, the question of the historical person, of Jesus the man, also came up. It is of importance because the collective mentality of his time, one might also say, the archetype which was already constellated, the primordial image of the anthropos, was condensed in him, an almost unknown Jewish prophet. The ancient idea of the anthropos, whose roots lie in Jewish tradition on the one hand and in the Egyptian Horus myth on the other, had taken possession of the people at the beginning of the Christian era, for it was part of the zeitgeist. It was essentially concerned with the Son of Man, God's own Son, who stood opposed to the deified Augustus, the ruler of this world. This idea fastened upon the originally Jewish problem of the Messiah and made it a world problem. It would be a serious misunderstanding to regard as mere chance the fact that Jesus, the carpenter's son, proclaimed the gospel and became the savior of the world. He must have been a person of singular gifts to have been able so completely to express and to represent the general, though unconscious, expectations of his age. No one else could have been the bearer of such a message. It was possible only for this particular man, Jesus. In those times, the omnipresent, crushing power of Rome, embodied in the divine Caesar, had created a world where countless individuals, indeed whole peoples, were robbed of their cultural independence and of their spiritual autonomy. Today, individuals and cultures are faced with a similar threat, namely of being swallowed up in the mass. Hence, in many places there is a wave of hope in a reappearance of Christ, and a visionary rumor has even arisen which expresses expectations of redemption. The form it has taken, however, is comparable to nothing in the past, but is a typical child of the age of technology. This is the worldwide distribution of the UFO phenomenon, unidentified flying objects. Since my aim was to demonstrate the full extent to which my psychology corresponded to alchemy, or vice versa, I wanted to discover, side by side with the religious questions, what special problems of psychotherapy were treated in the work of the alchemists. The main problem of medical psychotherapy is the transference. In this matter, Freud and I were in complete agreement. I was able to demonstrate that alchemy, too, had something that corresponded to the transference, namely, the concept of the coniunctio, whose preeminent importance had been noted already by Silberer. Evidence for this correspondence is contained in my book, Psychology and Alchemy. 2 years later, in 1946, I pursued the matter further in Psychology of the Transference, and finally, my researches led to the Mysterium Coniunctionis. As with all problems that concerned me personally or scientifically, that of the coniunctio was accompanied or heralded by dreams. In one of these dreams, both this and the Christ problem were condensed in a remarkable image. I dreamed once more that my house had a large wing which I had never visited. I resolved to look at it, and finally entered. I came to a big double door. When I opened it, I found myself in a room set up as a laboratory. In front of the window stood a table covered with many glass vessels and all the paraphernalia of a zoological laboratory. This was my father's workroom. However, he was not there. On shelves along the walls stood hundreds of bottles containing every imaginable sort of fish. I was astonished. So now my father was going in for ichthyology. As I stood there and looked around, I noticed a curtain which bellied out from time to time, as though a strong wind were blowing. Suddenly, Hans, a young man from the country, appeared. I told him to look and see whether a window were open in the room behind the curtain. He went and was gone for some time. When he returned, I saw an expression of terror on his face. He said only, "Yes, there is something. It's haunted in there." Then I myself went and found a door which led to my mother's room. There was no one in it. The atmosphere was uncanny. The room was very large, and suspended from the ceiling were 2 rows of 5 chests each, hanging about 2 feet above the floor. They looked like small garden pavilions, each about 6 feet in area, and each containing 2 beds. I knew that this was the room where my mother, who in reality had long been dead, was visited, and that she had set up these beds for visiting spirits to sleep. They were spirits who came in pairs, ghostly married couples, so to speak, who spent the night or even the day there. Opposite my mother's room was a door. I opened it and entered a vast hall. It reminded me of the lobby of a large hotel. It was fitted out with easy chairs, small tables, pillars, sumptuous hangings, etc. A brass band was playing loudly. I had heard music all along in the background, but without knowing where it came from. There was no one in the hall except the brass band blaring forth dance tunes and marches. The brass band in the hotel lobby suggested ostentatious jollity and worldliness. No one would have guessed that behind this loud facade was the other world, also located in the same building. The dream image of the lobby was, as it were, a caricature of my bonhomie or worldly joviality. But this was only the outside aspect. Behind it lay something quite different, which could not be investigated in the blare of the band music, the fish laboratory, and the hanging pavilions for spirits. Both were awesome places in which a mysterious silence prevailed. In them I had the feeling, here is the dwelling of night, whereas the lobby stood for the daylight world and its superficiality. The most important images in the dream were the reception room for spirits and the fish laboratory. The former expresses in somewhat farcical fashion the coniunctio. The latter indicates my preoccupation with Christ, who himself is the fish, ichthys. Both were subjects that were to keep me on the go for more than a decade. It is remarkable that the study of fish was attributed to my father. In the dream he was a caretaker of Christian souls, for, according to the ancient view, these are fish caught in Peter's net. It is equally remarkable that in the same dream my mother was a guardian of departed spirits. Thus, both my parents appeared burdened with the problem of the cure of souls, which in fact was really my task. Something had remained unfinished and was still with my parents, that is to say, it was still latent in the unconscious and hence reserved for the future. I was being reminded that I had not yet dealt with the major concern of philosophical alchemy, the coniunctio, and thus had not answered the question which the Christian soul put to me. Also, the major work on the Grail legend, which my wife had made her life's task, was not completed. I recall how often the quest for the Grail and the Fisher King came to my mind while I was working on the ichthys symbol in Aeon. Had it not been for my unwillingness to intrude upon my wife's field, I would unquestionably have had to include the Grail legend in my studies of alchemy. My memory of my father is of a sufferer stricken with an amphortus wound, a Fisher King whose wound would not heal, that Christian suffering for which the alchemists sought the panacea. I, as a dumb Parsifal, was the witness of this sickness during the years of my boyhood, and, like Parsifal, speech failed me. I had only inklings. In actuality, my father had never interested himself in theriomorphic Christ symbolism. On the other hand, he had literally lived right up to his death the suffering prefigured and promised by Christ, without ever becoming aware that this was a consequence of the imitatio Christi. He regarded his suffering as a personal affliction for which you might ask a doctor's advice. He did not see it as the suffering of the Christian in general. The words of Galatians 2:20, "I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me," never penetrated his mind in their full significance, for any thinking about religious matters sent shudders of horror through him. He wanted to rest content with faith, but faith broke faith with him. Such is frequently the reward of the sacrificium intellectus. Not all men can receive this precept, but only those to whom it is given. There are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven, He who is able to receive this, let him receive it. Matthew 19:11. Blind acceptance never leads to a solution. At best, it leads only to a standstill and is paid for heavily in the next generation. The theriomorphic attributes of the gods show that the gods extend not only into superhuman regions, but also into the subhuman realm. The animals are their shadows, as it were, which nature herself associates with the divine image. The Pisciculi Christianorum show that those who imitate Christ are themselves fish, that is, unconscious souls who require the cura animarum. The fish laboratory is a synonym for the ecclesiastical cure of souls. And just as the wounder wounds himself, so the healer heals himself. Significantly, in the dream, the decisive activity is carried out by the dead upon the dead, in the world beyond consciousness, that is, in the unconscious. At that stage of my life, therefore, I was still not conscious of an essential aspect of my task, nor would I have been able to give a satisfactory interpretation of the dream. I could only sense its meaning. I still had to overcome the greatest inner resistances before I could write Answer to Job. The inner root of this book is to be found in Aeon. There, I had dealt with the psychology of Christianity, and Job is a kind of prefiguration of Christ. The link between them is the idea of suffering. Christ is the suffering servant of God, and so was Job. In the case of Christ, the sins of the world are the cause of suffering, and the suffering of the Christian is the general answer. This leads inescapably to the question, who is responsible for these sins? In the final analysis, it is God who created the world and its sins, and who therefore became Christ in order to suffer the fate of humanity. In Aeon, there are references to the bright and dark side of the divine image. I cited the wrath of God, the commandment to fear God, and the petition, lead us not into temptation. The ambivalent God image plays a crucial part in the book of Job. Job expects that God will, in a sense, stand by him against God. In this, we have a picture of God's tragic contradictoriness. This was the main theme of Answer to Job. There were outside forces, too, which impelled me to write this book. The many questions from the public and from patients had made me feel that I must express myself more clearly about the religious problems of modern man. For years I had hesitated to do so, because I was fully aware of the storm I would be unleashing. But at last I could not help being gripped by the problem, in all its urgency and difficulty, and I found myself compelled to give an answer. I did so in the form in which the problem had presented itself to me, that is, as an experience charged with emotion. I chose this form deliberately, in order to avoid giving the impression that I was bent on proclaiming some eternal truth. My answer to Job was meant to be no more than the utterance of a single individual who hopes and expects to arouse some thoughtfulness in his public. I was far from wanting to enunciate a metaphysical truth. Yet the theologians tax me with that very thing, because theological thinkers are so used to dealing with eternal truths that they know no other kinds. When the physicist says that the atom is of such and such a composition, and when he sketches a model of it, he too does not intend to express anything like an eternal truth. But theologians do not understand the natural sciences and, particularly, psychological thinking. The material of analytical psychology, its principal facts, consist of statements that occur frequently in consistent form at various places and at various times. The problem of Job in all its ramifications had likewise been foreshadowed in a dream. It started with my paying a visit to my long-deceased father. He was living in the country, I did not know where. I saw a house in the style of the 18th century, very roomy, with several rather large outbuildings. It had originally been, I learned, an inn at a spa, and it seemed that many great personages, famous people and princes, had stopped there. Furthermore, several had died, and their sarcophagi were in a crypt belonging to the house. My father guarded these as custodian. He was, as I soon discovered, not only the custodian but also a distinguished scholar in his own right, which he had never been in his lifetime. I met him in his study, and, oddly enough, Dr. Y, who was about my age, and his son, both psychiatrists, were also present. I do not know whether I had asked a question or whether my father wanted to explain something of his own accord, but in any case he fetched a big Bible down from a shelf, a heavy folio volume like the Marian Bible in my library. The Bible my father held was bound in shiny fish skin. He opened it at the Old Testament. I guess that he turned to the Pentateuch and began interpreting a certain passage. He did this so swiftly and so learnedly that I could not follow him. I noted only that what he said betrayed a vast amount of variegated knowledge, the significance of which I dimly apprehended but could not properly judge or grasp. I saw that Dr. Y understood nothing at all, and his son began to laugh. They thought that my father was going off the deep end and what he said was simply senile prattle. But it was quite clear to me that it was not due to morbid excitement and that there was nothing silly about what he was saying. On the contrary, his argument was so intelligent and so learned that we in our stupidity simply could not follow it. It dealt with something extremely important which fascinated him. That was why he was speaking with such intensity. His mind was flooded with profound ideas. I was annoyed and thought it was a pity that he had to talk in the presence of three such idiots as we. The two psychiatrists represented a limited medical point of view, which, of course, also infects me as a physician. They represent my shadow, first and second editions of the shadow, father and son. Then the scene changed. My father and I were in front of the house, facing a kind of shed where, apparently, wood was stacked. We heard loud thumps, as if large chunks of wood were being thrown down or tossed about. I had the impression that at least two workmen must be busy there, but my father indicated to me that the place was haunted. Some sort of poltergeists were making the racket, evidently. We then entered the house, and I saw that it had very thick walls. We climbed a narrow staircase to the second floor. There a strange sight presented itself. A large hall which was the exact replica of the Divan-i Khas, council hall, of Sultan Akbar at Fatehpur Sikri. It was a high circular room with a gallery running along the wall, from which 4 bridges led to a basin-shaped center. The basin rested upon a huge column and formed the Sultan's round seat. From this elevated place he spoke to his counselors and philosophers who sat along the walls in the gallery. The whole was a gigantic mandala. It corresponded precisely to the real Divan-i Khas. In the dream, I suddenly saw that from the center, a steep flight of stairs ascended to a spot high up on the wall, which no longer corresponded to reality. At the top of the stairs was a small door, and my father said, "Now I will lead you into the highest presence." Then he knelt down and touched his forehead to the floor. I imitated him, likewise kneeling with great emotion. For some reason I could not bring my forehead quite down to the floor. There was perhaps a millimeter to spare, but at least I had made the gesture with him. Suddenly I knew, perhaps my father had told me, that that upper door led to a solitary chamber where lived Uriah, King David's general, whom David had shamefully betrayed for the sake of his wife Bathsheba, by commanding his soldiers to abandon Uriah in the face of the enemy. I must make a few explanatory remarks concerning this dream. The initial scene describes how the unconscious task which I had left to my father, that is, to the unconscious, was working out. He was obviously engrossed in the Bible, Genesis, and eager to communicate his insights. The fish skin marks the Bible as an unconscious content, for fishes are mute and unconscious. My poor father does not succeed in communicating either, for the audience is in part incapable of understanding, in part maliciously stupid. After this defeat, we crossed the street to the other side, where poltergeists are at work. Poltergeist phenomena usually take place in the vicinity of young people before puberty. That is to say, I am still immature and too unconscious. The Indian ambience illustrates the other side. When I was in India, the mandala structure of the Divan I Khas had in actual fact powerfully impressed me as the representation of a content related to a center. The center is the seat of Akbar the Great, who rules over a subcontinent, who is a lord of this world like David. But even higher than David stands his guiltless victim, his loyal general Uriah, whom he abandoned to the enemy. Uriah is a prefiguration of Christ, the God-man who was abandoned by God. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? On top of that, David had taken unto himself Uriah's wife. Only later did I understand what this allusion to Uriah signified. Not only was I forced to speak publicly, and very much to my detriment, about the ambivalence of the God image in the Old Testament, but also my wife would be taken from me by death. These were the things that awaited me, hidden in the unconscious. I had to submit to this fate and ought really to have touched my forehead to the floor, so that my submission would be complete. But something prevented me from doing so entirely and kept me just a millimeter away. Something in me was saying, all very well, but not entirely. Something in me was defiant and determined not to be a dumb fish. And if there were not something of the sort in free men, no book of Job would have been written several hundred years before the birth of Christ. Man always has some mental reservation, even in the face of divine decrees. Otherwise, where would be his freedom? And what would be the use of that freedom if it could not threaten him who threatens it? Uriah then lives in a higher place than Akbar. He is even, as the dream said, the highest presence, an expression which properly is used only of God, unless we are dealing in Byzantinisms. I cannot help thinking here of the Buddha and his relationship to the gods. For the devout Asiatic, the Tathagata is the all-highest, the absolute. For that reason, Hinayana Buddhism has been suspected of atheism, very wrongly so. By virtue of the power of the gods, man is enabled to gain an insight into his creator. He has even been given the power to annihilate creation in its essential aspect, that is, man's consciousness of the world. Today he can extinguish all higher life on Earth by radioactivity. The idea of world annihilation is already suggested by the Buddha. By means of enlightenment, the Nidana chain, the chain of causality which leads inevitably to old age, sickness, and death, can be broken, so that the illusion of being comes to an end. Schopenhauer's negation of the will points prophetically to a problem of the future that has already come threateningly close. The dream discloses a thought and a premonition that have long been present in humanity. The idea of the creature that surpasses its creator by a small but decisive factor. After this excursion into the world of dreams, I must once more come back to my writings. In Ion, I embarked upon a cycle of problems that needed to be dealt with separately. I had attempted to explain how the appearance of Christ coincided with the beginning of a new aeon, the age of the fishes. A synchronicity exists between the life of Christ and the objective astronomical event, the entrance of the spring equinox into the sign of Pisces. Christ is therefore the fish, just as Hammurabi before him was the Ram, and comes forth as the ruler of the new aeon. This led to the problem of synchronicity, which I discussed in my paper, Synchronicity and a Causal Connecting Principle. The Christ problem in aeon finally led me to the question of how the phenomenon of the anthropos, in psychological terms the self, is expressed in the experience of the individual. I attempted to give an answer to this in Von den Wurzeln des Bewusstseins, 1954. There I was concerned with the interplay between conscious and unconscious, with the development of consciousness from the unconscious, and with the impact of the greater personality, the inner man, upon the life of every individual. This investigation was rounded out by the Mysterium Conjunctiones, in which I once again took up the problem of the transference, but primarily followed my original intention of representing the whole range of alchemy as a kind of psychology of alchemy, or as an alchemical basis for depth psychology. In Mysterium Conjunctiones, my psychology was at last given its place in reality and established upon its historical foundations. Thus my task was finished, my work done, and now it can stand. The moment I touched bottom, I reached the bounds of scientific understanding, the transcendental, the nature of the archetype per se, concerning which no further scientific statements can be made. The survey I have given here of my work is, of course, only a brief summary. I really ought to say a great deal more, or a great deal less. It is an improvisation, like everything I am relating here. It is born of the moment. Those who know my work may possibly profit by it. Others perhaps will be impelled to look into my ideas. My life is what I have done, my scientific work. The one is inseparable from the other. The work is the expression of my inner development, for commitment to the contents of the unconscious forms the man and produces his transformations. My works can be regarded as stations along my life's way. All my writings may be considered tasks imposed from within. Their source was a fateful compulsion. What I wrote were things that assailed me from within myself. I permitted the spirit that moved me to speak out. I have never counted upon any strong response, any powerful resonance to my writings. They represent a compensation for our times, and I have been impelled to say what no one wants to hear. For that reason, and especially at the beginning, I often felt utterly forlorn. I knew that what I said would be unwelcome, for it is difficult for people of our times to accept the counterweight to the conscious world. Today I can say that it is truly astonishing that I have had as much success as has been accorded me, far more than I ever could have expected. I have the feeling that I have done all that it was possible for me to do. Without a doubt that life work could have been larger and could have been done better, but more was not within my power. Chapter 8. The Tower. Gradually, through my scientific work, I was able to put my fantasies and the contents of the unconscious on a solid footing. Words and paper, however, did not seem real enough to me. Something more was needed. I had to achieve a kind of representation in stone of my innermost thoughts and of the knowledge I had acquired. Or, to put it another way, I had to make a confession of faith in stone. That was the beginning of the Tower, the house which I built for myself at Bollingen. It was settled from the start that I would build near the water. I had always been curiously drawn by the scenic charm of the upper lake of Zurich, and so in 1922 I bought some land in Bollingen. It is situated in the area of St. Meinrad and is old church land, having formerly belonged to the monastery of St. Gall. At first I did not plan a proper house, but merely a kind of primitive one-story dwelling. It was to be a round structure with a hearth in the center and bunks along the walls. I more or less had in mind an African hut where the fire, ringed by a few stones, burns in the middle, and the whole life of the family revolves around this center. Primitive huts concretize an idea of wholeness, a familial wholeness in which all sorts of small domestic animals likewise participate. But I altered the plan even during the first stages of building, for I felt it was too primitive. I realized it would have to be a regular two-story house, not a mere hut crouched on the ground. So in 1923 the first round house was built, and when it was finished I saw that it had become a suitable dwelling tower. The feeling of repose and renewal that I had in this tower was intense from the start. It represented for me the maternal hearth, but I became increasingly aware that it did not yet express everything that needed saying, that something was still lacking. And so, 4 years later, in 1927, the central structure was added, with a tower-like annex. After some time had passed, again the interval was 4 years, I once more had a feeling of incompleteness. The building still seemed too primitive to me, and so in 1931 the tower-like annex was extended. I wanted a room in this tower where I could exist for myself alone. I had in mind what I had seen in Indian houses, in which there is usually an area, though it may be only a corner of a room separated off by a curtain, to which the inhabitants can withdraw. There they meditate for perhaps a quarter or half an hour or do yoga exercises. Such an area of retirement is essential in India, where people live crowded very close together. In my retiring room, I am by myself. I keep the key with me all the time. No one else is allowed in there except with my permission. In the course of the years, I have done paintings on the walls and so have expressed all those things which have carried me out of time into seclusion, out of the present into timelessness. Thus the second tower became for me a place of spiritual concentration. In 1935, the desire arose in me for a piece of fenced-in land. I needed a larger space that would stand open to the sky and to nature. And so, once again, after an interval of 4 years, I added a courtyard and a loggia by the lake, which formed a fourth element that was separated from the unitary threeness of the house. Thus a quaternity had arisen, 4 different parts of the building, and, moreover, in the course of 12 years. After my wife's death in 1955, I felt an inner obligation to become what I myself am. To put it in the language of the Bollingen house, I suddenly realized that the small central section which crouched so low, so hidden, was myself. I could no longer hide myself behind the maternal and the spiritual towers. So, in that same year, I added an upper story to this section, which represents myself, or my ego personality. Earlier, I would not have been able to do this. I would have regarded it as presumptuous self-emphasis. Now it signified an extension of consciousness achieved in old age. With that, the building was complete. I had started the first tower in 1923, 2 months after the death of my mother. These 2 dates are meaningful because the tower, as we shall see, is connected with the dead. From the beginning, I felt the tower as in some way a place of maturation, a maternal womb or a maternal figure in which I could become what I was, what I am, and will be. It gave me a feeling as if I were being reborn in stone. It is thus a concretization of the individuation process, a memorial air perennius. During the building work, of course, I never considered these matters. I built the house in sections, always following the concrete needs of the moment. It might also be said that I built it in a kind of dream. Only afterward did I see how all the parts fitted together and that a meaningful form had resulted, a symbol of psychic wholeness. At Bollingen, I am in the midst of my true life. I am most deeply myself. Here I am, as it were, the age-old son of the mother. That is how alchemy puts it, very wisely, for the old man, the ancient, whom I had already experienced as a child, is personality number 2, who has always been and always will be. He exists outside time and is the son of the maternal unconscious. In my fantasies, he took the form of Philemon, and he comes to life again at Bollingen. At times I feel as if I am spread out over the landscape and inside things, and am myself living in every tree, in the plashing of the waves, in the clouds and the animals that come and go, in the procession of the seasons. There is nothing in the tower that has not grown into its own form over the decades, nothing with which I am not linked. Here everything has its history and mine. Here is space for the spaceless kingdom of the worlds and the psyche's hinterland. I have done without electricity and tend the fireplace and stove myself. Evenings, I light the old lamps. There is no running water and I pump the water from the well. I chop the wood and cook the food. These simple acts make man simple, and how difficult it is to be simple. In Bollingen, Silence surrounds me almost audibly, and I live in modest harmony with nature. Thoughts rise to the surface which reach back into the centuries, and accordingly anticipate a remote future. Here the torment of creation is lessened. Creativity and play are close together. In 1950, I made a kind of monument out of stone to express what the tower means to me. The story of how this stone came to me is a curious one. I needed stones for building the enclosing wall for the so-called garden, and ordered them from the quarry near Bollingen. I was standing by when the mason gave all the measurements to the owner of the quarry, who wrote them down in his notebook. When the stones arrived by ship and were unloaded, it turned out that the cornerstone had altogether the wrong measurements. Instead of a triangular stone, a square block had been sent, a perfect cube of much larger dimensions than had been ordered, about 20 inches thick. The mason was furious and told the bargemen to take it right back with them. But when I saw the stone, I said, "No, that is my stone. I must have it." For I had seen at once that it suited me perfectly and that I wanted to do something with it, only I did not yet know what. The first thing that occurred to me was a Latin verse by the alchemist Arnaldus de Villanova, died 1313. I chiseled this into the stone. In translation it goes, "Here stands the mean, uncomely stone. 'Tis very cheap in price. The more it is despised by fools, the more loved by the wise." This verse refers to the alchemist's stone, the lapis, which is despised and rejected. Soon something else emerged. I began to see on the front face, in the natural structure of the stone, a small circle, a sort of eye which looked at me. I chiseled it into the stone, and in the center made a tiny homunculus. This corresponds to the little doll, pupilla, yourself, which you see in the pupil of another's eye, a kind of Kabir, or the Telesphoros of Asclepios. Ancient statues show him wearing a hooded cloak and carrying a lantern. At the same time, he is a pointer of the way. I dedicated a few words to him which came into my mind while I was working. The inscription is in Greek. The translation goes, "Time is a child playing like a child, playing a board game, the kingdom of the child." This is Telesphoros, who roams through the dark regions of this cosmos and glows like a star out of the depths. He points the way to the gates of the sun and to the land of dreams. These words came to me, one after the other, while I worked on the stone. On the third face, the one facing the lake, I let the stone itself speak, as it were, in a Latin inscription. These sayings are more or less quotations from alchemy. This is the translation. "I am an orphan, alone. Nevertheless, I am found everywhere. I am one, but opposed to myself. I am youth and old man at one and the same time. I have known neither father nor mother because I have had to be fetched out of the deep like a fish, or fell like a white stone from heaven. In woods and mountains I roam, but I am hidden in the innermost soul of man. I am mortal for everyone, yet I am not touched by the cycle of eons." In conclusion, under the saying of Arnaldus de Villanova, I set down in Latin the words, "In remembrance of his 75th birthday, C.G. Jung made and placed this here as a thanks offering in the year 1950. When the stone was finished, I looked at it again and again, wondering about it and asking myself what lay behind my impulse to carve it. The stone stands outside the tower and is like an explanation of it. It is a manifestation of the occupant, but one which remains incomprehensible to others. Do you know what I wanted to chisel into the back face of the stone? Le Cri de Merlin. For what the stone expressed reminded me of Merlin's life in the forest, after he had vanished from the world. Men still hear his cries, so the legend runs, but they cannot understand or interpret them. Merlin represents an attempt by the medieval unconscious to create a parallel figure to Parsifal. Parsifal is a Christian hero, and Merlin, son of the devil and a pure virgin, is his dark brother. In the 12th century, when the legend arose, there were as yet no premises by which his intrinsic meaning could be understood. Hence he ended in exile, and hence le cri de Merlin, which still sounded from the forest after his death. This cry that no one could understand implies that he lives on in unredeemed form. His story is not yet finished, and he still walks abroad. It might be said that the secret of Merlin was carried on by alchemy, primarily in the figure of Mercurius. Then Merlin was taken up again in my psychology of the unconscious and remains uncomprehended to this day. That is because most people find it quite beyond them to live on close terms with the unconscious. Again and again I have had to learn how hard this is for people. I was in Bollingen just as the first tower was being finished. This was the winter of 1923 to 24. As far as I can recall, there was no snow on the ground. Perhaps it was early spring. I had been alone perhaps for a week, perhaps longer. An indescribable stillness prevailed. One evening, I can still remember it precisely, I was sitting by the fireplace and had put a big kettle on the fire to make hot water for washing up. The water began to boil and the kettle to sing. It sounded like many voices or stringed instruments or even like a whole orchestra. It was just like polyphonic music, which in reality I cannot abide, though in this case it seemed to me peculiarly interesting. It was as though there were one orchestra inside the tower and another one outside. Now one dominated, now the other, as though they were responding to each other. I sat and listened, fascinated. For far more than an hour I listened to the concert, to this natural melody. It was soft music, containing as well all the discords of nature. And that was right, for nature is not only harmonious, she is also dreadfully contradictory and chaotic. The music was that way too, an outpouring of sounds having the quality of water and of wind, so strange that it is simply impossible to describe it. On another such still night when I was alone in Bollingen, it was in the late winter or early spring of 1924, I awoke to the sound of soft footsteps going around the tower. Distant music sounded, coming closer and closer, and then I heard voices laughing and talking. I thought, who can be prowling around? What is this all about? There is only the little footpath along the lake, and scarcely anybody ever walks on it. While I was thinking these things, I became wide awake and went to the window. I opened the shutters. All was still. There was no one in sight, nothing to be heard, no wind, nothing at all. This is really strange, I thought. I was certain that the footsteps, the laughter and talk had been real, but apparently I had only been dreaming. I returned to bed and mulled over the way we can deceive ourselves after all, and what might have been the cause of such a strange dream. In the midst of this, I fell asleep again, and at once the same dream began. Once more I heard footsteps, talk, laughter, music. At the same time, I had a visual image of several hundred dark-clad figures, possibly peasant boys in their Sunday clothes, who had come down from the mountains and were pouring in around the tower on both sides with a great deal of loud trampling, laughing, singing, and playing of accordions. Irritably, I thought, this is really the limit. I thought it was a dream, and now it turns out to be reality. At this point, I woke up. Once again, I jumped up, opened the window and shutters, and found everything just the same as before, a deathly still moonlit night. Then I thought, why, this is simply a case of haunting. Naturally, I asked myself what it meant when a dream was so insistent on its reality and at the same time on my being awake. Usually we experience that only when we see a ghost. Being awake means perceiving reality. The dream, therefore, represented a situation equivalent to reality, in which it created a kind of wakened state. In this sort of dream, as opposed to ordinary dreams, the unconscious seems bent on conveying a powerful impression of reality to the dreamer, an impression which is emphasized by repetition. The sources of such realities are known to be physical sensations on the one hand and archetypal figures on the other. That night, everything was so completely real, or at least seemed to be so, that I could scarcely sort out the two realities, nor could I make anything of the dream itself. What was the meaning of these music-making peasant boys passing by in a long procession? It seemed to me they had come out of curiosity in order to look at the tower. Never again did I experience or dream anything similar, and I cannot recall ever having heard of a parallel to it. It was only much later that I found an explanation. This was when I came across the 17th century Lucerne chronicle by Renward Syssat. He tells the following story. On a high pasture of Mount Pilatus, which is particularly notorious for spooks, it is said that Wotan to this day practices his magic arts there. Syssat, while climbing the mountain, was disturbed one night by a procession of men who poured past his hut on both sides, playing music and singing, precisely what I had experienced at the tower. The next morning, Syssat asked the herdsman with whom he had spent that night what could have been the meaning of it. The man had a ready explanation. Those must be the departed folk, selig Lut in Swiss dialect. The phrase also means blessed folk, namely, Wotan's army of departed souls. These, he said, were in the habit of walking abroad and showing themselves. It may be suggested that this is a phenomenon of solitude, the outward emptiness and silence being compensated by the image of a crowd of people. This would put it in the same class with the hallucinations of hermits, which are likewise compensatory. But do we know what realities such stories may be founded on? It is also possible that I had been so sensitized by the solitude that I was able to perceive the procession of departed folk who passed by. The explanation of this experience as a psychic compensation never entirely satisfied me, and to say that it was a hallucination seemed to me to beg the question. I felt obliged to consider the possibility of its reality, especially in view of the 17th century account which had come my way. It would seem most likely to have been a synchronistic phenomenon. Such phenomena demonstrate that premonitions or visions very often have some correspondence in external reality. There actually existed, as I discovered, a real parallel to my experience. In the Middle Ages, just such gatherings of young men took place. These were the Reisläufer, mercenaries, who usually assembled in spring, marched from central Switzerland to Locarno, met at the Casa di Ferro in Minusio, and then marched on together to Milan. In Italy, they served as soldiers, fighting for foreign princes. My vision, therefore, might have been one of these gatherings which took place regularly each spring when the young men, with singing and jollity, bade farewell to their native land. When we began to build at Bollingen in 1923, my eldest daughter came to see the spot and exclaimed, "What, you're building here? There are corpses about." Naturally, I thought, ridiculous, nothing of the sort. But when we were constructing the annex 4 years later, we did come upon a skeleton. It lay at a depth of 7 feet in the ground. An old rifle bullet was embedded in the elbow. From various indications, it seemed evident that the body had been thrown into the grave in an advanced state of decay. It belonged to one of the many dozens of French soldiers who were drowned in the Linth in 1799 and were later washed up on the shores of the upper lake. These men were drowned when the Austrians blew up the bridge of Greinau, which the French were storming. A photograph of the open grave with the skeleton and the date of its discovery, August 22, 1927, is preserved at the tower. I arranged a regular burial on my property and fired a gun 3 times over the soldier's grave. Then I set up a gravestone with an inscription for him. My daughter had sensed the presence of the dead body. Her power to sense such things is something she inherits from my grandmother on my mother's side. In the winter of 1955 to 56, I chiseled the names of my paternal ancestors on 3 stone tablets and placed them in the courtyard of the tower. I painted the ceiling with motifs from my own and my wife's arms, and from those of my sons-in-law. The Jung family originally had a phoenix for its arms, the bird obviously being connected with young, youth, rejuvenation. My grandfather changed the elements of the arms, probably out of a spirit of resistance toward his father. He was an ardent Freemason and Grand Master of the Swiss Lodge. This had a good deal to do with the changes he made in the armorial bearings. I mention this point in itself of no consequence, because it belongs in the historical nexus of my thinking and my life. In keeping with this revision of my grandfather's, my coat of arms no longer contains the original phoenix. Instead, there is a cross azure in chief dexter, and in base sinister a blue bunch of grapes in a field door. Separating these is an étoile d'or in a fesse azure. The symbolism of these arms is Masonic or Rosicrucian, just as cross and rose represent the Rosicrucian problem of opposites, per crucem ad rosum, that is, the Christian and Dionysian elements, so cross and grapes are symbols of the heavenly and the chthonic spirit. The uniting symbol is the gold star, the aurum philosophorum. The Rosicrucians derive from Hermetic or alchemical philosophy. One of their founders was Michael Meyer, 1568 to 1622, a well-known alchemist and younger contemporary of the relatively unknown but more important Gerardus Dorneus, end of the 16th century, whose treatises fill the first volume of the Theatrum Chemicum of 1602. The two men lived in Frankfurt, which seems to have been a center of alchemical philosophy at the time. In any case, as Count Palatine and court physician to Rudolf II, Michael Meyer was something of a local celebrity. In neighboring Mainz at that time lived Dr. Carl Jung, died 1654, of whom nothing else is known, since the family tree breaks off with my great-great-grandfather, who lived at the beginning of the 18th century. This was Sigmund Jung, a civis moguntinus, citizen of Mainz. The hiatus is due to the fact that the municipal archives of Mainz were burned in the course of a siege during the War of the Spanish Succession. It is a safe surmise that this evidently learned Dr. Carl Jung was familiar with the writings of the two alchemists, for the pharmacology of the day was still very much under the influence of Paracelsus. Dorneus was an outspoken Paracelsist, and even composed a voluminous commentary on the Paracelsian treatise, De Vita Longa. He also, more than all the other alchemists, dealt with the process of individuation. In view of the fact that a large part of my life work has revolved around the study of the problem of opposites, and especially their alchemical symbolism, all this is not without a certain interest. When I was working on the stone tablets, I became aware of the fateful links between me and my ancestors. I feel very strongly that I am under the influence of things or questions which were left incomplete and unanswered by my parents and grandparents and more distant ancestors. It often seems as if there were an impersonal karma within a family which is passed on from parents to children. It has always seemed to me that I had to answer questions which fate had posed to my forefathers and which had not yet been answered, or as if I had to complete or perhaps continue things which previous ages had left unfinished. It is difficult to determine whether these questions are more of a personal or more of a general, collective nature. It seems to me that the latter is the case. A collective problem, if not recognized as such, always appears as a personal problem, and in individual cases may give the impression that something is out of order in the realm of the personal psyche. The personal sphere is indeed disturbed, but such disturbances need not be primary. They may well be secondary, the consequence of an insupportable change in the social atmosphere. The cause of disturbance is, therefore, not to be sought in the personal surroundings, but rather in the collective situation. Psychotherapy has hitherto taken this matter far too little into account. Like anyone who is capable of some introspection, I had early taken it for granted that the split in my personality was my own purely personal affair and responsibility. Faust, to be sure, had made the problem somewhat easier for me by confessing, "Two souls, alas, are housed within my breast," but he had thrown no light on the cause of this dichotomy. His insight seemed, in a sense, directed straight at me. In the days when I first read Faust, I could not remotely guess the extent to which Goethe's strange heroic myth was a collective experience, and that it prophetically anticipated the fate of the Germans. Therefore I felt personally implicated, and when Faust, in his hubris and self-inflation, caused the murder of Philemon and Baucis, I felt guilty, quite as if I myself in the past had helped commit the murder of the two old people. This strange idea alarmed me, and I regarded it as my responsibility to atone for this crime, or to prevent its repetition. My false conclusion was further supported by a bit of odd information that I picked up during those early years. I heard that it had been bruited about that my grandfather Jung had been an illegitimate son of Goethe's. This annoying story made an impression upon me insofar as it at once corroborated and seemed to explain my curious reactions to Faust. It is true that I did not believe in reincarnation, but I was instinctively familiar with that concept which the Indians call karma. Since in those days I had no idea of the existence of the unconscious, I could not have had any psychological understanding of my reactions. I also did not know, no more than even today it is generally known, that the future is unconsciously prepared long in advance and therefore can be guessed by clairvoyance. Thus, when the news arrived of the crowning of Kaiser Wilhelm Brahmin at Versailles, Jacob Burckhardt exclaimed, "That is the doom of Germany." The archetypes of Wagner were already knocking at the gates, and along with them came the Dionysian experience of Nietzsche, which might better be ascribed to the god of ecstasy, Wotan. The hubris of the Wilhelmine era alienated Europe and paved the way for the disaster of 1914. In my youth, around 1890, I was unconsciously caught up by this spirit of the age and had no methods at hand for extricating myself from it. Faust struck a chord in me and pierced me through in a way that I could not but regard as personal. Most of all, it awakened in me the problem of opposites, of good and evil, of mind and matter, of light and darkness. Faust, the inept, purblind philosopher, encounters the dark side of his being, his sinister shadow, Mephistopheles, who in spite of his negating disposition represents the true spirit of life as against the arid scholar who hovers on the brink of suicide. My own inner contradictions appeared here in dramatized form. Goethe had written virtually a basic outline and pattern of my own conflicts and solutions. The dichotomy of Faust-Mephistopheles came together within myself into a single person, and I was that person. In other words, I was directly struck and recognized that this was my fate. Hence, all the crises of the drama affected me personally. At one point I had passionately to agree, at another to oppose. No solution could be a matter of indifference to me. Later, I consciously linked my work to what Faust had passed over: respect for the eternal rights of man, recognition of the ancient, and the continuity of culture and intellectual history. Our souls as well as our bodies are composed of individual elements which were all already present in the ranks of our ancestors. The newness in the individual psyche is an endlessly varied recombination of age-old components. Body and soul, therefore, have an intensely historical character and find no proper place in what is new, in things that have just come into being. That is to say, our ancestral components are only partly at home in such things. We are very far from having finished completely with the Middle Ages, classical antiquity and primitivity as our modern psyches pretend. Nevertheless, we have plunged down a cataract of progress which sweeps us on into the future with ever wilder violence the farther it takes us from our roots. Once the past has been breached, it is usually annihilated and there is no stopping the forward motion. But it is precisely the loss of connection with the past, our uprootedness, which has given rise to the discontents of civilization and to such a flurry and haste that we live more in the future and its chimerical promises of a golden age than in the present, with which our whole evolutionary background has not yet caught up. We rush impetuously into novelty, driven by a mounting sense of insufficiency, dissatisfaction, and restlessness. We no longer live on what we have, but on promises no longer in the light of the present day, but in the darkness of the future, which, we expect, will at last bring the proper sunrise. We refuse to recognize that everything better is purchased at the price of something worse, that, for example, the hope of greater freedom is canceled out by increased enslavement to the state, not to speak of the terrible perils to which the most brilliant discoveries of science expose us. The less we understand of what our fathers and forefathers sought, the less we understand ourselves, and thus we help with all our might to rob the individual of his roots and his guiding instincts, so that he becomes a particle in the mass, ruled only by what Nietzsche called the spirit of gravity. Reforms by advances, that is, by new methods or gadgets, are of course impressive at first, but in the long run they are dubious and in any case dearly paid for. They by no means increase the contentment or happiness of people on the whole. Mostly, they are deceptive sweetenings of existence, like speedier communications which unpleasantly accelerate the tempo of life and leave us with less time than ever before. Omnis festinatio ex parte diaboli est. All haste is of the devil, as the old masters used to say. Reforms by retrogressions, on the other hand, are as a rule less expensive and in addition more lasting, for they return to the simpler, tried and tested ways of the past and make the sparsest use of newspapers, radio, television, and all supposedly time-saving innovations. In this book, I have devoted considerable space to my subjective view of the world, which, however, is not a product of rational thinking. It is rather a vision such as will come to one who undertakes, deliberately, with half-closed eyes and somewhat closed ears, to see and hear the form and voice of being. If our impressions are too distinct, we are held to the hour and minute of the present and have no way of knowing how our ancestral psyches listen to and understand the present. In other words, how our unconscious is responding to it. Thus we remain ignorant of whether our ancestral components find an elementary gratification in our lives, or whether they are repelled. Inner peace and contentment depend in large measure upon whether or not the historical family which is inherent in the individual can be harmonized with the ephemeral conditions of the present. In the tower at Bollingen, it is as if one lived in many centuries simultaneously. The place will outlive me, and in its location and style it points backward to things of long ago. There is very little about it to suggest the present. If a man of the 16th century were to move into the house, only the kerosene lamp and the matches would be new to him. Otherwise, he would know his way about without difficulty. There is nothing to disturb the dead, neither electric light nor telephone. Moreover, my ancestors' souls are sustained by the atmosphere of the house, since I answer for them the questions that their lives once left behind. I carve out rough answers as best I can. I have even drawn them on the walls. It is as if a silent greater family, stretching down the centuries, were peopling the house. There I live in my second personality and see life in the round, as something forever coming into being and passing on. Chapter 9. Travels, North Africa. At the beginning of 1920, a friend told me that he had a business trip to make to Tunis, and would I like to accompany him? I said yes immediately. We set out in March, going first to Algiers. Following the coast, we reached Tunis and from there Sousse, where I left my friend to his business affairs. At last I was where I had longed to be, in a non-European country where no European language was spoken and no Christian conceptions prevailed, where a different race lived and a different historical tradition and philosophy had set its stamp upon the face of the crowd. I had often wished to be able for once to see the European from outside, his image reflected back at him by an altogether foreign milieu. To be sure, there was my ignorance of the Arabic language, which I deeply regretted, but to make up for this, I was all the more attentive in observing the people and their behavior. Frequently I sat for hours in an Arab coffee house, listening to conversations of which I understood not a word, but I studied the people's gestures, and especially their expression of emotions. I observed the subtle change in their gestures when they spoke with a European, and thus learned to see to some extent with different eyes and to know the white man outside his own environment. What the Europeans regard as oriental calm and apathy seemed to me a mask. Behind it I sensed a restlessness, a degree of agitation which I could not explain. Strangely, in setting foot upon Moorish soil, I found myself haunted by an impression which I myself could not understand. I kept thinking that the land smelled queer. It was the smell of blood, as though the soil were soaked with blood. This strip of land, it occurred to me, had already borne the brunt of three civilizations: Carthaginian, Roman, and Christian. What the technological age will do with Islam remains to be seen. When I left Sousse, I traveled south to Sfax, and thence into the Sahara, to the oasis city of Tozeur. The city lies on a slight elevation, on the margin of a plateau at whose foot lukewarm, slightly saline springs well up profusely and irrigate the oasis through 1,000 little canals. Towering date palms formed a green, shady roof overhead, under which peach, apricot, and fig trees flourished, and beneath these alfalfa of an unbelievable green. Several kingfishers, shining like jewels, flitted through the foliage. In the comparative coolness of this green shade strolled figures clad in white, among them a great number of affectionate couples holding one another in close embrace, obviously homosexual friendships. I felt suddenly transported to the times of classical Greece, where this inclination formed the cement of a society of men and of the polis based on that society. It was clear that men spoke to men and women to women here. Only a few of the latter were to be seen, nun-like, heavily veiled figures. I saw a few without veils. These, my dragoman explained, were prostitutes. On the main streets the scene was dominated by men and children. My dragoman confirmed my impression of the prevalence of homosexuality and of its being taken for granted, and promptly made me offers. The good fellow could have no notion of the thoughts which had struck me like a flash of lightning, suddenly illuminating my point of observation. I felt cast back many centuries to an infinitely more naive world of adolescents who were preparing, with the aid of a slender knowledge of the Quran, to emerge from their original state of twilight consciousness, in which they had existed from time immemorial, and to become aware of their own existence, in self-defense against the forces threatening them from the north. While I was still caught up in this dream of a static, age-old existence, I suddenly thought of my pocket watch, the symbol of the Europeans' accelerated tempo. This, no doubt, was the dark cloud that hung threateningly over the heads of these unsuspecting souls. They suddenly seemed to me like game who do not see the hunter, but, vaguely uneasy, scent him being the god of time who will inevitably chop into the bits and pieces of days, hours, minutes, and seconds that duration which is still the closest thing to eternity. From Tozeur, I went on to the oasis of Nefta. I rode off with my dragoman early in the morning, shortly after sunrise. Our mounts were large, swift-footed mules on which we made rapid progress. As we approached the oasis, a single rider, wholly swathed in white, came toward us. With proud bearing he rode by without offering us any greeting, mounted on a black mule whose harness was banded and studded with silver. He made an impressive, elegant figure. Here was a man who certainly possessed no pocket watch, let alone a wristwatch, for he was obviously and unself-consciously the person he had always been. He lacked that faint note of foolishness which clings to the European. The European is, to be sure, convinced that he is no longer what he was ages ago, but he does not know what he has since become. His watch tells him that since the Middle Ages time and its synonym, progress, have crept up on him and irrevocably taken something from him. With lightened baggage he continues his journey with steadily increasing velocity toward nebulous goals. He compensates for the loss of gravity and the corresponding sentiment d'incompletitude by the illusion of his triumphs, such as steamships, railroads, airplanes, and rockets, that rob him of his duration and transport him into another reality of speeds and explosive accelerations. The deeper we penetrated into the Sahara, the more time slowed down for me. It even threatened to move backward. The shimmering heat waves rising up contributed a good deal to my dreamy state, and when we reached the first palms and dwellings of the oasis, it seemed to me that everything here was exactly the way it should be and the way it had always been. Early the next morning I was awakened by the various unfamiliar noises outside my inn. There was a large open square which had been empty the night before, but which was now crowded with people, camels, mules, and donkeys. The camels groaned and announced in manifold variations of tone their chronic discontent, and the donkeys competed with cacophonous screams. The people ran around in a great state of excitement, shouting and gesticulating. They looked savage and rather alarming. My dragoman explained that a great festival was being celebrated that day. Several desert tribes had come in during the night to do 2 days of field work for the marabout. The marabout was the administrator of poor relief and owned many fields in the oasis. The people were to lay out a new field and irrigation canals to match. At the farther end of the square, there suddenly rose a cloud of dust. A green flag unfolded and drums rolled. At the head of a long procession of hundreds of wild-looking men carrying baskets and short, wide hose appeared a white-bearded, venerable old man. He radiated inimitable natural dignity, as though he were 100 years old. This was the marabout, astride a white mule. The men danced around him, beating small drums. The scene was one of wild excitement, hoarse shouting, dust, and heat. With fanatic purposefulness, the procession swarmed by, out into the oasis, as if going to battle. I followed this horde at a cautious distance, and my dragoman made no attempt to encourage me to approach closer until we reached the spot where the work was going on. Here, if possible, even greater excitement prevailed. People were beating drums and shouting wildly. The site of the work resembled a disturbed anthill. Everything was being done with the utmost haste. Carrying their baskets filled with heavy loads of earth, men danced along to the rhythm of the drums. Others hacked into the ground at a furious rate, digging ditches and erecting dams. Through this wild tumult the marabout rode along on his white mule, evidently issuing instructions with the dignified, mild, and weary gestures of advanced age. Wherever he came, the haste, shouting, and rhythm intensified, forming the background against which the calm figure of the holy man stood out with extraordinary effectiveness. Toward evening the crowd was visibly overcome by exhaustion. The men soon dropped down beside their camels into deep sleep. During the night, after the usual stupendous concert of the dogs, utter stillness prevailed, until at the first rays of the rising sun, the invocation of the muezzin, which always deeply stirred me, summoned the people to their morning prayer. This scene taught me something. These people live from their affects, are moved and have their being in emotions. Their consciousness takes care of their orientation in space and transmits impressions from outside, and it is also stirred by inner impulses and affects. But it is not given to reflection. The ego has almost no autonomy. The situation is not so different with the European, but we are, after all, somewhat more complicated. At any rate, the European possesses a certain measure of will and directed intention. What we lack is intensity of life. Without wishing to fall under the spell of the primitive, I nevertheless had been psychically infected. This manifested itself outwardly in an infectious enteritis, which cleared up after a few days, thanks to the local treatment of rice water and calomel. Overcharged with ideas, I finally went back to Tunis. The night before we embarked from Marseille, I had a dream which, I sensed, summed up the whole experience. This was just as it should be, for I had accustomed myself to living always on two planes simultaneously, one conscious, which attempted to understand and could not, and one unconscious, which wanted to express something and could not formulate it any better than by a dream. I dreamt that I was in an Arab city, and as in most such cities there was a citadel, a kasbah. The city was situated in a broad plain and had a wall all around it. The shape of the wall was square, and there were 4 gates. The kasbah in the interior of the city was surrounded by a wide moat, which is not the way it really is in Arab countries. I stood before a wooden bridge leading over the water to a dark, horseshoe-shaped portal which was open. Eager to see the citadel from the inside also, I stepped out on the bridge. When I was about halfway across it, a handsome, dark Arab of aristocratic, almost royal bearing came toward me from the gate. I knew that this youth in the white burnous was the resident prince of the citadel. When he came up to me, he attacked me and tried to knock me down. We wrestled. In the struggle, we crashed against the railing. It gave way and both of us fell into the moat where he tried to push my head under water to drown me. No, I thought, this is going too far. And in my turn, I pushed his head under water. I did so, although I felt great admiration for him, but I did not want to let myself be killed. I had no intention of killing him. I wanted only to make him unconscious and incapable of fighting. Then the scene of the dream changed, and he was with me in a large vaulted octagonal room in the center of the citadel. The room was all white, very plain and beautiful. Along the light-colored marble walls stood low divans, and before me on the floor lay an open book with black letters written in magnificent calligraphy on milky white parchment. It was not Arabic script. Rather, it looked to me like the Uigurian script of West Turkestan, which was familiar to me from the Manichaean fragments from Turfan. I did not know the contents, but nevertheless I had the feeling that this was my book, that I had written it. The young prince with whom I had just been wrestling sat to the right of me on the floor. I explained to him that now that I had overcome him, he must read the book, but he resisted. I placed my arm around his shoulders and forced him with a sort of paternal kindness and patience to read the book. I knew that this was absolutely essential, and at last he yielded. In this dream, the Arab youth was the double of the proud Arab who had ridden past us without a greeting. As an inhabitant of the Kasbah, he was a figuration of the self, or rather, a messenger or emissary of the self. For the Kasbah from which he came was a perfect mandala, a citadel surrounded by a square wall with 4 gates. His attempt to kill me was an echo of the motif of Jacob's struggle with the angel. He was, to use the language of the Bible, like an angel of the Lord, a messenger of God who wished to kill men because he did not know them. Actually, the angel ought to have had his dwelling in me. But he knew only angelic truth and understood nothing about man. Therefore, he first came forward as my enemy. However, I held my own against him. In the second part of the dream, I was the master of the citadel. He sat at my feet and had to learn to understand my thoughts, or rather, learn to know man. Obviously, my encounter with Arab culture had struck me with overwhelming force. The emotional nature of these unreflective people who are so much closer to life than we are exerts a strong suggestive influence upon those historical layers in ourselves which we have just overcome and left behind, or which we think we have overcome. It is like the paradise of childhood from which we imagine we have emerged, but which at the slightest provocation imposes fresh defeats upon us. Indeed, our cult of progress is in danger of imposing on us even more childish dreams of the future, the harder it presses us to escape from the past. On the other hand, a characteristic of childhood is that, thanks to its naivete and unconsciousness, it sketches a more complete picture of the self, of the whole man in his pure individuality, than adulthood. Consequently, the sight of a child or a primitive will arouse certain longings in adult, civilized persons, longings which relate to the unfulfilled desires and needs of those parts of the personality which have been blotted out of the total picture in favor of the adapted persona. In traveling to Africa to find a psychic observation post outside the sphere of the European, I unconsciously wanted to find that part of my personality which had become invisible under the influence and the pressure of being European. This part stands in unconscious opposition to myself, and indeed I attempt to suppress it. In keeping with its nature, it wishes to make me unconscious, force me underwater, so as to kill me. But my aim is, through insight, to make it more conscious so that we can find a common modus vivendi. The Arab's dusky complexion marks him as a shadow, but not the personal shadow, rather an ethnic one associated not with my persona, but with the totality of my personality, that is, with the self. As master of the Casbah, he must be regarded as a kind of shadow of the self. The predominantly rationalistic European finds much that is human alien to him, and he prides himself on this without realizing that his rationality is won at the expense of his vitality, and that the primitive part of his personality is consequently condemned to a more or less underground existence. The dream reveals how my encounter with North Africa affected me. First of all, there was the danger that my European consciousness would be overwhelmed by an unexpectedly violent assault of the unconscious psyche. Consciously, I was not a bit aware of any such situation. On the contrary, I could not help feeling superior because I was reminded at every step of my Europeanism. That was unavoidable. My being European gave me a certain perspective on these people who were so differently constituted from myself and utterly marked me off from them. But I was not prepared for the existence of unconscious forces within myself which would take the part of these strangers with such intensity, so that a violent conflict ensued. The dream expressed this conflict in the symbol of an attempted murder. I was not to recognize the real nature of this disturbance until some years later, when I stayed in tropical Africa. It had been, in fact, the first hint of going black under the skin, a spiritual peril which threatens the uprooted European in Africa to an extent not fully appreciated. Where danger is, there is salvation also. These words of Helderlin often came to my mind in such situations. The salvation lies in our ability to bring the unconscious urges to consciousness with the aid of warning dreams. These dreams show that there is something in us which does not merely submit passively to the influence of the unconscious, but on the contrary rushes eagerly to meet it, identifying itself with the shadow. Just as a childhood memory can suddenly take possession of consciousness with so lively an emotion that we feel wholly transported back to the original situation, so these seemingly alien and wholly different Arab surroundings awaken an archetypal memory of an only too well-known prehistoric past which apparently we have entirely forgotten. We are remembering a potentiality of life which has been overgrown by civilization, but which in certain places is still existent. If we were to relive it naively, it would constitute a relapse into barbarism. Therefore, we prefer to forget it. But should it appear to us again in the form of a conflict, then we should keep it in our consciousness and test the two possibilities against each other, the life we live and the one we have forgotten. For what has apparently been lost does not come to the fore again without sufficient reason. In the living psychic structure, nothing takes place in a merely mechanical fashion. Everything fits into the economy of the whole, relates to the whole. That is to say, it is all purposeful and has meaning. But because consciousness never has a view of the whole, it usually cannot understand this meaning. We must therefore content ourselves for the time being with noting the phenomenon and hoping that the future, or further investigation, will reveal the significance of this clash with the shadow of the self. In any case, I did not at the time have any glimmering of the nature of this archetypal experience and knew still less about the historical parallels. Yet though I did not then grasp the full meaning of the dream, it lingered in my memory, along with the liveliest wish to go to Africa again at the next opportunity. That wish was not to be fulfilled for another 5 years. America. The Pueblo Indians. Extract from an unpublished MS. We always require an outside point to stand on in order to apply the lever of criticism. This is especially so in psychology, where, by the nature of the material, we are much more subjectively involved than in any other science. How, for example, can we become conscious of national peculiarities if we have never had the opportunity to regard our own nation from outside? Regarding it from outside means regarding it from the standpoint of another nation. To do so, we must acquire sufficient knowledge of the foreign collective psyche, and in the course of this process of assimilation we encounter all those incompatibilities which constitute the national bias and the national peculiarity. Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. I understand England only when I see where I, as a Swiss, do not fit in. I understand Europe, our greatest problem, only when I see where I, as a European, do not fit into the world. Through my acquaintance with many Americans and my trips to and in America, I've obtained an enormous amount of insight into the European character. It has always seemed to me that there can be nothing more useful for a European than some time or another to look out at Europe from the top of a skyscraper. When I contemplated for the first time the European spectacle from the Sahara, surrounded by a civilization which has more or less the same relationship to ours as Roman antiquity has to modern times, I became aware of how completely, even in America, I was still caught up and imprisoned in the cultural consciousness of the white man. The desire then grew in me to carry the historical comparison still farther by descending to a still lower cultural level. On my next trip to the United States, I went with a group of American friends to visit the Indians of New Mexico, the city-building pueblos. City, however, is too strong a word. What they build are in reality only villages, but their crowded houses piled one atop the other suggest the word city, as do their language and their whole manner. There, for the first time, I had the good fortune to talk with a non-European, that is, to a non-white. He was a chief of the Taos Pueblos, an intelligent man between the ages of 40 and 50. His name was Ochwie Mountain Lake. I was able to talk with him as I have rarely been able to talk with a European. To be sure, he was caught up in his world just as much as a European is in his, but what a world it was. In talk with a European, one is constantly running up on the sandbars of things long known but never understood. With this Indian, the vessel floated freely on deep, alien seas. At the same time, one never knows which is more enjoyable, catching sight of new shores or discovering new approaches to age-old knowledge that has been almost forgotten. "See," Ochwie said, How cruel the whites look. Their lips are thin, their noses sharp, their faces furrowed and distorted by folds. Their eyes have a staring expression. They are always seeking something. What are they seeking? The whites always want something. They are always uneasy and restless. We do not know what they want. We do not understand them. We think that they are mad. I asked him why he thought the whites were all mad. They say that they think with their heads, he replied. Why, of course. What do you think with? I asked him in surprise. We think here, he said, indicating his heart. I fell into a long meditation. For the first time in my life, so it seemed to me, someone had drawn for me a picture of the real white man. It was as though until now I had seen nothing but sentimental, prettified color prints. This Indian had struck our vulnerable spot, unveiled a truth to which we are blind. I felt rising within me like a shapeless mist, something unknown and yet deeply familiar. And out of this mist, image upon image detached itself. First Roman legions smashing into the cities of Gaul, and the keenly incised features of Julius Caesar, Scipio Africanus, and Pompey. I saw the Roman eagle on the North Sea and on the banks of the White Nile. Then I saw St. Augustine transmitting the Christian creed to the Britons on the tips of Roman lances, and Charlemagne's most glorious forced conversions of the heathen, then the pillaging and murdering bands of the crusading armies. With a secret stab, I realized the hollowness of that old romanticism about the Crusades. Then followed Columbus, Cortez, and the other conquistadors who with fire, sword, torture, and Christianity came down upon even these remote pueblos dreaming peacefully in the sun, their father. I saw, too, the peoples of the Pacific Islands decimated by firewater, syphilis and scarlet fever carried in the clothes the missionaries forced on them. It was enough. What we from our point of view call colonization, missions to the heathen, spread of civilization, etc., has another face, the face of a bird of prey seeking with cruel intentness for distant quarry, a face worthy of a race of pirates and highwaymen. All the eagles and other predatory creatures that adorn our coats of arms seem to me apt psychological representatives of our true nature. Something else that Ochwi Biano said to me stuck in my mind. It seems to me so intimately connected with the peculiar atmosphere of our interview that my account would be incomplete if I failed to mention it. Our conversation took place on the roof of the 5th story of the main building. At frequent intervals, figures of other Indians could be seen on the roofs, wrapped in their woolen blankets, sunk in contemplation of the wandering sun that daily rose into a clear sky. Around us were grouped the low-built square buildings of air-dried brick, adobe, with the characteristic ladders that reach from the ground to the roof or from roof to roof of the higher stories. In earlier, dangerous times, the entrance used to be through the roof. Before us, the rolling plateau of Taos, about 7,000 feet above sea level, stretched to the horizon, where several conical peaks, ancient volcanoes, rose to over 12,000 feet. Behind us, a clear stream purled past the houses, and on its opposite bank stood a second pueblo of reddish adobe houses, built one atop the other toward the center of the settlement, thus strangely anticipating the perspective of an American metropolis with its skyscrapers in the center. Perhaps half an hour's journey upriver rose a mighty isolated mountain, the mountain which has no name. The story goes that on days when the mountain is wrapped in clouds, the men vanish in that direction to perform mysterious rites. The Pueblo Indians are unusually close-mouthed, and in matters of their religion absolutely inaccessible. They make it a policy to keep their religious practices a secret, and this secret is so strictly guarded that I abandoned as hopeless any attempt at direct questioning. Never before had I run into such an atmosphere of secrecy. The religions of civilized nations today are all accessible. Their sacraments have long ago ceased to be mysteries. Here, however, the air was filled with a secret known to all the communicants, but to which whites could gain no access. This strange situation gave me an inkling of Eleusis, whose secret was known to one nation and yet never betrayed. I understood what Pausanias or Herodotus felt when he wrote, "I am not permitted to name the name of that god." This was not, I felt, mystification, but a vital mystery whose betrayal might bring about the downfall of the community as well as of the individual. Preservation of the secret gives the Pueblo Indian pride and the power to resist the dominant whites. It gives him cohesion and unity. And I feel sure that the Pueblos as an individual community will continue to exist as long as their mysteries are not desecrated. It was astonishing to me to see how the Indian's emotions change when he speaks of his religious ideas. In ordinary life, he shows a degree of self-control and dignity that borders on fatalistic equanimity. But when he speaks of things that pertain to his mysteries, he is in the grip of a surprising emotion which he cannot conceal, a fact which greatly helped to satisfy my curiosity. As I have said, direct questioning led to nothing. When therefore I wanted to know about essential matters, I made tentative remarks and observed my interlocutor's expression for those affective movements which are so very familiar to me. If I had hit on something essential, he remained silent or gave an evasive reply, but with all the signs of profound emotion, frequently tears would fill his eyes. Their religious conceptions are not theories to them, which indeed would have to be very curious theories to evoke tears from a man, but facts as important and moving as the corresponding external realities. As I sat with Ochwie Biano on the roof, the blazing sun rising higher and higher, he said, pointing to the sun, "Is not he who moves there our Father? How can anyone say differently? How can there be another God? Nothing can be without the sun." His excitement, which was already perceptible, mounted still higher. He struggled for words and exclaimed at last, "What would a man do alone in the mountains? He cannot even build his fire without him." I asked him whether he did not think the sun might be a fiery ball shaped by an invisible god. My question did not even arouse astonishment, let alone anger. Obviously, it touched nothing within him. He did not even think my question stupid. It merely left him cold. I had the feeling that I had come upon an insurmountable wall. His only reply was, "The sun is God. Everyone can see that." Although no one can help feeling the tremendous impress of the sun, it was a novel and deeply affecting experience for me to see these mature, dignified men in the grip of an overmastering emotion when they spoke of it. Another time I stood by the river and looked up at the mountains, which rise almost another 6,000 feet above the plateau. I was just thinking that this was the roof of the American continent, and that people lived here in the face of the sun, like the Indians who stood wrapped in blankets on the highest roofs of the Pueblo, mute and absorbed in the sight of the sun. Suddenly, a deep voice, vibrant with suppressed emotion, spoke from behind me into my left ear. "Do you not think that all life comes from the mountain?" An elderly Indian had come up to me, inaudible in his moccasins, and had asked me this heaven knows how far-reaching question. A glance at the river pouring down from the mountain showed me the outward image that had engendered this conclusion. Obviously, all life came from the mountain, for where there is water, there is life. Nothing could be more obvious. In his question, I felt a swelling emotion connected with the word mountain, and thought of the tale of secret rites celebrated on the mountain. I replied, "Everyone can see that you speak the truth." Unfortunately, the conversation was soon interrupted, and so I did not succeed in attaining any deeper insight into the symbolism of water and mountain. I observed that the Pueblo Indians, reluctant as they were to speak about anything concerning their religion, talked with great readiness and intensity about their relations with the Americans. "Why," Mountain Lake said, "do the Americans not let us alone? Why do they want to forbid our dances? Why do they make difficulties when we want to take our young people from school in order to lead them to the kiva, site of the rituals, and instruct them in our religion? We do nothing to harm the Americans." After a prolonged silence, he continued, "The Americans want to stamp out our religion. Why can they not let us alone? What we do not only for ourselves, but for the Americans also. Yes, we do it for the whole world. Everyone benefits by it." I could observe from his excitement that he was alluding to some extremely important element of his religion. I therefore asked him, "You think then that what you do in your religion benefits the whole world?" He replied with great animation, "Of course. If we did not do it, what would become of the world?" And with a significant gesture he pointed to the sun. I felt that we were approaching extremely delicate ground here, verging on the mysteries of the tribe. "After all," he said, "we are a people who live on the roof of the world. We are the sons of Father Sun, and with our religion we daily help our Father to go across the sky. We do this not only for ourselves, but for the whole world. If we were to cease practicing our religion, in 10 years the sun would no longer rise. Then it would be night forever." I then realized on what the dignity, the tranquil composure of the individual Indian was founded. It springs from his being a son of the sun. His life is cosmologically meaningful, for he helps the Father and Preserver of all life in his daily rise and descent. If we set against this our own self-justifications, the meaning of our own lives as it is formulated by our reason, we cannot help but see our poverty. Out of sheer envy, we are obliged to smile at the Indian's naivete and to plume ourselves on our cleverness, for otherwise we would discover how impoverished and down at the heels we are. Knowledge does not enrich us. It removes us more and more from the mythic world in which we were once at home by right of birth. If for a moment we put away all European rationalism and transport ourselves into the clear mountain air of that solitary plateau, which drops off on one side into the broad continental prairies and on the other into the Pacific Ocean, if we also set aside our intimate knowledge of the world and exchange it for a horizon that seems immeasurable, and an ignorance of what lies beyond it, we will begin to achieve an inner comprehension of the Pueblo Indian's point of view. All life comes from the mountain is immediately convincing to him, and he is equally certain that he lives upon the roof of an immeasurable world, closest to God. He above all others has the divinity's ear, and his ritual act will reach the distant sun soonest of all. The holiness of mountains, the revelation of Yahweh upon Sinai, the inspiration that Nietzsche was vouchsafed in the Engadine, all speak the same language. The idea, absurd to us, that a ritual act can magically affect the sun is, upon closer examination, no less irrational but far more familiar to us than might at first be assumed. Our Christian religion, like every other incidentally, is permeated by the idea that special acts or a special kind of action can influence God, for example through certain rites or by prayer, or by a morality pleasing to the divinity. The ritual acts of man are an answer and reaction to the action of God upon man, and perhaps they are not only that, but are also intended to be activating, a form of magic coercion. That man feels capable of formulating valid replies to the overpowering influence of God, and that he can render back something which is essential even to God, induces pride, for it raises the human individual to the dignity of a metaphysical factor. God and us, even if it is only an unconscious sous-entendu, this equation no doubt underlies that enviable serenity of the Pueblo Indian. Such a man is in the fullest sense of the word in his proper place. Kenya and Uganda. Tout est bien sortant des mains de l'auteur des choses, Rousseau. When I visited the Wembley exhibition in London, 1925, I was deeply impressed by the excellent survey of the tribes under British rule and resolved to take a trip to tropical Africa in the near future. In the autumn of that year, I set out with two friends, an Englishman and an American, for Mombasa. We traveled on a Warman steamer, together with many young Englishmen going out to posts in various African colonies. It was evident from the atmosphere aboard ship that these passengers were not traveling for pleasure, but were entering upon their destiny. To be sure, there was a good deal of gay exuberance, but the serious undertone was also evident. As a matter of fact, I heard of the fate of several of my fellow voyagers even before my own return trip. Several met death in the tropics in the course of the next 2 months. They died of tropical malaria, amoebic dysentery, and pneumonia. Among those who died was the young man who sat opposite me at table. Another was Dr. Ackley, who had made a name for himself as the founder of the guerrilla reservation in Central Africa, and whom I had met in New York shortly before this voyage. Mombasa remains in my memory as a humidly hot European, Indian, and Negro settlement hidden in a forest of palms and mango trees. It has an extremely picturesque setting, on a natural harbor, with an old Portuguese fort towering over it. We stayed there 2 days and left toward evening on a narrow-gauge railroad for Nairobi in the interior, plunging almost immediately into the tropical night. Along the coastal strip, we passed by numerous Negro villages where the people sat talking around tiny fires. Soon the train began to climb. The settlement ceased, and the night became inky black. Gradually it turned cooler, and I fell asleep. When the first ray of sunlight announced the onset of day, I awoke. The train, swathed in a red cloud of dust, was just making a turn around a steep red cliff. On a jagged rock above us, a slim, brownish-black figure stood motionless, leaning on a long spear, looking down at the train. Beside him towered a gigantic candelabrum cactus. I was enchanted by this sight. It was a picture of something utterly alien and outside my experience, but on the other hand, a most intense sentiment du déjà vu. I had the feeling that I had already experienced this moment and had always known this world which was separated from me only by distance in time. It was as if I were this moment returning to the land of my youth, and as if I knew that dark-skinned man who had been waiting for me for 5,000 years. The feeling tone of this curious experience accompanied me throughout my whole journey through savage Africa. I can recall only one other such recognition of the immemorially known. That was when I first observed a parapsychological phenomenon, together with my former chief, Professor Eugen Bleuler. Beforehand, I had imagined that I would be dumbfounded if I were to see so fantastic a thing. But when it happened, I was not surprised at all. I felt it was perfectly natural, something I could take for granted because I had long since been acquainted with it. I could not guess what string within myself was plucked at the sight of that solitary dark hunter. I knew only that his world had been mine for countless millennia. Somewhat bemused, I arrived around noon in Nairobi, situated at an altitude of 6,000 feet. There was a dazzling plethora of light that reminded me of the glare of sunlight in the Engadine as one comes up out of the winter fogs of the lowlands. To my astonishment, the swarm of boys assembled at the railroad station wore the old-fashioned gray and white woolen ski caps which I had seen worn or worn myself in the Engadine. They are highly esteemed because the upturned rim can be let down like a visor. In the Alps, good protection against the icy wind, here, against the blazing heat. From Nairobi, we used a small Ford to visit the Athi Plains, a great game preserve. From a low hill in this broad savanna, a magnificent prospect opened out to us. To the very brink of the horizon, we saw gigantic herds of animals, gazelle, antelope, gnu, zebra, warthog, and so on. Grazing, heads nodding, the herds moved forward like slow rivers. There was scarcely any sound save the melancholy cry of a bird of prey. This was the stillness of the eternal beginning, the world as it had always been, in the state of non-being, for until then no one had been present to know that it was this world. I walked away from my companions until I had put them out of sight and savored the feeling of being entirely alone. There I was now, the first human being to recognize that this was the world, but who did not know that in this moment he had first really created it. There the cosmic meaning of consciousness became overwhelmingly clear to me. What nature leaves imperfect, the art perfects, say the alchemists. Man, in an invisible act of creation, put the stamp of perfection on the world by giving it objective existence. This act we usually ascribe to the Creator alone, without considering that in so doing we view life as a machine calculated down to the last detail, which, along with the human psyche, runs on senselessly, obeying foreknown and predetermined rules. In such a cheerless clockwork fantasy, there is no drama of man, world, and God. There is no new day leading to new shores, but only the dreariness of calculated processes. My old Pueblo friend came to my mind. He thought that the raison d'être of his Pueblo had been to help their father, the sun, to cross the sky each day. I had envied him for the fullness of meaning in that belief, and had been looking about without hope for a myth of our own. Now I knew what it was, and knew even more, that man is indispensable for the completion of creation, that, in fact, he himself is the second creator of the world, who alone has given to the world its objective existence, without which, unheard, unseen, silently eating, giving birth, dying, heads nodding through hundreds of millions of years, it would have gone on in the profoundest night of non-being down to its unknown end. Human consciousness created objective existence and meaning, and man found his indispensable place in the great process of being. By the Uganda Railroad, which was then being built, we traveled to its provisional terminus, Station Sigistifor, 64. The boys unloaded our quantities of equipment. I sat down on a chop box, a crate containing provisions, each one a man's head load, and lit a pipe, meditating on the fact that here we had, as it were, reached the edge of the Oikoumene, the inhabited earth, from which trails stretched endlessly over the continent. After a while, an elderly Englishman, obviously a squatter, joined me, sat down, and likewise took out a pipe. He asked where we were going. When I outlined our various destinations, he asked, "Is this the first time you have been in Africa? I have been here for 40 years. Yes, I told him, at least in this part of Africa. Then may I give you a piece of advice? You know, mister, this here country is not man's country, it's God's country. So if anything should happen, just sit down and don't worry." Whereupon he rose, and without another word was lost in the horde of Negroes swarming around us. His words struck me as somehow significant, and I tried to visualize the psychological state from which they had sprung. Evidently, they represented the quintessence of his experience. Not man but God was in command here. In other words, not will and intention, but inscrutable design. I had not come to the end of my meditation when our 2 automobiles were ready to set off. Our party piled in with the baggage, 8 men strong, and we held on as best we could. The shaking I received for the next several hours left no room for reflection. It was much farther than I had thought to the next settlement, Kakamega, seat of a D.C. district commissioner, headquarters of a small garrison of the African Rifles, and site of a hospital and, fantastically enough, a small insane asylum. Evening approached, and suddenly night had fallen. All at once, a tropical storm came up, with almost incessant flashes of lightning, thunder, and a cloudburst which instantly soaked us from head to foot, and made every brook a raging torrent. It was half an hour after midnight, with the sky beginning to clear when we reached Kakamigas. We were exhausted, and the DC helpfully received us with whiskey in his drawing room. A jolly and oh-so-welcome fire was burning in the fireplace. In the center of the handsome room stood a large table with a display of English journals. The place might easily have been a country house in Sussex. In my tiredness, I no longer knew whether I had been transported from reality into a dream, or from a dream to reality. Then we had still to pitch our tents, for the first time. Luckily, nothing was missing. Next morning I awoke with a touch of feverish laryngitis and had to stay in bed for a day. To this circumstance I owe my memorable acquaintanceship with the brain fever bird, a creature remarkable for being able to sing a correct scale, but leaving out the last note and starting again from the beginning. To listen to this when one is down with a fever is to have one's nerves strained to the breaking point. Another feathered inhabitant of the banana plantations has a cry which consists of two of the sweetest and most melodious flute tones, with a third frightful sour note for an ending. What nature leaves imperfect. The song of the bellbird, however, was one of unalloyed beauty. When it sang, it was as though a bell were drifting along the horizon. Next day, with the aid of the DC, we rounded up our column of bearers, which was supplemented by a military escort of 3 askaris, and now began the trek to Mount Elgon, whose 14,000-foot crater wall we soon saw on the horizon. The track led through relatively dry savanna covered with umbrella acacias. The whole district was densely covered with small, round tumuli between 6 and 10 feet high, old termite colonies. For travelers, there were rest houses along the track, round, grass-roofed, rammed earth huts, open and empty. At night, a burning lantern was placed in the entrance as protection against intruders. Our cook had no lantern, but as a compensation he had a miniature hut all to himself, with which he was highly pleased, but it nearly proved fatal to him. The previous day he had slaughtered in front of his hut a sheep that we had bought for 5 Uganda shillings, and had prepared excellent mutton chops for our evening meal. After dinner, while we were sitting around the fire, smoking, we heard strange noises in the distance. The sounds came closer. They sounded now like the growling of bears, now like the barking and yapping of dogs. Then again, the sounds became shrill, like shrieks and hysterical laughter. My first impression was, this is like a comic turn at Barnum and Bailey's. Before long, however, the scene became more menacing. We were surrounded on all sides by a huge pack of hungry hyenas who had obviously smelled the sheep's blood. They performed an infernal concert, and in the glow of the fire their eyes could be seen glittering from the tall elephant grass. In spite of our lofty knowledge of the nature of hyenas, which are alleged not to attack man, we did not feel altogether sure of ourselves, and suddenly a frightful human scream came from behind the rest house. We snatched up our arms, a 9mm or Mannlicher rifle and a shotgun, and fired several rounds in the direction of those glittering lights. As we did so, our cook came rushing panic-stricken into our midst and babbled that a Fizi had come into his hut and almost killed him. The whole camp was in an uproar. The excitement, it seemed, so frightened the pack of hyenas that they quit the scene, protesting noisily. The bearers went on laughing for a long time, after which the rest of the night passed quietly, without further disturbance. Early next morning, the local chief appeared with a gift of 2 chickens and a basketful of eggs. He implored us to stay another day to shoot the hyenas. The day before, he said, they had dragged out an old man asleep in his hut and eaten him. De Africa nihil certum. At daybreak, roars of laughter began again in the boys' quarters. It appeared that they were reenacting the events of the night. One of them played the sleeping cook, and one of the soldiers played the creeping hyena, approaching the sleeper with murderous intent. This playlet was repeated I don't know how many times to the utter delight of the audience. From then on, the cook bore the nickname Feezy. We three whites already had our trademarks. My friend, the Englishman, was called Red Neck. To the native mind, all Englishmen had red necks. The American, who sported an impressive wardrobe, was known as Buona Maridati, the dapper gentleman. Because I already had gray hair at the time, I was then 50, I was the Mzee, the old man, and was regarded as 100 years old. Advanced age was rare in those parts. I saw very few white-haired men. Mzee is also a title of honor and was accorded to me in my capacity as head of the Bugishu Psychological Expedition, an appellation imposed by the Foreign Office in London as a Lucas, a non-lucendo. We did visit the Bugishus, but spent a much longer time with the Elganyes. All in all, Negroes proved to be excellent judges of character. One of their avenues to insight lay in their talent for mimicry. They could imitate with astounding accuracy the manner of expression, the gestures, the gaits of people, thus, to all intents and purposes, slipping into their skins. I found their understanding of the emotional nature of others altogether surprising. I would always take the time to engage in the long palavers for which they had a pronounced fondness. In this way I learned a great deal. Our traveling semi-officially proved advantageous, since in this way we found it easier to recruit bearers, and we were also given a military escort. The latter was by no means superfluous, since we were going to travel in territories that were not under white control. A corporal and 2 privates accompanied our safari to Mount Elgon. We could not help the chief by hunting the hyenas, and continued on our way after the adventure. The terrain sloped gently upward. Signs of tertiary lava beds increased. We passed through glorious stretches of jungle with huge Nandi flame trees flaunting their red blossoms. Enormous beetles and even larger brilliantly colored butterflies enlivened the clearings and the edges of the jungle. Branches were shaken by inquisitive monkeys as we advanced further into the bush. It was a paradisal world. Most of the way we still traversed flat savanna with deep red soil. We tramped mostly along the native trails which meandered in strikingly sharp turns. Our route led us into the Nandi region, and through the Nandi forest a sizable area of jungle. Without incident we reached a rest house at the foot of Mount Elgon, which had been towering higher and higher above our heads for days. Here the climb began, along a narrow path. We were greeted by the local chief, who was the son of the Laban, the medicine man. He rode a pony, the only horse we had so far seen. From him we learned that his tribe belonged to the Maasai, but lived in isolation here on the slopes of Mount Elgon. There a letter awaited us from the governor of Uganda, requesting us to take under our protection an English lady who was on her way back to Egypt via the Sudan. The governor was aware that we were following the same itinerary, and since we had already met the lady in Nairobi, we knew that she would be a congenial companion. Moreover, we were under considerable obligation to the governor for his having helped us in all sorts of ways. I mention this episode to suggest the subtle modes by which an archetype influences our actions. We were 3 men. That was a matter of pure chance. I had asked another friend of mine to join us, which would have made a 4th, but circumstances had prevented him from accepting. That sufficed to produce an unconscious or fated constellation, the archetype of the triad, which calls for the 4th to complete it, as we have seen again and again in the history of this archetype. Since I am inclined to accept chance when it comes my way, I welcomed the lady to our group of 3 men. Hardy and intrepid, she proved a useful counterpoise to our one-sided masculinity. When one of our party came down with a bad case of tropical malaria, we were grateful for the experience she had acquired as a nurse during the First World War. After a few hours of climbing, we reached a lovely large clearing. bisected by a clear, cool brook with a waterfall about 10 feet in height. The pool at the bottom of the waterfall became our bath. Our campsite was situated about 300 yards away on a gentle, dry slope shadowed by umbrella acacias. Nearby, that is, about 15 minutes' walk away, was a native kraal which consisted of a few huts and a boma, a yard surrounded by a hedge of wait-a-bit thorn. This kraal provided us with our water-bearers, a woman and her two half-grown daughters who were naked except for a belt of cowries. They were chocolate brown and strikingly pretty, with fine, slim figures and an aristocratic leisureliness about their movements. It was a pleasure for me each morning to hear the soft cling-clang of their iron ankle rings as they came up from the brook, and soon afterward to see their swaying gait as they emerged from the tall yellow elephant grass, balancing the amphory of water on their heads. They were adorned with ankle rings, brass bracelets and necklaces, earrings of copper or wood in the shape of small spools. Their lower lips were pierced with either a bone or iron nail. They had very good manners and always greeted us with shy, charming smiles. With a single exception, which I shall mention shortly, I never spoke to a native woman, this being what was expected of me. As in Southern Europe, men speak to men, women to women. Anything else signifies love-making. The white who goes in for this not only forfeits his authority, but runs the serious risk of going black. I observed several highly instructive examples of this. Quite often I heard the natives pass judgment upon a certain white. He is a bad man. When I asked why, the reply was invariably, he sleeps with our women. Among my Elganyes, the men busied themselves with the cattle and with hunting. The women were identified with the shamba, a field of bananas, sweet potatoes, kaffir, grain sorghum, and maize. They kept children, goats, and chickens in the same round hut in which the family lived. Their dignity and naturalness flow from their function in the economy. They are intensely active business partners. The concept of equal rights for women is the product of an age in which such partnership has lost its meaning. Primitive society is regulated by an unconscious egoism and altruism. Both attitudes are wisely given their due. This unconscious order breaks up at once if any disturbance ensues which has to be remedied by a conscious act. It gives me pleasure to recall one of my important informants on family relations among the Elgany. He was a strikingly handsome youth by the name of Gibrot, the son of a chief, charming and distinguished in manners, whose confidence I had evidently won. To be sure, he gladly accepted my cigarettes, but he was not greedy for them, as the others were for all sorts of gifts. From time to time he would pay me a gentlemanly visit and tell me all sorts of interesting things. I felt that he had something in mind, some request that he somehow could not voice. Not until we had known each other for some time did he astonish me by asking me to meet his family. I knew that he himself was still unmarried, and that his parents were dead. The family in question was that of an elder sister. She was married as a second wife and had 4 children. Gibrot very much wanted me to pay her a visit, so that she would have the opportunity to meet me. Evidently she filled the place of a mother in his life. I agreed, because I hoped in this social way to obtain some insight into native family life. Madame était chez elle. She came out of the hut when we arrived and greeted me with utter naturalness. She was a good-looking woman, middle-aged, that is, about 30. Aside from the obligatory cowrie belt, she wore arm and ankle rings, some copper ornaments hanging from the greatly extended earlobe, and the skin of some small game animal over her breast. She had locked her 4 little mitotos in the hut. They peered out through cracks in the door, giggling excitedly. At my request, she let them out, but it took some time before they dared to emerge. She had the same excellent manners as her brother, who was beaming joyfully at the success of his coup. We did not sit down since there was nowhere to sit except on the dusty ground which was covered with chicken droppings and goat pellets. The conversation moved in the conventional framework of semi-familial drawing room talk, revolving around family, children, house, and garden. Her elder co-wife, whose property bordered on hers, had 6 children. The boma of this sister was some 80 yards away. Approximately halfway between the two women's huts at the apex of a triangle stood the husband's hut, and behind that, about 50 yards away, a small hut occupied by the first wife's already grown son. Each of the two women had her own shamba. My hostess was obviously proud of hers. I had the feeling that the confidence and self-assurance of her manner were founded to a great extent upon her identity with her own wholeness, her private world made up of children, house, small livestock, shamba, and, last but not least, her not unattractive physique. The husband was referred to only in an elusive way. It seemed that he was sometimes here, sometimes not here. At the moment he was staying at some unknown place. My hostess was plainly and unproblematically the embodiment of stability, a veritable pied-à-terre for the husband. The question did not seem to be whether or not he was there, but rather whether she was present in her wholeness, providing a geomagnetic center for the husband who wandered over the land with his herds. What goes on in the interior of these simple souls is not conscious, is therefore unknown, and we can only deduce it from comparative evidence of advanced European differentiation. I asked myself whether the growing masculinization of the white woman is not connected with the loss of her natural wholeness, shamba, children, livestock, house of her own, hearth fire, whether it is not a compensation for her impoverishment, and whether the feminizing of the white man is not a further consequence. The more rational the polity, the more blurred is the difference between the sexes. The role homosexuality plays in modern society is enormous. It is partly the consequence of the mother complex, partly a purposive phenomenon, prevention of reproduction. My companions and I had the good fortune to taste the world of Africa, with its incredible beauty and its equally incredible suffering, before the end came. Our camp life proved to be one of the loveliest interludes in my life. I enjoyed the divine peace of a still primeval country. Never had I seen so clearly man and the other animals, Herodotus. Thousands of miles lay between me and Europe, mother of all demons. The demons could not reach me here. There were no telegrams, no telephone calls, no letters, no visitors. My liberated psychic forces poured blissfully back to the primeval expanses. It was easy for us to arrange a palaver each morning with the natives who squatted all day long around our camp and watched our doings with never-fading interest. My headman, Ibrahim, had initiated me into the etiquette of the palaver. All the men, the women never came near, had to sit on the ground. Ibrahim had obtained for me a small four-legged chief's stool of mahogany on which I had to sit. Then I began with an address and set forth the shauri, that is, the agenda of the palaver. Most of the natives spoke a tolerable pidgin Swahili, and I for my part would manage to speak to them by making ample use of a small dictionary. This little book was the object of unwearying admiration. My limited vocabulary imposed upon me a needful simplicity. Often the conversation resembled an amusing game of guessing riddles, for which reason the palavers enjoyed great popularity. The sessions seldom lasted longer than an hour or an hour and a half, because the men grew visibly tired and would complain with dramatic gestures, "Alas, we are so tired." I was naturally much interested in the natives' dreams, but at first could not get them to tell me any. I offered small rewards, cigarettes, matches, safety pins, and such things, which they were eager to have. But nothing helped. I could never completely explain their shyness about telling dreams. I suspect the reason was fear and distrust. It is well known that Negroes are afraid of being photographed. They fear that anyone who takes a picture of them is robbing them of their soul, and perhaps they likewise fear that harm may come to them from anyone who has knowledge of their dreams. This, incidentally, did not apply to our boys, who were coastal Somalis and Swahilis. They had an Arab dream book which they daily consulted during the trek. If they were in doubt about an interpretation, they would actually come to me for advice. They termed me a man of the book because of my knowledge of the Quran. To their minds, I was a disguised Mohammedan. One time we had a palaver with the Liban, the old medicine man. He appeared in a splendid cloak made of the skins of blue monkeys, a valuable article of display. When I asked him about his dreams, he answered with tears in his eyes. In old days, the Labans had dreams and knew whether there is war or sickness, or whether rain comes and where the herds should be driven. His grandfather, too, had still dreamed. But since the whites were in Africa, he said, no one had dreams anymore. Dreams were no longer needed because now the English knew everything. His reply showed me that the medicine man had lost his raison d'être. The divine voice which counseled the tribe was no longer needed because the English know better. Formerly, the medicine man had negotiated with the gods or the power of destiny and had advised his people. He exerted great influence, just as in ancient Greece the word of the Pythia possessed the highest authority. Now the medicine man's authority was replaced by that of the DC. The value of life now lay wholly in this world, and it seemed to me only a question of time and of the vitality of the black race before the Negroes would become conscious of the importance of physical power. Far from being an imposing personality, our Laban was only a somewhat tearful old gentleman. He was the living embodiment of the spreading disintegration of an undermined, outmoded, unrestorable world. On numerous occasions I brought the conversation around to the noumena, especially to rites and ceremonies. Concerning these, I had only a single piece of evidence. In front of an empty hut in the middle of a busy village street, I had seen a carefully swept spot several yards in diameter. In the center lay a cowrie belt, arm and ankle rings, earrings, the shards of all sorts of pots, and a digging stick. All that we were able to learn about this was the fact that a woman had died in this hut. Nothing whatsoever was said about a funeral. In the palaver, the people assured me with considerable emphasis that their neighbors to the west were bad people. If someone died there, the next village was informed, and in the evening the body was brought to the midpoint between the two villages. From the other side, presents of various sorts were brought to the same spot, and in the morning the corpse was no longer there. It was plainly insinuated that the other village devoured the dead. Such things never happened among the El Gani, they said. To be sure, their dead were laid out in the bush, where the hyenas took care of them in the course of the night. In point of fact, we never found any signs of burial of the dead. I was informed, however, that when a man dies, his body is placed on the floor in the middle of the hut. The Laban walks around the body, sprinkling milk from a bowl onto the floor, murmuring, Ayik adhista ayik. I knew the meaning of these words from a memorable palaver that had taken place earlier. At the end of that palaver, an old man had suddenly exclaimed, in the morning, when the sun comes, we go out of the huts, spit into our hands, and hold them up to the sun. I had him show me the ceremony and describe it exactly. They held their hands in front of their mouths, spat or blew vigorously, then turned the palms upward toward the sun. I asked what this meant, why they blew or spat into their hands. My questioning was in vain. We've always done it, they said. It was impossible to obtain any explanation, and I realized that they actually knew only that they did it, not what they were doing. They themselves saw no meaning in this action. But we too perform ceremonies without realizing what we are doing, such as lighting Christmas tree candles, hiding Easter eggs, etc. The old man said that this was the true religion of all peoples, that all Keverandos, all Buganda, all tribes for as far as the eye could see from the mountain and endlessly farther, worshipped Adhista, that is, the sun at the moment of rising. Only then was the sun Mung, God. The first delicate golden crescent of the new moon in the purple of the western sky was also God, but only at that time, otherwise not. Evidently, the meaning of the Elganyi ceremony was that an offering was being made to the sun divinity at the moment of its rising. If the gift was spittle, it was the substance which, in the view of primitives, contains the personal mana, the power of healing, magic, and life. If it was breath, then it was roho, Arabic, ruk, Hebrew, ruach, Greek, pneuma, wind, and spirit. The act was therefore saying, I offer to God my living soul. It was a wordless, acted-out prayer which might equally well be rendered, Lord, into thy hands I commend my spirit. Besides Adhista, the Elgonyi, we were further informed, also venerate Ayik, the spirit who dwells in the earth and is a shaitan, devil. He is the creator of fear, a cold wind who lies in wait for the nocturnal traveler. The old man whistled a kind of Loki motif to convey vividly how the Ayik creeps through the tall, mysterious grass of the bush. In general, the people asseverated that the Creator had made everything good and beautiful. He was beyond good and evil. He was Missouri, that is, beautiful, and everything he did was Missouri. When I asked, but what about the wicked animals who kill your cattle? They said, the lion is good and beautiful. And your horrible diseases? They said, you lie in the sun and it is good. I was impressed by this optimism. But at 6 o'clock in the evening, this optimism was suddenly over, as I soon discovered. From sunset on, it was a different world, the dark world of Ayik, of evil, danger, fear. The optimistic philosophy gave way to fear of ghosts and magical practices intended to secure protection from evil. Without any inner contradiction, the optimism returned at dawn. It was a profoundly stirring experience for me to find, at the sources of the Nile, this reminder of the ancient Egyptian conception of the two acolytes of Osiris, Horus, and Set. Here, evidently, was a primordial African experience that had flowed down to the coasts of the Mediterranean along with the sacred waters of the Nile, Adhista, the rising sun, the principle of light like Horus, Ayik, the principle of darkness, the breeder of fear. In the simple rites performed for the dead, the Laban's words and his sprinkling of milk unite the opposites. He simultaneously sacrifices to these two principles, which are of equal power and significance since the time of their dominance. The rule of day and of night each visibly lasts for 12 hours. The important thing, however, is the moment when, with the typical suddenness of the tropics, the first ray of light shoots forth like an arrow, and night passes into life-filled light. The sunrise in these latitudes was a phenomenon that overwhelmed me anew every day. The drama of it lay less in the splendor of the sun shooting up over the horizon than in what happened afterward. I formed the habit of taking my camp stool and sitting under an umbrella acacia just before dawn. Before me, at the bottom of the little valley, lay a dark, almost black-green strip of jungle, with the rim of the plateau on the opposite side of the valley towering above it. At first, the contrast between light and darkness would be extremely sharp. Then, objects would assume contour and emerge into the light which seemed to fill the valley with a compact brightness. The horizon above became radiantly white. Gradually, the swelling light seemed to penetrate into the very structure of objects, which became illuminated from within until at last they shone translucently like bits of colored glass. Everything turned to flaming crystal. The cry of the bellbird rang around the horizon. At such moments I felt as if I were inside a temple. It was the most sacred hour of the day. I drank in this glory with insatiable delight, or rather, in a timeless ecstasy. Near my observation point was a high cliff inhabited by big baboons. Every morning they sat quietly, almost motionless, on the ridge of the cliff facing the sun, whereas throughout the rest of the day they ranged noisily through the forest, screeching and chattering. Like me, they seemed to be waiting for the sunrise. They reminded me of the great baboons of the temple of Abu Simbel in Egypt, which performed the gesture of adoration. They tell the same story. For untold ages, men have worshipped the great God who redeems the world by rising out of the darkness as a radiant light in the heavens. At that time, I understood that within the soul from its primordial beginnings, there has been a desire for light and an irrepressible urge to rise out of the primal darkness. When the great night comes, everything takes on a note of deep dejection, and every soul is seized by an inexpressible longing for light. That is the pent-up feeling that can be detected in the eyes of primitives and also in the eyes of animals. There is a sadness in animals' eyes, and we never know whether that sadness is bound up with the soul of the animal or is a poignant message which speaks to us out of that still unconscious existence. That sadness also reflects the mood of Africa, the experience of its solitudes. It is a maternal mystery, this primordial darkness. That is why the sun's birth in the morning strikes the natives as so overwhelmingly meaningful. The moment in which light comes is God. That moment brings redemption, release. To say that the sun is God is to blur and forget the archetypal experience of that moment. We are glad that the night when the spirits are abroad is over now, the natives will say. But that is already a rationalization. In reality, a darkness altogether different from natural night broods over the land. It is the psychic primal night which is the same today as it has been for countless millions of years. The longing for light is the longing for consciousness. Our blissful stay on Mount Elgon neared its end. With heavy hearts we struck our tents, promising ourselves that we would return. I could not have brought myself to think that this would be the first and the last time I would experience this unlooked-for glory. Since then, gold has been discovered near Kakamega. Mining has begun. The Mau Mau movement has arisen among those innocent and friendly natives, and we too have known a rude awakening from the dream of civilization. We trekked along the southern slope of Mount Elgon. Gradually, the character of the landscape changed. Higher mountains covered with dense jungle verged on the plain. The color of the inhabitants grew blacker. Their bodies became clumsier and more massive, lacking the grace of the Maasai. We were entering the territory of the Bugashu, where we stayed some time in the rest house of Bunambale. It is situated at a high altitude, and we had a splendid view of the broad Nile Valley. From there we went on to Mbala, where we were met by 2 Ford trucks that took us to Jinja on Lake Victoria. We loaded our baggage onto a train of the narrow-gauge railroad. Once every 2 weeks it went to Lake Kyoga. A paddle-wheel steamer whose boiler was fired by wood picked us up and after a number of incidents brought us to Masindi Port. There we transferred to a truck and so reached Masindi Town, which is situated on the plateau that separates Lake Kyoga from Albert Nyanza. In a village on the way from Lake Albert to Rejaf in the Sudan, we had a very exciting experience. The local chief, a tall, still quite young man, appeared with his retinue. These were the blackest Negroes I had ever seen. There was something about the group which was not exactly reassuring. The Mamour of Nimule had given us 3 Askaris as an escort, but I saw that they, as well as our own boys, did not feel at all easy. After all, they had only 3 cartridges each for their rifles. Their presence, consequently, was a merely symbolic gesture on the part of the government. When the chief proposed that he give a ngoma, dance, in the evening, I assented gladly. I hoped that the frolic would bring their better nature to the fore. Night had fallen, and we were all longing for sleep when we heard drums and horn blasts. Soon some 60 men appeared, martially equipped with flashing lances, clubs, and swords. They were followed at some distance by the women and children. Even the infants were present, carried on their mothers' backs. This was obviously to be a grand social occasion. In spite of the heat, which still hovered around 93 degrees, a big fire was kindled and women and children formed a circle around it. The men formed an outer ring around them, as I had once observed a nervous herd of elephants do. I did not know whether I ought to feel pleased or anxious about this mass display. I looked around for our boys and the government soldiers. They had vanished completely from the camp. As a gesture of goodwill, I distributed cigarettes, matches, and safety pins. The men's chorus began to sing, vigorous, bellicose melodies, not unharmonious, and at the same time began to swing their legs. The women and children tripped around the fire. The men danced toward it, waving their weapons, then drew back again, and then advanced anew, amid savage singing, drumming, and trumpeting. It was a wild and stirring scene, bathed in the glow of the fire and magical moonlight. My English friend and I sprang to our feet and mingled with the dancers. I swung my rhinoceros whip, the only weapon I had, and danced with them. By their beaming faces I could see that they approved of our taking part. Their zeal redoubled. The whole company stamped, sang, shouted, sweating profusely. Gradually the rhythm of the dance and the drumming accelerated. In dances such as these, accompanied by such music, the natives easily fall into a virtual state of possession. That was the case now. As 11 o'clock approached, their excitement began to get out of bounds, and suddenly the whole affair took on a highly curious aspect. The dancers were being transformed into a wild horde, and I became worried about how it would end. I signed to the chief that it was time to stop, and that he and his people ought to go to sleep, but he kept wanting just another one. I remembered that a countryman of mine, one of the Saracen cousins, on an exploratory expedition in Celebes, had been struck by a stray spear in the course of such a ngoma. And so, disregarding the chief's pleas, I called the people together, distributed cigarettes, and then made the gesture of sleeping. Then I swung my rhinoceros whip threateningly, but at the same time laughing, and for lack of any better language I swore at them loudly in Swiss German that this was enough, and they must go home to bed and sleep now. It was apparent to the people that I was to some extent pretending my anger, but that seems to have struck just the right note. General laughter arose. Capering, they scattered in all directions and vanished into the night. For a long time we heard their jovial howls and drumming in the distance. At last, silence fell, and we dropped into the sleep of exhaustion. Our trek came to an end in Rejaf, on the Nile. There, we stowed our gear onto a paddle-wheel steamer which just succeeded in docking at Rejaf. The water level was almost too low for it. By this time I was feeling burdened by all that I had experienced. 1,000 thoughts were whirling around me, and it became painfully clear to me that my capacity to digest new impressions was quickly approaching its limits. The thing to do was to go over all my observations and experiences and discover their interconnections. I had written down everything worth noting. During the entire trip, my dreams stubbornly followed the tactic of ignoring Africa. They drew exclusively upon scenes from home, and thus seemed to say that they considered, if it is permissible to personify the unconscious processes to this extent, the African journey not as something real, but rather as a symptomatic or symbolic act. Even the most impressive events of the trip were rigorously excluded from my dreams. Only once during the entire expedition did I dream of a Negro. His face appeared curiously familiar to me, but I had to reflect a long time before I could determine where I had met him before. Finally it came to me. He had been my barber in Chattanooga, Tennessee, an American Negro. In the dream, he was holding a tremendous red-hot curling iron to my head, intending to make my hair kinky, that is, to give me Negro hair. I could already feel the painful heat and awoke with a sense of terror. I took this dream as a warning from the unconscious. It was saying that the primitive was a danger to me. At that time, I was obviously all too close to going black. I was suffering an attack of sandfly fever, which probably reduced my psychic resistance. In order to represent a Negro threatening me, my unconscious had invoked a 12-year-old memory of my Negro barber in America, just in order to avoid any reminder of the present. This curious behavior of my dreams corresponds, incidentally, to a phenomenon which was noted during the First World War. Soldiers in the field dreamt far less of the war than of their homes. Military psychiatrists considered it a basic principle that a man should be pulled out of the front lines when he started dreaming too much of war scenes, for that meant he no longer possessed any psychic defenses against the impressions from outside. Parallel to my involvement with this demanding African environment, an interior line was being successfully secured within my dreams. The dreams dealt with my personal problems. The only thing I could conclude from this was that my European personality must under all circumstances be preserved intact. To my astonishment, the suspicion dawned on me that I had undertaken my African adventure with the secret purpose of escaping from Europe and its complex of problems, even at the risk of remaining in Africa, as so many before me had done, and as so many were doing at this very time. The trip revealed itself as less an investigation of primitive psychology, Bogishu's Psychological Expedition, BPE, black letters on the chop boxes, than a probing into the rather embarrassing question, what is going to happen to Jung the psychologist in the wilds of Africa? This was a question I had constantly sought to evade, in spite of my intellectual intention to study the Europeans' reaction to primitive conditions. It became clear to me that this study had been not so much an objective, scientific project as an intensely personal one, and that any attempt to go deeper into it touched every possible sore spot in my own psychology. I had to admit to myself that it was scarcely the Wembley exhibition which had begotten my decision to travel, but rather the fact that the atmosphere had become too highly charged for me in Europe. Amid such thoughts, I glided on the peaceful waters of the Nile toward the north, toward Europe, toward the future. The voyage ended at Khartoum. There, Egypt began. And thus I fulfilled my desire and my plan to approach this cultural realm not from the west, from the direction of Europe and Greece, but from the south, from the sources of the Nile. I was less interested in the complex Asiatic elements in Egyptian culture than in the Hamitic contribution. By following the geographical course of the Nile, and hence the stream of time, I could find out something about that for myself. My greatest illumination in this respect had been my discovery of the Horus principle among the Algani. That whole episode and all that it meant was dramatically called to mind again when I saw the sculptured cynocephaly, dog-faced baboons, of Abu Simbel, the southern gate of Egypt. The myth of Horus is the age-old story of the newly risen divine light. It is a myth which must have been told after human culture, that is, consciousness, had for the first time released men from the darkness of prehistoric times. Thus the journey from the heart of Africa to Egypt became, for me, a kind of drama of the birth of light. That drama was intimately connected with me, with my psychology. I realized this, but felt incapable of formulating it in words. I had not known in advance what Africa would give me. But here lay the satisfying answer, the fulfilling experience. It was worth more to me than any ethnological yield would have been, any collection of weapons, ornaments, pottery, or hunting trophies. I had wanted to know how Africa would affect me, and I had found out. India. My journey to India in 1938 was not taken on my own initiative. It arose out of an invitation from the British government of India to take part in the celebrations connected with the 25th anniversary of the University of Calcutta. By that time, I had read a great deal about Indian philosophy and religious history, and was deeply convinced of the value of Oriental wisdom. But I had to travel in order to form my own conclusions, and remained within myself like a homunculus in the retort. India affected me like a dream, for I was and remained in search of myself, of the truth peculiar to myself. The journey formed an intermezzo in the intensive study of alchemical philosophy on which I was engaged at the time. This had so strong a grip upon me that I took along the first volume of the Theatrum Chemicum of 1602, which contains the principal writings of Gerardus Dorneus. In the course of the voyage, I studied the book from beginning to end. Thus it was that this material belonging to the fundamental strata of European thought was constantly counterpointed by my impressions of a foreign mentality and culture. Both had emerged from original psychic experiences of the unconscious, and therefore had produced the same, similar, or at least comparable insights. India gave me my first direct experience of an alien, highly differentiated culture. Altogether different elements had ruled my Central African journey. Culture had not predominated. As for North Africa, I had never had the opportunity there to talk with a person capable of putting his culture into words. In India, however, I had the chance to speak with representatives of the Indian mentality and to compare it with the European. I had searching talks with S. Subramanya Iyer, the guru of the Maharaja of Mysore, whose guest I was for some time, also with many others whose names unfortunately have escaped me. On the other hand, I studiously avoided all so-called holy men. I did so because I had to make do with my own truth, not accept from others what I could not attain on my own. I would have felt it as a theft had I attempted to learn from the holy men and to accept their truth for myself. Neither in Europe can I make any borrowings from the East, but must shape my life out of myself, out of what my inner being tells me, or what nature brings to me. In India, I was principally concerned with the question of the psychological nature of evil. I had been very much impressed by the way this problem is integrated in Indian spiritual life, and I saw it in a new light. In a conversation with a cultivated Chinese, I was also impressed again and again by the fact that these people are able to integrate so-called evil without losing face. In the West, we cannot do this. For the Oriental, the problem of morality does not appear to take first place, as it does for us. To the Oriental, good and evil are meaningfully contained in nature and are merely varying degrees of the same thing. I saw that Indian spirituality contains as much of evil as of good. The Christian strives for good and succumbs to evil. The Indian feels himself to be outside good and evil and seeks to realize this state by meditation or yoga. My objection is that, given such an attitude, neither good nor evil takes on any real outline, and this produces a certain stasis. One does not really believe in evil, and one does not really believe in good. Good or evil are then regarded at most as my good or my evil, as whatever seems to me good or evil, which leaves us with the paradoxical statement that Indian spirituality lacks both evil and good, or is so burdened by contradictions that it needs nirdvandva, the liberation from opposites and from the 10,000 things. The Indian's goal is not moral perfection but the condition of nirdvandva. He wishes to free himself from nature. In keeping with this aim, he seeks in meditation the condition of image-lessness and emptiness. I, on the other hand, wish to persist in the state of lively contemplation of nature and of the psychic images. I want to be freed neither from human beings, nor from myself, nor from nature, for all these appear to me the greatest of miracles. Nature, the psyche, and life appear to me like divinity unfolded, And what more could I wish for? To me, the supreme meaning of being can consist only in the fact that it is, not that it is not or is no longer. To me, there is no liberation à tout prix. I cannot be liberated from anything that I do not possess, have not done or experienced. Real liberation becomes possible for me only when I have done all that I was able to do, when I have completely devoted myself to a thing and participated in it to the utmost. If I withdraw from participation, I am virtually amputating the corresponding part of my psyche. Naturally, there may be good reasons for my not immersing myself in a given experience, but then I am forced to confess my inability, and must know that I may have neglected to do something of vital importance. In this way, I make amends for the lack of a positive act by the clear knowledge of my incompetence. A man who has not passed through the inferno of his passions has never overcome them. They then dwell in the house next door, and at any moment a flame may dart out and set fire to his own house. Whenever we give up, leave behind, and forget too much, there is always the danger that the things we have neglected will return with added force. In Konarak, Orissa, I met a pandit who obligingly offered to come with me on my visit to the temple and the great temple car. The pagoda is covered from base to pinnacle with exquisitely obscene sculptures. We talked for a long time about this extraordinary fact, which he explained to me as a means to achieve spiritualization. I objected, pointing to a group of young peasants who were standing open-mouthed before the monument, admiring these splendors, that such young men were scarcely undergoing spiritualization at the moment, but were much more likely having their heads filled with sexual fantasies. Whereupon he replied, "But that is just the point. How can they ever become spiritualized if they do not first fulfill their karma? These admittedly obscene images are here for the very purpose of recalling to the people their dharma, law. Otherwise, these unconscious fellows might forget it." I thought it an odd notion that young men might forget their sexuality, like animals out of rutting time. My sage, however, resolutely maintained that they were as unconscious as animals and actually in need of urgent admonishments. To this end, he said, before they set foot inside the temple, they were reminded of their dharma by the exterior decorations, for unless they were made conscious of their dharma and fulfilled it, they could not partake of spiritualization. As we entered through the gate of the temple, my companion pointed to the two temptresses, statues of two dancing girls with seductively curved hips, who smilingly greeted all who entered. "Do you see these two dancing girls?" he said. "Their meaning is the same. Naturally, this does not apply to people like you and me, for we have attained to a level of consciousness which is above this sort of thing. But for these peasant boys, it is an indispensable instruction and admonishment." When we left the temple and were walking down a lingam lane, he suddenly said, "Do you see these stones? Do you know what they mean? I will tell you a great secret." I was astonished, for I thought that the phallic nature of these monuments was known to every child. But he whispered into my ear with the greatest seriousness, "These stones are man's private parts." I had expected him to tell me that they signified the great god Shiva. I looked at him dumbfounded, but he only nodded self-importantly, as if to say, "Yes, that is how it is. No doubt you in your European ignorance would never have thought so." When I told this story to Heinrich Zimmer, he exclaimed in delight, "At last I have heard something real about India for a change." When I visited the stupas of Sanchi, where Buddha delivered his fire sermon, I was overcome by a strong emotion of the kind that frequently develops in me when I encounter a thing, person, or idea of whose significance I am still unconscious. The stupas are situated on a rocky hill whose peak can be reached by a pleasant path of great stone slabs laid down through a green meadow. The stupas are tombs or containers of relics, hemispherical in shape, like two gigantic rice bowls placed one on top of the other, concavity upon concavity, according to the prescripts of the Buddha himself in the Maha-Parinibbana Sutta. The British have done their restoration work in a most respectful spirit. The largest of these buildings is surrounded by a wall which has 4 elaborate gates. You come in by one of these and the path turns to the left, then leads into a clockwise circumambulation around the stupa. At the 4 cardinal points stand statues of the Buddha. When you have completed one circumambulation, you enter a second, higher circuit which runs in the same direction. The distant prospect over the plain, the stupas themselves, the temple ruins, and the solitary stillness of this holy site held me in a spell. I took leave of my companion and submerged myself in the overpowering mood of the place. After a while, I heard rhythmic gong tones approaching from the distance. A group of Japanese pilgrims came marching up one behind the other, each striking a small gong. They were beating out the rhythm of the age-old prayer, Om Mani Padme Hum, the stroke of the gong falling upon the hum. Outside the stupas they bowed low, then passed through the gate. There they bowed again before the statue of the Buddha, intoning a chorale-like song. They completed the double circumambulation, singing a hymn before each statue of the Buddha. As I watched them, my mind and spirit were with them, and something within me silently thanked them for having so wonderfully come to the aid of my inarticulate feelings. The intensity of my emotion showed that the hill of Sanchi meant something central to me. A new side of Buddhism was revealed to me there. I grasped the life of the Buddha as the reality of the self which had broken through and laid claim to a personal life. For Buddha, the self stands above all gods, a unus mundus which represents the essence of human existence and of the world as a whole. The self embodies both the aspect of intrinsic being and the aspect of its being known, without which no world exists. Buddha saw and grasped the cosmogonic dignity of human consciousness. For that reason, he saw clearly that if a man succeeded in extinguishing this light, the world would sink into nothingness. Schopenhauer's great achievement lay in his also recognizing this, or rediscovering it independently. Christ, like Buddha, is an embodiment of the self, but in an altogether different sense. Both stood for an overcoming of the world, Buddha out of rational insight, Christ as a foredoomed sacrifice. In Christianity, more is suffered. In Buddhism, more is seen and done. Both paths are right, but in the Indian sense, Buddha is the more complete human being. He is a historical personality and therefore easier for men to understand. Christ is at once a historical man and God and therefore much more difficult to comprehend. At bottom, he was not comprehensible even to himself. He knew only that he had to sacrifice himself, that this course was imposed upon him from within. His sacrifice happened to him like an act of destiny. Buddha lived out his life and died at an advanced age, whereas Christ's activity as Christ probably lasted no more than a year. Later, Buddhism underwent the same transformation as Christianity. Buddha became, as it were, the image of the development of the self. He became a model for men to imitate, whereas actually he had preached that by overcoming the Nidana chain, every human being could become an illuminate, a Buddha. Similarly, in Christianity, Christ is an exemplar who dwells in every Christian as his integral personality. But historical trends led to the imitatio Christi, whereby the individual does not pursue his own destined road to wholeness, but attempts to imitate the way taken by Christ. Similarly, in the East, historical trends led to a devout imitation of the Buddha. That Buddha should have become a model to be imitated was in itself a weakening of his idea, just as the imitatio Christi was a forerunner of the fateful stasis in the evolution of the Christian idea. As Buddha, by virtue of his insight, was far in advance of the Brahma gods, so Christ cried out to the Jews, "You are gods," John 10:34, But men were incapable of understanding what he meant. Instead, we find that the so-called Christian West, far from creating a new world, is moving with giant strides toward the possibility of destroying the world we have. India honored me with 3 doctorates from Allahabad, Benares, and Calcutta, representatives of Islam, of Hinduism, and of British Indian medicine and science. It was a little too much of a good thing, and I needed a retreat. A 10-day spell in the hospital offered it to me, for in Calcutta I finally came down with dysentery. This was a blessed island in the wild sea of new impressions, and I found a place to stand on from which I could contemplate the 10,000 things in their bewildering turmoil. When I returned to the hotel, in tolerably good health, I had a dream so characteristic that I wished to set it down here. I found myself, with a large number of my Zurich friends and acquaintances on an unknown island, presumably situated not far off the coast of southern England. It was small and almost uninhabited. The island was narrow, a strip of land about 20 miles long, running in a north-south direction. On the rocky coast at the southern end of the island was a medieval castle. We stood in its courtyard, a group of sightseeing tourists. Before us rose an imposing belfort, through whose gate a wide stone staircase was visible. We could just manage to see that it terminated above in a columned hall. This hall was dimly illuminated by candlelight. I understood that this was the Castle of the Grail and that this evening there would be a celebration of the Grail here. This information seemed to be of a secret character for a German professor among us who strikingly resembled old Mommsen knew nothing about it. I talked most animatedly with him and was impressed by his learning and sparkling intelligence. Only one thing disturbed me. He spoke constantly about a dead past and lectured very learnedly on the relationship of the British to the French sources of the Grail story. Apparently he was not conscious of the meaning of the legend, nor of its living presentness, whereas I was intensely aware of both. Also, he did not seem to perceive our immediate, actual surroundings, for he behaved as though he were in a classroom, lecturing to his students. In vain I tried to call his attention to the peculiarity of the situation. He did not see the stairs or the festive glow in the hall. I looked around somewhat helplessly and discovered that I was standing by the wall of a tall castle. The lower portion of the wall was covered by a kind of trellis, not made of the usual wood but of black iron artfully formed into a grapevine complete with leaves, twining tendrils, and grapes. At intervals of 6 feet on the horizontal branches were tiny houses, likewise of iron, like birdhouses. Suddenly I saw a movement in the foliage. At first it seemed to be that of a mouse, but then I saw distinctly a tiny, iron-hooded gnome, a cucullatus, scurrying from one little house to the next. "Well," I exclaimed in astonishment to the professor, "now look at that, will you?" At that moment a hiatus occurred, and the dream changed. We, the same company as before, but without the professor, were outside the castle, in a treeless, rocky landscape. I knew that something had to happen, for the Grail was not yet in the castle and still had to be celebrated that same evening. It was said to be in the northern part of the island, hidden in a small, uninhabited house, the only house there. I knew that it was our task to bring the Grail to the castle. There were about 6 of us who set out and tramped northward. After several hours of strenuous hiking, we reached the narrowest part of the island, and I discovered that the island was actually divided into 2 halves by an arm of the sea. At the smallest part of this strait, the width of the water was about 100 yards. The sun had set and night descended. Wearily, we camped on the ground. The region was unpopulated and desolate. Far and wide there was not a tree or shrub, nothing but grass and rocks. There was no bridge, no boat. It was very cold. My companions fell asleep, one after the other. I considered what could be done and came to the conclusion that I alone must swim across the channel and fetch the Grail. I took off my clothes. At that point, I awoke. Here was this essentially European dream emerging when I had barely worked my way out of the overwhelming mass of Indian impressions. Some 10 years before, I had discovered that in many places in England the myth of the Grail was still a living thing, in spite of all the scholarship that has accumulated around this tradition. This fact had impressed me all the more when I realized the concordance between this poetic myth and what alchemy had to say about the unum vas, the una medicina, and the unus lapis. Myths which day has forgotten continue to be told by night, and powerful figures which consciousness has reduced to banality and ridiculous triviality are recognized again by poets and prophetically revived. Therefore, they can also be recognized in changed form by the thoughtful person. The great ones of the past have not died as we think. They have merely changed their names. Small and slight, but great in might, the veiled Kabir enters a new house. Imperiously, the dream wiped away all the intense impressions of India and swept me back to the too long neglected concerns of the Occident, which had formerly been expressed in the quest for the Holy Grail as well as in the search for the Philosopher's Stone. I was taken out of the world of India and reminded that India was not my task, but only a part of the way, admittedly a significant one, which should carry me closer to my goal. It was as though the dream were asking me, "What are you doing in India?" Rather, seek for yourself and your fellows the healing vessel, the Servator Mundi, which you urgently need. For your state is perilous. You are all in imminent danger of destroying all that centuries have built up. Ceylon, the last stage of my journey, struck me as no longer India. There is already something of the South Seas about it, and a touch of paradise, in which one cannot linger too long. Colombo is a busy international port where every day between 5 and 6 o'clock a massive downpour descends from a clear sky. We soon left it behind and headed for the hilly country of the interior. There, Kandy, the old royal city, is swathed in a fine mist, whose tepid humidity sustains a luxuriant vegetation. The Dalada Maligawa Temple, which contains the relic of the Holy Tooth, of Buddha, is small, but radiates a special charm. I spent a considerable time in its library talking with the monks and looking at the texts of the Buddhist canon engraved on silver leaves. There I witnessed a memorable evening ceremony. Young men and girls poured out enormous mounds of jasmine flowers in front of the altars, at the same time singing a prayer under their breath, a mantram. I thought they were praying to Buddha, but the monk who was guiding me explained, "No, Buddha is no more. He is in nirvana. We cannot pray to him. They are singing. This life is transitory as the beauty of these flowers. May my God share with me the merit of this offering." As a prelude to the ceremony, a 1-hour drum concert was performed in the mandapam, or what in Indian temples is called the Hall of Waiting. There were 5 drummers. One stood in each corner of the square hall, and the 5th, a young man, stood in the middle. He was the soloist and a very fine drummer. Naked to the waist, his dark brown trunk glistening with a red girdle, white shoka, a long skirt reaching to the feet, and white turban, arms covered with shining bracelets, he stepped up to the golden Buddha, bearing a double drum, to sacrifice the music. There, with beautiful movements of body and arms, he drummed alone a strange melody, artistically perfect. I watched him from behind. He stood in front of the entrance to the mandapam, which was covered with little oil lamps. The drum speaks the ancient language of the belly and solar plexus. The belly does not pray, but engenders the meritorious mantram or meditative utterance. It is therefore not adoration of a non-existent Buddha, but one of the many acts of self-redemption performed by the awakened human being. Toward the beginning of spring, I set out on my homeward voyage, with such a plethora of impressions that I did not have any desire to leave the ship to see Bombay. Instead, I buried myself in my Latin alchemical texts. But India did not pass me by without a trace. It left tracks which lead from one infinity into another infinity. Ravenna and Rome. Even on the occasion of my first visit to Ravenna in 1913, the tomb of Galla Placidia seemed to me significant and unusually fascinating. The second time, 20 years later, I had the same feeling. Once more I fell into a strange mood in the tomb of Galla Placidia. Once more I was deeply stirred. I was there with an acquaintance, and we went directly from the tomb into the baptistery of the Orthodox. Here, what struck me first was the mild blue light that filled the room. Yet I did not wonder about this at all. I did not try to account for its source, and so the wonder of this light without any visible source did not trouble me. I was somewhat amazed because, in place of the windows I remembered having seen on my first visit, there were now 4 great mosaic frescoes of incredible beauty which, it seemed, I had entirely forgotten. I was vexed to find my memory so unreliable. The mosaic on the south side represented the baptism in the Jordan. The second picture, on the north, was of the passage of the children of Israel through the Red Sea. The third, on the east, soon faded from my memory. It might have shown Naaman being cleansed of leprosy in the Jordan. There was a picture on this theme in the old Marian Bible in my library, which was much like the mosaic. The fourth mosaic, on the west side of the baptistery, was the most impressive of all. We looked at this one last. It represented Christ holding out his hand to Peter, who was sinking beneath the waves. We stopped in front of this mosaic for at least 20 minutes and discussed the original ritual of baptism, especially the curious archaic conception of it as an initiation connected with real peril of death. Such initiations were often connected with the peril of death and so served to express the archetypal idea of death and rebirth. Baptism had originally been a real submersion which at least suggested the danger of drowning. I retain the most distinct memory of the mosaic of Peter sinking, and to this day can see every detail before my eyes: the blue of the sea, individual chips of the mosaic, the inscribed scrolls proceeding from the mouths of Peter and Christ, which I attempted to decipher. After we left the baptistery, I went promptly to Alinari to buy photographs of the mosaics, but could not find any. Time was pressing. This was only a short visit, and so I postponed the purchase until later. I thought I might order the pictures from Zurich. When I was back home, I asked an acquaintance who was going to Ravenna to obtain the pictures for me. He could not locate them, for he discovered that the mosaics I had described did not exist. Meanwhile, I had already spoken at a seminar about the original conception of baptism, and on this occasion had also mentioned the mosaics that I had seen in the baptistery of the Orthodox. The memory of those pictures is still vivid to me. The lady who had been there with me long refused to believe that what she had seen with her own eyes had not existed. As we know, it is very difficult to determine whether and to what extent 2 persons simultaneously see the same thing. In this case, however, I was able to ascertain that at least the main features of what we both saw had been the same. This experience in Ravenna is among the most curious events in my life. It can scarcely be explained. A certain light may possibly be cast on it by an incident in the story of Empress Galla Placidia. During a stormy crossing from Byzantium to Ravenna in the worst of winter, she made a vow that if she came through safely, she would build a church and have the perils of the sea represented in it. She kept this vow by building the Basilica of San Giovanni in Ravenna and having it adorned with mosaics. In the early Middle Ages, San Giovanni, together with its mosaics, was destroyed by fire. But in the Ambrosiana in Milan is still to be found a sketch representing Galla Placidia in a boat. I had, from the first visit, been personally affected by the figure of Galla Placidia, and had often wondered how it must have been for this highly cultivated, fastidious woman to live at the side of a barbarian prince. Her tomb seemed to me a final legacy through which I might reach her personality. Her fate and her whole being were vivid presences to me. With her intense nature, she was a suitable embodiment for my anima. The anima of a man has a strongly historical character. As a personification of the unconscious, she goes back into prehistory and embodies the contents of the past. She provides the individual with those elements that he ought to know about his prehistory. To the individual, the anima is all life that has been in the past and is still alive in him. In comparison to her, I have always felt myself to be a barbarian who really has no history, like a creature just sprung out of nothingness, with neither a past nor a future. In the course of my confrontation with the anima, I had actually had a brush with those perils which I saw represented in the mosaics. I had come close to drowning. The same thing happened to me as to Peter, who cried for help and was rescued by Jesus. What had been the fate of Pharaoh's army could have been mine. Like Peter and like Naaman, I came away unscathed, and the integration of the unconscious contents made an essential contribution to the completion of my personality. What happens within oneself when one integrates previously unconscious contents with the consciousness is something which can scarcely be described in words. It can only be experienced. It is a subjective affair quite beyond discussion. We have a particular feeling about ourselves, about the way we are, and that is a fact which it is neither possible nor meaningful to doubt. Similarly, we convey a particular feeling to others, and that too is a fact that cannot be doubted. So far as we know, there is no higher authority which could eliminate the probable discrepancies between all these impressions and opinions. Whether a change has taken place as the result of integration, and what the nature of that change is, remains a matter of subjective conviction. To be sure, it is not a fact which can be scientifically verified, and therefore finds no place in an official view of the world. Yet it nevertheless remains a fact which is in practice uncommonly important and fraught with consequences. Realistic psychotherapists, at any rate, and psychologists interested in therapy can scarcely afford to overlook facts of this sort. Since my experience in the baptistery in Ravenna, I know with certainty that something interior can seem to be exterior, and that something exterior can appear to be interior. The actual walls of the baptistery, though they must have been seen by my physical eyes, were covered over by a vision of some altogether different sight which was as completely real as the unchanged baptismal font, which was real at that moment. My case is by no means the only one of its kind, but when that sort of thing happens to oneself, one cannot help taking it more seriously than something heard or read about. In general, with anecdotes of that kind, one is quick to think of all sorts of explanations which dispose of the mystery. I have come to the conclusion that before we settle upon any theories in regard to the unconscious, we require many, many more experiences of it. I have traveled a great deal in my life, and I should very much have liked to go to Rome, but I felt that I was not really up to the impression the city would have made upon me. Pompeii alone was more than enough. The impressions very nearly exceeded my powers of receptivity. I was able to visit Pompeii only after I had acquired, through my studies of 1910 to 1912, some insight into the psychology of classical antiquity. In 1912, I was on a ship sailing from Genoa to Naples. As the vessel neared the latitude of Rome, I stood at the railing. Out there lay Rome, the still smoking and fiery hearth from which ancient cultures had spread, enclosed in the tangled rootwork of the Christian and Occidental Middle Ages. Their classical antiquity still lived in all its splendor and ruthlessness. I always wonder about people who go to Rome as they might go, for example, to Paris or to London. Certainly Rome, as well as these other cities, can be enjoyed aesthetically. But if you are affected to the depths of your being at every step by the spirit that broods there, if a remnant of a wall here and a column there gaze upon you with a face instantly recognized, then it becomes another matter entirely. Even in Pompeii, unforeseen vistas opened, unexpected things became conscious, and questions were posed which were beyond my powers to handle. In my old age, in 1949, I wished to repair this omission, but was stricken with a faint while I was buying tickets. After that, the plans for a trip to Rome were once and for all laid aside. Chapter 10. Visions. At the beginning of 1944, I broke my foot, and this misadventure was followed by a heart attack. In a state of unconsciousness, I experienced deliriums and visions which must have begun when I hung on the edge of death and was being given oxygen and camphor injections. The images were so tremendous that I myself concluded that I was close to death. My nurse afterward told me, "It was as if you were surrounded by a bright glow." That was a phenomenon she had sometimes observed in the dying, she added. I had reached the outermost limit and do not know whether I was in a dream or an ecstasy. At any rate, extremely strange things began to happen to me. It seemed to me that I was high up in space. Far below, I saw the globe of the earth, bathed in a gloriously blue light. I saw the deep blue sea and the continents. Far below my feet lay Ceylon, and in the distance ahead of me, the subcontinent of India. My field of vision did not include the whole earth, but its global shape was plainly distinguishable and its outlines shone with a silvery gleam through that wonderful blue light. In many places, the globe seemed colored, or spotted dark green like oxidized silver. Far away to the left lay a broad expanse, the reddish-yellow desert of Arabia. It was as though the silver of the earth had there assumed a reddish-gold hue. Then came the Red Sea, and far, far back, as if in the upper left of a map, I could just make out a bit of the Mediterranean. My gaze was directed chiefly toward that. Everything else appeared indistinct. I could also see the snow-covered Himalayas, but in that direction it was foggy or cloudy. I did not look to the right at all. I knew that I was on the point of departing from the earth. Later, I discovered how high in space one would have to be to have so extensive a view, approximately 1,000 miles. The sight of the earth from this height was the most glorious thing I had ever seen. After contemplating it for a while, I turned around. I had been standing with my back to the Indian Ocean, as it were, and my face to the north. Then it seemed to me that I made a turn to the south. Something new entered my field of vision. A short distance away, I saw in space a tremendous dark block of stone, like a meteorite. It was about the size of my house, or even bigger. It was floating in space, and I myself was floating in space. I had seen similar stones on the coast of the Gulf of Bengal. They were blocks of tawny granite, and some of them had been hollowed out into temples. My stone was one such gigantic dark block. An entrance led into a small antechamber. To the right of the entrance, a black Hindu sat silently in lotus posture upon a stone bench. He wore a white gown, and I knew that he expected me. 2 steps led up to this antechamber, and inside on the left was the gate to the temple. Innumerable tiny niches, each with a saucer-like concavity filled with coconut oil and small burning wicks, surrounded the door with a wreath of bright flames. I had once actually seen this when I visited the Temple of the Holy Tooth at Kandy in Ceylon. The gate had been framed by several rows of burning oil lamps of this sort. As I approached the steps leading up to the entrance into the rock, a strange thing happened. I had the feeling that everything was being sloughed away, everything I aimed at or wished for or thought, the whole phantasmagoria of earthly existence fell away or was stripped from me, an extremely painful process. Nevertheless, something remained. It was as if I now carried along with me everything I had ever experienced or done, everything that had happened around me. I might also say it was with me, and I was it. I consisted of all that, so to speak. I consisted of my own history, and I felt with great certainty, this is what I am. I am this bundle of what has been, and what has been accomplished. This experience gave me a feeling of extreme poverty, but at the same time of great fullness. There was no longer anything I wanted or desired. I existed in an objective form. I was what I had been and lived. At first the sense of annihilation predominated, of having been stripped or pillaged, but suddenly that became of no consequence. Everything seemed to be past. What remained was a fait accompli, without any reference back to what had been. There was no longer any regret that something had dropped away or been taken away. On the contrary, I had everything that I was, and that was everything. Something else engaged my attention. As I approached the temple, I had the certainty that I was about to enter an illuminated room and would meet there all those people to whom I belong in reality. There I would at last understand, this too was a certainty, what historical nexus I or my life fitted into. I would know what had been before me, why I had come into being and where my life was flowing. My life as I lived it had often seemed to me like a story that has no beginning and no end. I had the feeling that I was a historical fragment, an excerpt for which the preceding and succeeding text was missing. My life seemed to have been snipped out of a long chain of events, and many questions had remained unanswered. Why had it taken this course? Why had I brought these particular assumptions with me? What had I made of them? What will follow? I felt sure that I would receive an answer to all these questions as soon as I entered the rock temple. There, I would learn why everything had been thus and not otherwise. There, I would meet the people who knew the answer to my question about what had been before and what would come after. While I was thinking over these matters, something happened that caught my attention. From below, from the direction of Europe, an image floated up. It was my doctor, Dr. H., or rather his likeness, framed by a golden chain or a golden laurel wreath. I knew at once. Aha! This is my doctor, of course, the one who has been treating me. But now he is coming in his primal form, as a Basilius of Cos. In life he was an avatar of this Basilius, the temporal embodiment of the primal form which has existed from the beginning. Now he is appearing in that primal form. Presumably I too was in my primal form, though this was something I did not observe but simply took for granted. As he stood before me, a mute exchange of thought took place between us. Dr. H. had been delegated by the earth to deliver a message to me, to tell me that there was a protest against my going away. I had no right to leave the earth and must return. The moment I heard that, the vision ceased. I was profoundly disappointed, for now it all seemed to have been for nothing. The painful process of defoliation had been in vain, and I was not to be allowed to enter the temple, to join the people in whose company I belonged. In reality, a good 3 weeks were still to pass before I could truly make up my mind to live again. I could not eat because all food repelled me. The view of city and mountains from my sickbed seemed to me like a painted curtain with black holes in it, or a tattered sheet of newspaper full of photographs that meant nothing. Disappointed, I thought, now I must return to the box system again. For it seemed to me as if, behind the horizon of the cosmos, a three-dimensional world had been artificially built up, in which each person sat by himself in a little box, and now I should have to convince myself all over again that this was important. Life and the whole world struck me as a prison, and it bothered me beyond measure that I should again be finding all that quite in order. I had been so glad to shed it all, and now it had come about that I, along with everyone else, would again be hung up in a box by a thread. While I floated in space, I had been weightless, and there had been nothing tugging at me. And now all that was to be a thing of the past. I felt violent resistance to my doctor because he had brought me back to life. At the same time, I was worried about him. His life is in danger, for heaven's sake. He has appeared to me in his primal form. When anybody attains this form, it means he is going to die, for already he belongs to the greater company. Suddenly, the terrifying thought came to me that Dr. H would have to die in my stead. I tried my best to talk to him about it, but he did not understand me. Then I became angry with him. Why does he always pretend he doesn't know he is a basileus of Cos, and that he has already assumed his primal form? He wants to make me believe that he doesn't know. That irritated me. My wife reproved me for being so unfriendly to him. She was right, but at the time I was angry with him for stubbornly refusing to speak of all that had passed between us in my vision. Damn it all! He ought to watch his step. He has no right to be so reckless. I want to tell him to take care of himself. I was firmly convinced that his life was in jeopardy. In actual fact, I was his last patient. On April 4th, 1944, I still remember the exact date, I was allowed to sit up on the edge of my bed for the first time since the beginning of my illness, and on this same day Dr. H took to his bed and did not leave it again. I heard that he was having intermittent attacks of fever. Soon afterward, he died of septicemia. He was a good doctor. There was something of the genius about him. Otherwise, he would not have appeared to me as a prince of Cos. During those weeks, I lived in a strange rhythm. By day, I was usually depressed. I felt weak and wretched and scarcely dared to stir. Gloomily, I thought, now I must go back to this drab world. Toward evening, I would fall asleep, and my sleep would last until about midnight. Then I would come to myself and lie awake for about an hour, but in an utterly transformed state. It was as if I were in an ecstasy. I felt as though I were floating in space, as though I were safe in the womb of the universe, in a tremendous void but filled with the highest possible feeling of happiness. This is eternal bliss, I thought. This cannot be described. It is far too wonderful. Everything around me seemed enchanted. At this hour of the night, the nurse brought me some food she had warmed, for only then was I able to take any, and I ate with appetite. For a time it seemed to me that she was an old Jewish woman, much older than she actually was, and that she was preparing ritual kosher dishes for me. When I looked at her, she seemed to have a blue halo around her head. I myself was, so it seemed, in the Pardes Rimonim, the garden of pomegranates, and the wedding of Tifereth with Malchuth was taking place. Or else, I was Rabbi Simon ben Yochai, whose wedding in the afterlife was being celebrated. It was the mystic marriage as it appears in the Kabbalistic tradition. I cannot tell you how wonderful it was. I could only think continually, now this is the garden of pomegranates. Now this is the marriage of Malchuth with Tifereth. I do not know exactly what part I played in it. At bottom it was I myself. I was the marriage, and my beatitude was that of a blissful wedding. Gradually the garden of pomegranates faded away and changed. There followed the marriage of the Lamb, in a Jerusalem festively bedecked. I cannot describe what it was like in detail. These were ineffable states of joy. Angels were present and light. I myself was the marriage of the Lamb. That too vanished, and there came a new image, the last vision. I walked up a wide valley to the end, where a gentle chain of hills began. The valley ended in a classical amphitheater. It was magnificently situated in the green landscape, and there, in this theater, the hieroskimos was being celebrated. Men and women dancers came on stage, and upon a flower-decked couch All-Father Zeus and Hera consummated the mystic marriage, as it is described in the Iliad. All these experiences were glorious. Night after night I floated in a state of purest bliss, thronged round with images of all creation. Gradually, the motifs mingled and paled. Usually the visions lasted for about an hour. Then I would fall asleep again. By the time morning drew near, I would feel, now gray morning is coming again. Now comes the gray world with its boxes. What idiocy, what hideous nonsense. Those inner states were so fantastically beautiful that by comparison, this world appeared downright ridiculous. As I approached closer to life again, they grew fainter, and scarcely 3 weeks after the first vision they ceased altogether. It is impossible to convey the beauty and intensity of emotion during those visions. They were the most tremendous things I have ever experienced. And what a contrast the day was. I was tormented and on edge. Everything irritated me. Everything was too material, too crude and clumsy, terribly limited both spatially and spiritually. It was all an imprisonment, for reasons impossible to divine, and yet it had a kind of hypnotic power, a cogency, as if it were reality itself, for all that I had clearly perceived its emptiness. Although my belief in the world returned to me, I have never since entirely freed myself of the impression that this life is a segment of existence which is enacted in a three-dimensional box-like universe especially set up for it. There is something else I quite distinctly remember. At the beginning, when I was having the vision of the garden of pomegranates, I asked the nurse to forgive me if she were harmed. There was such sanctity in the room, I said, that it might be harmful to her. Of course she did not understand me. For me, the presence of sanctity had a magical atmosphere. I feared it might be unendurable to others. I understood then why one speaks of the odor of sanctity, of the sweet smell of the Holy Ghost. This was it. There was a pneuma of inexpressible sanctity in the room, whose manifestation was the mysterium coniunctionis. I would never have imagined that any such experience was possible. It was not a product of imagination. The visions and experiences were utterly real. There was nothing subjective about them. They all had a quality of absolute objectivity. We shy away from the word eternal, but I can describe the experience only as the ecstasy of a non-temporal state in which present, past, and future are one. Everything that happens in time had been brought together into a concrete whole. Nothing was distributed over time. Nothing could be measured by temporal concepts. The experience might best be defined as a state of feeling, but one which cannot be produced by imagination. How can I imagine that I exist simultaneously the day before yesterday, today, and the day after tomorrow? There would be things which would not yet have begun, other things which would be indubitably present, and others, again, which would already be finished, and yet all this would be one. The only thing that feeling could grasp would be a sum, an iridescent whole, containing all at once expectation of a beginning, surprise at what is now happening, and satisfaction or disappointment with the result of what has happened. One is interwoven into an indescribable whole and yet observes it with complete objectivity. I experienced this objectivity once again later on. That was after the death of my wife. I saw her in a dream which was like a vision. She stood at some distance from me, looking at me squarely. She was in her prime, perhaps about 30, and wearing the dress which had been made for her many years before by my cousin, the medium. It was perhaps the most beautiful thing she had ever worn. Her expression was neither joyful nor sad, but rather objectively wise and understanding, without the slightest emotional reaction, as though she were beyond the mist of affects. I knew that it was not she, but a portrait she had made or commissioned for me. It contained the beginning of our relationship, the events of 53 years of marriage, and the end of her life also. Face to face with such wholeness, one remains speechless, for it can scarcely be comprehended. The objectivity which I experienced in this dream and in the visions is part of a completed individuation. It signifies detachment from valuations and from what we call emotional ties. In general, emotional ties are very important to human beings, but they still contain projections, and it is essential to withdraw these projections in order to attain to oneself and to objectivity. Emotional relationships are relationships of desire, tainted by coercion and constraint. Something is expected from the other person, and that makes him and ourselves unfree. Objective cognition lies hidden behind the attraction of the emotional relationship. It seems to be the central secret. Only through objective cognition is the real coniunctio possible. After the illness, a fruitful period of work began for me. A good many of my principal works were written only then. The insight I had had, or the vision of the end of all things, gave me the courage to undertake new formulations. I no longer attempted to put across my own opinion, but surrendered myself to the current of my thoughts. Thus, one problem after the other revealed itself to me and took shape. Something else, too, came to me from my illness. I might formulate it as an affirmation of things as they are, an unconditional yes to that which is, without subjective protests, acceptance of the conditions of existence as I see them and understand them, acceptance of my own nature as I happen to be. At the beginning of the illness, I had the feeling that there was something wrong with my attitude, and that I was to some extent responsible for the mishap. But when one follows the path of individuation, when one lives one's own life, one must take mistakes into the bargain. Life would not be complete without them. There is no guarantee, not for a single moment, that we will not fall into error or stumble into deadly peril. We may think there is a sure road, but that would be the road of death. Then nothing happens any longer, at any rate, not the right things. Anyone who takes the sure road is as good as dead. It was only after the illness that I understood how important it is to affirm one's own destiny. In this way, we forge an ego that does not break down when incomprehensible things happen, an ego that endures the truth, and that is capable of coping with the world and with fate. Then, to experience defeat is also to experience victory. Nothing is disturbed, neither inwardly nor outwardly, for one's own continuity has withstood the current of life and of time. But that can come to pass only when one does not meddle inquisitively with the workings of fate. I've also realized that one must accept the thoughts that go on within oneself of their own accord as part of one's reality. The categories of true and false are, of course, always present, but because they are not binding, they take second place. The presence of thoughts is more important than our subjective judgment of them. But neither must these judgments be suppressed, for they also are existent thoughts which are part of our wholeness. Chapter 11. On Life After Death. What I have to tell about the hereafter and about life after death consists entirely of memories, of images in which I have lived, and of thoughts which have buffeted me. These memories, in a way, also underlie my works, for the latter are fundamentally nothing but attempts, ever renewed, to give an answer to the question of the interplay between the here and the hereafter. Yet I have never written expressly about a life after death, for then I would have had to document my ideas, and I have no way of doing that. Be that as it may, I would like to state my ideas now. Even now I can do no more than tell stories, mythologize. Perhaps one has to be close to death to acquire the necessary freedom to talk about it. It is not that I wish we had a life after death. In fact, I would prefer not to foster such ideas. Still, I must state, to give reality its due, that without my wishing and without my doing anything about it, thoughts of this nature move about within me. I can't say whether these thoughts are true or false, but I do know they are there and can be given utterance if I do not repress them out of some prejudice. Prejudice cripples and injures the full phenomenon of psychic life, and I know too little about psychic life to feel that I can set it right out of superior knowledge. Critical rationalism has apparently eliminated, along with so many other mythic conceptions, the idea of life after death. This could only have happened because nowadays most people identify themselves almost exclusively with their consciousness and imagine that they are only what they know about themselves. Yet anyone with even a smattering of psychology can see how limited this knowledge is. Rationalism and doctrinarism are the disease of our time. They pretend to have all the answers, but a great deal will yet be discovered which our present limited view would have ruled out as impossible. Our concepts of space and time have only approximate validity, and there is therefore a wide field for minor and major deviations. In view of all this, I lend an attentive ear to the strange myths of the psyche, and take a careful look at the varied events that come my way, regardless of whether or not they fit in with my theoretical postulates. Unfortunately, the mythic side of man is given short shrift nowadays. He can no longer create fables. As a result, a great deal escapes him, for it is important and salutary to speak also of incomprehensible things. Such talk is like the telling of a good ghost story as we sit by the fireside and smoke a pipe. What the myths or stories about a life after death really mean, or what kind of reality lies behind them, we certainly do not know. We cannot tell whether they possess any validity beyond their indubitable value as anthropomorphic projections. Rather, we must hold clearly in mind that there is no possible way for us to attain certainty concerning things which pass our understanding. We cannot visualize another world ruled by quite other laws, the reason being that we live in a specific world which has helped to shape our minds and establish our basic psychic conditions. We are strictly limited by our innate structure and therefore bound by our whole being and thinking to this world of ours. Mythic man, to be sure, demands a going beyond all that, but scientific man cannot permit this. To the intellect, all my mythologizing is futile speculation. To the emotions, however, it is a healing and valid activity. It gives existence a glamour which we would not like to do without. Nor is there any good reason why we should. Parapsychology holds it to be a scientifically valid proof of an afterlife that the dead manifest themselves, either as ghosts or through a medium, and communicate things which they alone could possibly know. But even though there do exist such well-documented cases, the question remains whether the ghost or the voice is identical with the dead person or is a psychic projection, and whether the things said really derive from the deceased or from knowledge which may be present in the unconscious. Leaving aside the rational arguments against any certainty in these matters, we must not forget that for most people, it means a great deal to assume that their lives will have an indefinite continuity beyond their present existence. They live more sensibly, feel better, and are more at peace. One has centuries. One has an inconceivable period of time at one's disposal. What then is the point of this senseless mad rush? Naturally, such reasoning does not apply to everyone. There are people who feel no craving for immortality and who shudder at the thought of sitting on a cloud and playing the harp for 10,000 years. There are also quite a few who have been so buffeted by life, or who feel such disgust for their own existence, that they far prefer absolute cessation to continuance. But in the majority of cases, the question of immortality is so urgent, so immediate, and also so ineradicable that we must make an effort to form some sort of view about it. But how? My hypothesis is that we can do so with the aid of hints sent to us from the unconscious, in dreams, for example. Usually, we dismiss these hints because we are convinced that the question is not susceptible to answer. In response to this understandable skepticism, I suggest the following considerations. If there is something we cannot know, we must necessarily abandon it as an intellectual problem. For example, I do not know for what reason the universe has come into being, and shall never know. Therefore, I must drop this question as a scientific or intellectual problem. But if an idea about it is offered to me, in dreams or in mythic traditions, I ought to take note of it. I even ought to build up a conception on the basis of such hints, even though it will forever remain a hypothesis which I know cannot be proved. A man should be able to say he has done his best to form a conception of life after death, or to create some image of it, even if he must confess his failure. Not to have done so is a vital loss, for the question that is posed to him is the age-old heritage of humanity, an archetype, rich in secret life, which seeks to add itself to our own individual life in order to make it whole. Reason sets the boundaries far too narrowly for us, and would have us accept only the known, and that too with limitations, and live in a known framework, just as if we were sure how far life actually extends. As a matter of fact, day after day we live far beyond the bounds of our consciousness. Without our knowledge, the life of the unconscious is also going on within us. The more the critical reason dominates, the more impoverished life becomes. But the more of the unconscious, and the more of myth we are capable of making conscious, the more of life we integrate. Overvalued reason has this in common with political absolutism. Under its dominion, the individual is pauperized. The unconscious helps by communicating things to us, or making figurative allusions. It has other ways, too, of informing us of things which, by all logic, we could not possibly know. Consider synchronistic phenomena, premonitions, and dreams that come true. I recall one time during the Second World War when I was returning home from Bollingen. I had a book with me, but could not read. For the moment the train started to move, I was overpowered by the image of someone drowning. This was a memory of an accident that had happened while I was on military service. During the entire journey, I could not rid myself of it. It struck me as uncanny, and I thought, what has happened? Can there have been an accident? I got out at Erlenbach and walked home, still troubled by this memory. My second daughter's children were in the garden. The family was living with us, having returned to Switzerland from Paris because of the war. The children stood looking rather upset, and when I asked, "Why, what is the matter?" they told me that Adrian, then the youngest of the boys, had fallen into the water in the boathouse. It is quite deep there, and since he could not really swim, he had almost drowned. His older brother had fished him out. This had taken place at exactly the time I had been assailed by that memory in the train. The unconscious had given me a hint. Why should it not be able to inform me of other things also? I had a somewhat similar experience before a death in my wife's family. I dreamed that my wife's bed was a deep pit with stone walls. It was a grave, and somehow had a suggestion of classical antiquity about it. Then I heard a deep sigh, as if someone were giving up the ghost. A figure that resembled my wife sat up in the pit and floated upward. It wore a white gown into which curious black symbols were woven. I awoke, roused my wife, and checked the time. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. The dream was so curious that I thought at once that it might signify a death. At 7 o'clock came the news that a cousin of my wife had died at 3 o'clock in the morning. Frequently, foreknowledge is there, but not recognition. Thus I once had a dream in which I was attending a garden party. I saw my sister there, and that greatly surprised me, for she had died some years before. A deceased friend of mine was also present. The rest were people who were still alive. Presently, I saw that my sister was accompanied by a lady I knew well. Even in the dream, I had drawn the conclusion that the lady was going to die. She is already marked, I thought. In the dream, I knew exactly who she was. I knew also that she lived in Basel. But as soon as I woke up, I could no longer, with the best will in the world, recall who she was, although the whole dream was still vivid in my mind. I pictured all my acquaintances in Basel to see whether the memory images would ring a bell. Nothing. A few weeks later, I received news that a friend of mine had had a fatal accident. I knew at once that she was the person I had seen in the dream but had been unable to identify. My recollection of her was perfectly clear and richly detailed, since she had been my patient for a considerable time up to a year before her death. In my attempt to recall the person in my dream, however, hers was the one picture which did not appear in my portrait gallery of Basel acquaintances, although by rights it should have been one of the first. When one has such experiences, and I will tell of others like them, one acquires a certain respect for the potentialities and arts of the unconscious. Only, one must remain critical and be aware that such communications may have a subjective meaning as well. They may be in accord with reality, and then, again, they may not. I have, however, learned that the views I've been able to form on the basis of such hints from the unconscious have been most rewarding. Naturally, I'm not going to write a book of revelations about them, but I will acknowledge that I have a myth which encourages me to look deeper into this whole realm. Myths are the earliest form of science. When I speak of things after death, I'm speaking out of inner prompting and can go no farther than to tell you dreams and myths that relate to this subject. Naturally, one can contend from the start that myths and dreams concerning continuity of life after death are merely compensating fantasies which are inherent in our natures. All life desires eternity. The only argument I can adduce in answer to this is the myth itself. However, there are indications that at least a part of the psyche is not subject to the laws of space and time. Scientific proof of that has been provided by the well-known J.B. Rhine experiments, along with numerous cases of spontaneous foreknowledge, non-spatial perceptions, and so on, of which I have given a number of examples from my own life. These experiments prove that the psyche at times functions outside of the spatio-temporal law of causality. This indicates that our conceptions of space and time, and therefore of causality also, are incomplete. A complete picture of the world would require the addition of still another dimension. Only then could the totality of phenomena be given a unified explanation. Hence it is that the rationalists insist to this day that parapsychological experiences do not really exist, for their worldview stands or falls by this question. If such phenomena occur at all, the rationalistic picture of the universe is invalid because incomplete. Then the possibility of an other-valued reality behind the phenomenal world becomes an inescapable problem, and we must face the fact that our world, with its time, space, and causality, relates to another order of things lying behind or beneath it, in which neither here and there nor earlier and later are of importance. I have been convinced that at least a part of our psychic existence is characterized by a relativity of space and time. This relativity seems to increase, in proportion to the distance from consciousness, to an absolute condition of timelessness and spacelessness. Not only my own dreams, but also occasionally the dreams of others, help to shape, revise, or confirm my views on a life after death. I attach particular importance to a dream which a pupil of mine, a woman of 60, dreamed about 2 months before her death. She had entered the hereafter. There was a class going on, and various deceased women friends of hers sat on the front bench. An atmosphere of general expectation prevailed. She looked around for a teacher or lecturer, but could find none. Then it became plain that she herself was the lecturer, for immediately after death people had to give accounts of the total experience of their lives. The dead were extremely interested in the life experiences that the newly deceased brought with them, just as if the acts and experiences taking place in earthly life, in space and time, were the decisive ones. In any case, the dream describes a most unusual audience whose like could scarcely be found on earth. People burningly interested in the final psychological results of a human life that was in no way remarkable, any more than were the conclusions that could be drawn from it, to our way of thinking. If, however, the audience existed in a state of relative non-time, where termination, event, and development had become questionable concepts. They might very well be most interested precisely in what was lacking in their own condition. At the time of this dream, the lady was afraid of death and did her best to fend off any thoughts about it. Yet death is an important interest, especially to an aging person. A categorical question is being put to him, and he is under an obligation to answer it. To this end, he ought to have a myth about death, for reason shows him nothing but the dark pit into which he is descending. Myth, however, can conjure up other images for him, helpful and enriching pictures of life in the land of the dead. If he believes in them or greets them with some measure of credence, he is being just as right or just as wrong as someone who does not believe in them. But while the man who despairs marches toward nothingness, the one who has placed his faith in the archetype follows the tracks of life and lives right into his death. Both, to be sure, remain in uncertainty, but the one lives against his instincts, the other with them. The figures from the unconscious are uninformed too, and need man, or contact with consciousness, in order to attain to knowledge. When I began working with the unconscious, I found myself much involved with the figures of Salome and Elijah. Then they receded, but after about 2 years they reappeared. To my enormous astonishment, they were completely unchanged. They spoke and acted as if nothing had happened in the meanwhile. In actuality, the most incredible things had taken place in my life. I had, as it were, to begin from the beginning again, to tell them all about what had been going on and explain things to them. At the time, I had been greatly surprised by this situation. Only later did I understand what had happened. In the interval, the two had sunk back into the unconscious and into themselves. I might equally well put it, into timelessness. They remained out of contact with the ego and the ego's changing circumstances, and therefore were ignorant of what had happened in the world of consciousness. Quite early, I had learned that it was necessary for me to instruct the figures of the unconscious, or that other group which is often indistinguishable from them, the spirits of the departed. The first time I experienced this was on a bicycle trip through Upper Italy which I took with a friend in 1911. On the way home, we cycled from Pavia to Arona, on the lower part of Lake Maggiore, and spent the night there. We had intended to pedal on along the lake and then through the Tessin as far as Fido, where we were going to take the train to Zurich. But in Arona, I had a dream which upset our plans. In the dream, I was in an assemblage of distinguished spirits of earlier centuries. The feeling was similar to the one I had later toward the illustrious ancestors in the Black Rock Temple of my 1944 vision. The conversation was conducted in Latin. A gentleman with a long, curly wig addressed me and asked a difficult question, the gist of which I could no longer recall after I woke up. I understood him, but did not have a sufficient command of the language to answer him in Latin. I felt so profoundly humiliated by this that the emotion awakened me. At the very moment of awakening, I thought of the book I was then working on, Wandlungen und Symbole de Libido, and had such intense inferiority feelings about the unanswered question that I immediately took the train home in order to get back to work. It would have been impossible for me to continue the bicycle trip and lose another 3 days. I had to work, to find the answer. Not until years later did I understand the dream and my reaction. The bewigged gentleman was a kind of ancestral spirit or spirit of the dead who had addressed questions to me. In vain. It was still too soon, I had not yet come so far, but I had an obscure feeling that by working on my book I would be answering the question that had been asked. It had been asked by, as it were, my spiritual forefathers, in the hope and expectation that they would learn what they had not been able to find out during their time on earth, since the answer had first to be created in the centuries that followed. If question and answer had already been in existence in eternity, had always been there, no effort on my part would have been necessary, and it could all have been discovered in any other century. There does seem to be unlimited knowledge present in nature, it is true, but it can be comprehended by consciousness only when the time is ripe for it. The process, presumably, is like what happens in the individual psyche. A man may go about for many years with an inkling of something, but grasps it clearly only at a particular moment. Later, when I wrote the Septem Sermones ad Mortuos, once again it was the dead who addressed crucial questions to me. They came, so they said, back from Jerusalem, where they found not what they sought. This had surprised me greatly at the time, for according to the traditional views, the dead are the possessors of great knowledge. People have the idea that the dead know far more than we, for Christian doctrine teaches that in the hereafter we shall see face to face. Apparently, however, the souls of the dead know only what they knew at the moment of death, and nothing beyond that. Hence their endeavor to penetrate into life in order to share in the knowledge of men. I frequently have a feeling that they are standing directly behind us, waiting to hear what answer we will give to them and what answer to destiny. It seems to me as if they were dependent on the living for receiving answers to their questions, that is, on those who have survived them and exist in a world of change, as if omniscience, or, as I might put it, omniconsciousness, were not at their disposal, but could flow only into the psyche of the living, into a soul bound to a body. The mind of the living appears, therefore, to hold an advantage over that of the dead in at least one point, in the capacity for attaining clear and decisive cognitions. As I see it, the three-dimensional world in time and space is like a system of coordinates. What is here, separated into ordinates and abscissae, may appear there, in space-timelessness, as a primordial image with many aspects, perhaps as a diffuse cloud of cognition surrounding an archetype. Yet a system of coordinates is necessary if any distinction of discrete contents is to be possible. Any such operation seems to us unthinkable in a state of diffuse omniscience, or, as the case may be, of subjectless consciousness, with no spatio-temporal demarcations. Cognition, like generation, presupposes an opposition, a here and there, an above and below, a before and after. If there were to be a conscious existence after death, it would, so it seems to me, have to continue on the level of consciousness attained by humanity, which in any age has an upper though variable limit. There are many human beings who throughout their lives and at the moment of death lag behind their own potentialities and, even more important, behind the knowledge which has been brought to consciousness by other human beings during their own lifetimes. Hence their demand to attain in death that share of awareness which they failed to win in life. I have come to this conclusion through observation of dreams about the dead. I dreamed once that I was paying a visit to a friend who had died about 2 weeks before. In life, this friend had never espoused anything but a conventional view of the world and had remained stuck in this unreflecting attitude. In the dream, his home was on a hill similar to the Tullinger Hill near Basel. The walls of an old castle surrounded a square consisting of a small church and a few smaller buildings. It reminded me of the square in front of the castle of Rapperswil. It was autumn. The leaves of the ancient trees had turned gold, and the whole scene was transfigured by gentle sunlight. My friend sat at a table with his daughter who had studied psychology in Zurich. I knew that she was telling him about psychology. He was so fascinated by what she was saying that he greeted me only with a casual wave of the hand as though to intimate, "Don't disturb me." The greeting was at the same time a dismissal. The dream told me that now, in a manner which of course remains incomprehensible to me, he was required to grasp the reality of his psychic existence, which he had never been capable of doing during his life. I had another experience of the evolution of the soul after death when, about a year after my wife's death, I suddenly awoke one night and knew that I had been with her in the south of France, in Provence, and had spent an entire day with her. She was engaged on studies of the Grail there. That seemed significant to me, for she had died before completing her work on this subject. Interpretation on the subjective level, that my anima had not yet finished with the work she had to do, yielded nothing of interest. I know quite well that I am not yet finished with that. But the thought that my wife was continuing after death to work on her further spiritual development, however that may be conceived, struck me as meaningful and held a measure of reassurance for me. Ideas of this sort are, of course, inaccurate and give a wrong picture, like a body projected on a plane or, conversely, like the construction of a four-dimensional model out of a three-dimensional body. They use the terms of a three-dimensional world in order to represent themselves to us. Mathematics goes to great pains to create expressions for relationships which pass empirical comprehension. In much the same way, it is all important for a disciplined imagination to build up images of intangibles by logical principles and on the basis of empirical data, that is, on the evidence of dreams. The method employed is what I have called the method of the necessary statement. It represents the principle of amplification in the interpretation of dreams, but can most easily be demonstrated by the statements implicit in simple whole numbers. 1, as the first numeral, is unity, but it is also the unity, the one, all oneness, individuality, and non-duality, not a numeral but a philosophical concept, an archetype and attribute of God, the monad. It is quite proper that the human intellect should make these statements, but at the same time the intellect is determined and limited by its conception of oneness and its implications. In other words, these statements are not arbitrary. They are governed by the nature of oneness, and therefore are necessary statements. Theoretically, the same logical operation could be performed for each of the following conceptions of number, but in practice the process soon comes to an end because of the rapid increase in complications, which become too numerous to handle. Every further unit introduces new properties and new modifications. Thus, it is a property of the number 4 that equations of the 4th degree can be solved, whereas equations of the 5th degree cannot. The necessary statement of the number 4, therefore, is that, among other things, it is an apex and simultaneously the end of a preceding ascent. Since with each additional unit one or more new mathematical properties appear, the statements attain such a complexity that they can no longer be formulated. The infinite series of natural numbers corresponds to the infinite number of individual creatures. That series likewise consists of individuals, and the properties even of its first 10 members represent, if they represent anything at all, an abstract cosmogony derived from the monad. The properties of numbers are, however, simultaneously properties of matter, for which reason certain equations can anticipate its behavior. Therefore, I submit that other than mathematical statements, that is, statements implicit in nature, are likewise capable of pointing to irrepresentable realities beyond themselves, such, for example, as those products of the imagination which enjoy universal acceptance or are distinguished by the frequency of their occurrence, like the whole class of archetypal motifs. Just as in the case of some factors in mathematical equations we cannot say to what physical realities they correspond, so in the case of some mythological products we do not know at first to what psychic realities they refer. Equations governing the turbulence of heated gases existed long before the problems of such gases had been precisely investigated. Similarly, we have long been in possession of mythologisms which express the dynamics of certain subliminal processes, though these processes were only given names in very recent times. The maximum awareness which has been attained anywhere forms, so it seems to me, the upper limit of knowledge to which the dead can attain. That is probably why earthly life is of such great significance, and why it is that what a human being brings over at the time of his death is so important. Only here, In life on Earth, where the opposites clash together, can the general level of consciousness be raised? That seems to be man's metaphysical task, which he cannot accomplish without mythologizing. Myth is the natural and indispensable intermediate stage between unconscious and conscious cognition. True, the unconscious knows more than consciousness does, but it is knowledge of a special sort, knowledge in eternity, usually without reference to the here and now, not couched in language of the intellect. Only when we let its statements amplify themselves, as has been shown above by the example of numerals, does it come within the range of our understanding. Only then does a new aspect become perceptible to us. This process is convincingly repeated in every successful dream analysis. That is why it is so important not to have any preconceived doctrinaire opinions about the statements made by dreams. As soon as a certain monotony of interpretation strikes us, we know that our approach has become doctrinaire and hence sterile. Although there is no way to marshal valid proof of continuance of the soul after death, there are nevertheless experiences which make us thoughtful. I take them as hints and do not presume to ascribe to them the significance of insights. One night I lay awake thinking of the sudden death of a friend whose funeral had taken place the day before. I was deeply concerned. Suddenly I felt that he was in the room. It seemed to me that he stood at the foot of my bed and was asking me to go with him. I did not have the feeling of an apparition. Rather, it was an inner visual image of him, which I explained to myself as a fantasy. But in all honesty, I had to ask myself, do I have any proof that this is a fantasy? Suppose it is not a fantasy. Suppose my friend is really here, and I decided he was only a fantasy. Would that not be abominable of me? Yet I had equally little proof that he stood before me as an apparition. Then I said to myself, proof is neither here nor there. Instead of explaining him away as a fantasy, I might just as well give him the benefit of the doubt and for experiment's sake credit him with reality. The moment I had that thought, he went to the door and beckoned me to follow him. So I was going to have to play along with him. That was something I hadn't bargained for. I had to repeat my argument to myself once more. Only then did I follow him in my imagination. He led me out of the house, into the garden, out to the road, and finally to his house. In reality, it was several hundred yards away from mine. I went in, and he conducted me into his study. He climbed on a stool and showed me the second of 5 books with red bindings which stood on the second shelf from the top. Then the vision broke off. I was not acquainted with his library and did not know what books he owned. Certainly I could never have made out from below the titles of the books he had pointed out to me on the second shelf from the top. This experience seemed to me so curious that next morning I went to his widow and asked whether I could look up something in my friend's library. Sure enough, there was a stool standing under the bookcase I had seen in my vision, and even before I came closer, I could see the 5 books with red bindings. I stepped up on the stool so as to be able to read the titles. They were translations of the novels of Émile Zola. The title of the second volume read, The Legacy of the Dead. The contents seemed to me of no interest. Only the title was extremely significant in connection with this experience. Equally important to me were the dream experiences I had before my mother's death. News of her death came to me while I was staying in the Tessin. I was deeply shaken, for it had come with unexpected suddenness. The night before her death I had a frightening dream. I was in a dense, gloomy forest. Fantastic, gigantic boulders lay about among huge jungle-like trees. It was a heroic, primeval landscape. Suddenly I heard a piercing whistle that seemed to resound through the whole universe. My knees shook. Then there were crashings in the underbrush, and a gigantic wolfhound with a fearful, gaping maw burst forth. At the sight of it, the blood froze in my veins. It tore past me, and I suddenly knew the wild huntsman had commanded it to carry away a human soul. I awoke in deadly terror, and the next morning I received the news of my mother's passing. Seldom has a dream so shaken me, for upon superficial consideration it seemed to say that the devil had fetched her. But to be accurate, the dream said that it was the wild huntsman, the Grünhütel, or wearer of the green hat, who hunted with his wolves that night. It was the season of fern storms in January. It was Wotan, the god of my Alemannic forefathers, who had gathered my mother to her ancestors, negatively to the wild horde, but positively to the Selig Lut, the blessed folk. It was the Christian missionaries who made Wotan into a devil. In himself he is an important god, a Mercury or Hermes, as the Romans correctly realized, a nature spirit who returned to life again in the Merlin of the Grail legend, and became, as the Spiritus Mercurialis, the sought-after arcanum of the alchemists. Thus the dream says that the soul of my mother was taken into that greater territory of the self, which lies beyond the segment of Christian morality, taken into that wholeness of nature and spirit in which conflicts and contradictions are resolved. I went home immediately, and while I rode in the night train I had a feeling of great grief, but in my heart of hearts I could not be mournful, and this for a strange reason. During the entire journey I continually heard dance music, laughter, and jollity, as though a wedding were being celebrated. This contrasted violently with the devastating impression the dream had made on me. Here was gay dance music, cheerful laughter, and it was impossible to yield entirely to my sorrow. Again and again it was on the point of overwhelming me, but the next moment I would find myself once more engulfed by the merry melodies. One side of me had a feeling of warmth and joy, and the other of terror and grief. I was thrown back and forth between these contrasting emotions. This paradox can be explained if we suppose that at one moment death was being represented from the point of view of the ego, and at the next from that of the psyche. In the first case, it appeared as a catastrophe. That is how it so often strikes us, as if wicked and pitiless powers had put an end to a human life. And so it is. Death is indeed a fearful piece of brutality. There is no sense pretending otherwise. It is brutal not only as a physical event, but far more so psychically. A human being is torn away from us, and what remains is the icy stillness of death. There no longer exists any hope of a relationship, for all the bridges have been smashed at one blow. Those who deserve a long life are cut off in the prime of their years, and good-for-nothings live to a ripe old age. This is a cruel reality which we have no right to sidestep. The actual experience of the cruelty and wantonness of death can so embitter us that we conclude there is no merciful God, no justice, and no kindness. From another point of view, however, death appears as a joyful event. In the light of eternity, it is a wedding, a mysterium coniunctionis. The soul attains, as it were, its missing half. It achieves wholeness. On Greek sarcophagi, the joyous element was represented by dancing girls, on Etruscan tombs by banquets. When the pious Kabbalist Rabbi Simon ben Jokai came to die, his friends said that he was celebrating his wedding. To this day, it is the custom in many regions to hold a picnic on the graves on All Souls' Day. Such customs express the feeling that death is really a festive occasion. Several months before my mother's death, in September 1922, I had a dream which presaged it. It concerned my father and made a deep impression upon me. I had not dreamed of my father since his death in 1896. Now he once more appeared in a dream, as if he had returned from a distant journey. He looked rejuvenated and had shed his appearance of paternal authoritarianism. I went into my library with him and was greatly pleased at the prospect of finding out what he had been up to. I was also looking forward with particular joy to introducing my wife and children to him, to showing him my house, and to telling him all that had happened to me and what I had become in the meanwhile. I wanted also to tell him about my book on psychological types, which had recently been published. But I quickly saw that all this would be inopportune, for my father looked preoccupied. Apparently, he wanted something from me. I felt that plainly, and so I refrained from talking about my own concerns. He then said to me that since I was, after all, a psychologist, he would like to consult me about marital psychology. I made ready to give him a lengthy lecture on the complexities of marriage, but at this point I awoke. I could not properly understand the dream, for it never occurred to me that it might refer to my mother's death. I realized that only when she died suddenly in January 1923. My parents' marriage was not a happy one, but full of trials and difficulties and tests of patience. Both made the mistakes typical of many couples. My dream was a forecast of my mother's death, for here was my father who, after an absence of 26 years, wished to ask a psychologist about the newest insights and information on marital problems, since he would soon have to resume this relationship again. Evidently, he had acquired no better understanding in his timeless state, and therefore had to appeal to someone among the living who, enjoying the benefits of changed times, might have a fresh approach to the whole thing. Such was the dream's message. Undoubtedly, I could have found out a good deal more by looking into its subjective meaning, but why did I dream it just before the death of my mother, which I did not foresee? It plainly referred to my father, with whom I felt a sympathy that deepened as I grew older. Since the unconscious, as the result of its spatio-temporal relativity, possesses better sources of information than the conscious mind, which has only sense perceptions available to it, we are dependent for our myth of life after death upon the meager hints of dreams and similar spontaneous revelations from the unconscious. As I have already said, we cannot attribute to these illusions the value of knowledge, let alone proof. They can, however, serve as suitable bases for mythic amplifications. They give the probing intellect the raw material which is indispensable for its vitality. Cut off the intermediary world of mythic imagination, and the mind falls prey to doctrinaire rigidities. On the other hand, too much traffic with these germs of myth is dangerous for weak and suggestible minds, for they are led to mistake vague intimations for substantial knowledge and to hypostatize mere phantasms. One widespread myth of the hereafter is formed by the ideas and images centering on reincarnation. In one country whose intellectual culture is highly complex and much older than ours, I am of course referring to India, the idea of reincarnation is as much taken for granted as, among us, the idea that God created the world, or that there is a spiritus rector. Cultivated Hindus know that we do not share their ideas about this, but that does not trouble them. In keeping with the spirit of the East, the succession of birth and death is viewed as an endless continuity, as an eternal wheel rolling on forever without a goal. Man lives and attains knowledge and dies and begins again from the beginning. Only with the Buddha does the idea of a goal emerge, namely, the overcoming of earthly existence. The mythic needs of the Occidental call for an evolutionary cosmogony with a beginning and a goal. The Occidental rebels against a cosmogony with a beginning and mere end, just as he cannot accept the idea of a static, self-contained, eternal cycle of events. The Oriental, on the other hand, seems able to come to terms with this idea. Apparently, there is no unanimous feeling about the nature of the world, any more than there is general agreement among contemporary astronomers on this question. To Western man, the meaninglessness of a merely static universe is unbearable. He must assume that it has meaning. The Oriental does not need to make this assumption. Rather, he himself embodies it, whereas the Occidental feels the need to complete the meaning of the world. The Oriental strives for the fulfillment of meaning in man, stripping the world and existence from himself. Buddha. I would say that both are right. Western man seems predominantly extroverted, Eastern man predominantly introverted. The former projects the meaning and considers that it exists in objects. The latter feels the meaning in himself. But the meaning is both without and within. The idea of rebirth is inseparable from that of karma. The crucial question is whether a man's karma is personal or not. If it is, then the preordained destiny with which a man enters life represents an achievement of previous lives, and a personal continuity therefore exists. If, however, this is not so, and an impersonal karma is seized upon in the act of birth, then that karma is incarnated again without there being any personal continuity. Buddha was twice asked by his disciples whether man's karma is personal or not. Each time he fended off the question and did not go into the matter. To know this, he said, would not contribute to liberating oneself from the illusion of existence. Buddha considered it far more useful for his disciples to meditate upon the nidana chain, that is, upon birth, life, old age, and death, and upon the cause and effect of suffering. I know no answer to the question of whether the karma which I live is the outcome of my past lives, or whether it is not rather the achievement of my ancestors, whose heritage comes together in me. Am I a combination of the lives of these ancestors, and do I embody these lives again? Have I lived before in the past as a specific personality, and did I progress so far in that life that I am now able to seek a solution? I do not know. Buddha left the question open, and I like to assume that he himself did not know with certainty. I could well imagine that I might have lived in former centuries and there encountered questions I was not yet able to answer, that I had to be born again because I had not fulfilled the task that was given to me. When I die, my deeds will follow along with me. That is how I imagine it. I will bring with me what I have done. In the meantime, it is important to ensure that I do not stand at the end with empty hands. Buddha, too, seems to have had this thought when he tried to keep his disciples from wasting time on useless speculation. The meaning of my existence is that life has addressed a question to me. Or conversely, I myself am a question which is addressed to the world, and I must communicate my answer, for otherwise I am dependent upon the world's answer. That is a suprapersonal life task, which I accomplish only by effort and with difficulty. Perhaps it is a question which preoccupied my ancestors, and which they could not answer. Could that be why I am so impressed by the fact that the conclusion of Faust contains no solution? Or by the problem on which Nietzsche foundered, the Dionysian side of life, to which the Christian seems to have lost the way? Or is it the restless Wotan Hermes of my Alemannic and Frankish ancestors who poses challenging riddles? What I feel to be the resultant of my ancestors' lives, or a karma acquired in a previous personal life, might perhaps equally well be an impersonal archetype which today presses hard on everyone and has taken a particular hold upon me. An archetype such as, for example, the development over the centuries of the divine triad and its confrontation with the feminine principle, or the still pending answer to the Gnostic question as to the origin of evil, or, to put it another way, the incompleteness of the Christian God image. I also think of the possibility that through the achievement of an individual, a question enters the world, to which he must provide some kind of answer. For example, my way of posing the question as well as my answer may be unsatisfactory. That being so, someone who has my karma, or I myself, would have to be reborn in order to give a more complete answer. It might happen that I would not be reborn again so long as the world needed no such answer, and that I would be entitled to several hundred years of peace until someone was once more needed who took an interest in these matters and could profitably tackle the task anew. I imagine that for a while a period of rest could ensue, until the stint I had done in my lifetime needed to be taken up again. The question of karma is obscure to me, as is also the problem of personal rebirth, or of the transmigration of souls. With a free and open mind, I listen attentively to the Indian doctrine of rebirth and look around in the world of my own experience to see whether somewhere and somehow there is some authentic sign pointing toward reincarnation. Naturally, I do not count the relatively numerous testimonies here in the West to the belief in reincarnation. A belief proves to me only the phenomenon of belief, not the content of the belief. This I must see revealed empirically in order to accept it. Until a few years ago, I could not discover anything convincing in this respect, although I kept a sharp lookout for any such signs. Recently, however, I observed in myself a series of dreams which would seem to describe the process of reincarnation in a deceased person of my acquaintance. But I have never come across any such dreams in other persons, and therefore have no basis for comparison. Since this observation is subjective and unique, I prefer only to mention its existence and not to go into it any further. I must confess, however, that after this experience I view the problem of reincarnation with somewhat different eyes, though without being in a position to assert a definite opinion. If we assume that life continues there, we cannot conceive of any other form of existence except a psychic one. For the life of the psyche requires no space and no time. Psychic existence, and above all the inner images with which we are here concerned, supply the material for all mythic speculations about a life in the hereafter, and I imagine that life as a continuance in the world of images. Thus the psyche might be that existence in which the hereafter or the land of the dead is located. From the psychological point of view, life in the hereafter would seem to be a logical continuation of the psychic life of old age. With increasing age, contemplation, and reflection, the inner images naturally play an ever greater part in man's life. Your old men shall dream dreams. That, to be sure, presupposes that the psyches of the old men have not become wooden or entirely petrified. Sero medicina paratur cum mala per longas convaluere moras. In old age one begins to let memories unroll before the mind's eye, and musing, to recognize oneself in the inner and outer images of the past. This is like a preparation for an existence in the hereafter, just as, in Plato's view, philosophy is a preparation for death. The inner images keep me from getting lost in personal retrospection. Many old people become too involved in their reconstruction of past events. They remain imprisoned in these memories. But if it is reflective and is translated into images, retrospection can be a reculer pour mieux sauter. I try to see the line which leads through my life into the world and out of the world again. In general, the conception people form of the hereafter is largely made up of wishful thinking and prejudices. Thus, in most conceptions, the hereafter is pictured as a pleasant place. That does not seem so obvious to me. I hardly think that after death we shall be spirited to some lovely flowering meadow. If everything were pleasant and good in the hereafter, surely there would be some friendly communication between us and the blessed spirits, and an outpouring upon us of goodness and beauty from the prenatal state. But there is nothing of the sort. Why is there this insurmountable barrier between the departed and the living? At least half the reports of encounters with the dead tell of terrifying experiences with dark spirits. And it is the rule that the land of the dead observes icy silence, unperturbed by the grief of the bereaved. To follow out the thought that involuntarily comes to me, the world, I feel, is far too unitary for there to be a hereafter in which the rule of opposites is completely absent. There, too, is nature, which after its fashion is also God's. The world into which we enter after death will be grand and terrible, like God and like all of nature that we know. Nor can I conceive that suffering should entirely cease. Granted that what I experienced in my 1944 visions, liberation from the burden of the body and perception of meaning, gave me the deepest bliss. Nevertheless, There was darkness too, and a strange cessation of human warmth. Remember the black rock to which I came. It was dark and of the hardest granite. What does that mean? If there were no imperfections, no primordial defect in the ground of creation, why should there be any urge to create, any longing for what must yet be fulfilled? Why should the gods be the least bit concerned about man and creation, about the continuation of the Nidana chain to infinity? After all, the Buddha opposes to the painful illusion of existence his quad non, and the Christian hopes for the swift coming of this world's end. It seems probable to me that in the hereafter too there exist certain limitations, but that the souls of the dead only gradually find out where the limits of the liberated state lie. Somewhere out there must be a determinant, a necessity conditioning the world, which seeks to put an end to the after-death state. This creative determinant, so I imagine it, must decide what souls will plunge again into birth. Certain souls, I imagine, feel the state of three-dimensional existence to be more blissful than that of eternity. But perhaps that depends upon how much of completeness or incompleteness they have taken across with them from their human existence. It is possible that any further spell of three-dimensional life would have no more meaning once the soul had reached a certain stage of understanding. It would then no longer have to return, fuller understanding having put to rout the desire for re-embodiment. Then the soul would vanish from the three-dimensional world and attain what the Buddhists call nirvana. But if a karma still remains to be disposed of, then the soul relapses again into desires and returns to life once more, perhaps even doing so out of the realization that something remains to be completed. In my case, it must have been primarily a passionate urge toward understanding which brought about my birth, for that is the strongest element in my nature. This insatiable drive toward understanding has, as it were, created a consciousness in order to know what is and what happens, and in order to piece together mythic conceptions from the slender hints of the unknowable. We lack concrete proof that anything of us is preserved for eternity. At most, we can say that there is some probability that something of our psyche continues beyond physical death. Whether what continues to exist is conscious of itself, we do not know either. If we feel the need to form some opinion on this question, we might possibly consider what has been learned from the phenomena of psychic dissociation. In most cases, where a split-off complex manifests itself, it does so in the form of a personality, as if the complex had a consciousness of itself. Thus the voices heard by the insane are personified. I dealt long ago with this phenomenon of personified complexes in my doctoral dissertation. We might, if we wish, adduce these complexes as evidence for a continuity of consciousness. Likewise, in favor of such an assumption are certain astonishing observations in cases of profound syncope after acute injuries to the brain and in severe states of collapse. In both situations, total loss of consciousness can be accompanied by perceptions of the outside world and vivid dream experiences. Since the cerebral cortex, the seat of consciousness, is not functioning at these times, there is as yet no explanation for such phenomena. They may be evidence for at least a subjective persistence of the capacity for consciousness, even in a state of apparent unconsciousness. The thorny problem of the relationship between eternal man, the self, and earthly man in time and space was illuminated by two dreams of mine. In one dream, which I had in October 1958, I caught sight from my house of two lens-shaped metallically gleaming discs, which hurtled in a narrow arc over the house and down to the lake. They were two UFOs, unidentified flying objects. Then another body came flying directly toward me. It was a perfectly circular lens like the objective of a telescope. At a distance of 400 or 500 yards, it stood still for a moment and then flew off. Immediately afterward, another came speeding through the air. a lens with a metallic extension which led to a box, a magic lantern. At a distance of 60 or 70 yards, it stood still in the air, pointing straight at me. I awoke with a feeling of astonishment. Still half in the dream, the thought passed through my head. We always think that the UFOs are projections of ours. Now, it turns out that we are their projections. I am projected by the magic lantern as C.G. Jung, but who manipulates the apparatus? I had dreamed once before of the problem of the self and the ego. In that earlier dream, I was on a hiking trip. I was walking along a little road through a hilly landscape. The sun was shining and I had a wide view in all directions. Then I came to a small wayside chapel. The door was ajar, and I went in. To my surprise, there was no image of the Virgin on the altar and no crucifix either, but only a wonderful flower arrangement. But then I saw that on the floor in front of the altar facing me sat a yogi in lotus posture, in deep meditation. When I looked at him more closely, I realized that he had my face. I started in profound fright and awoke with the thought, aha, so he is the one who is meditating me. He has a dream, and I am it. I knew that when he awakened, I would no longer be. I had this dream after my illness in 1944. It is a parable. My self retires into meditation and meditates my earthly form. To put it another way, it assumes human shape in order to enter three-dimensional existence, as if someone were putting on a diver's suit in order to dive into the sea. When it renounces existence in the hereafter, the self assumes a religious posture, as the chapel in the dream shows. In earthly form, it can pass through the experiences of the three-dimensional world, and by greater awareness take a further step toward realization. The figure of the yogi, then, would more or less represent my unconscious prenatal wholeness and the Far East, as is often the case in dreams, a psychic state alien and opposed to our own. Like the magic lantern, the yogi's meditation projects my empirical reality. As a rule, we see this causal relationship in reverse. In the products of the unconscious, we discover mandala symbols, that is, circular and quaternary figures which express wholeness, and whenever we wish to express wholeness, we employ just such figures. Our basis is ego consciousness, our world the field of light centered upon the focal point of the ego. From that point, we look out upon an enigmatic world of obscurity, never knowing to what extent the shadowy forms we see are caused by our consciousness, or possess a reality of their own. The superficial observer is content with the first assumption, but closer study shows that, as a rule, the images of the unconscious are not produced by consciousness, but have a reality and spontaneity of their own. Nevertheless, we regard them as mere marginal phenomena. The aim of both these dreams is to effect a reversal of the relationship between ego consciousness and the unconscious, and to represent the unconscious as the generator of the empirical personality. This reversal suggests that in the opinion of the other side, our unconscious existence is the real one and our conscious world a kind of illusion, an apparent reality constructed for a specific purpose, like a dream which seems a reality as long as we are in it. It is clear that this state of affairs resembles very closely the Oriental conception of Maya. Unconscious wholeness, therefore, seems to me the true spiritus rector of all biological and psychic events. Here is a principle which strives for total realization, which in man's case signifies the attainment of total consciousness. Attainment of consciousness is culture in the broadest sense, and self-knowledge is therefore the heart and essence of this process. The Oriental attributes unquestionably divine significance to the self, and according to the ancient Christian view, self-knowledge is the road to knowledge of God. The decisive question for man is he related to something infinite or not? That is the telling question of his life. Only if we know that the thing which truly matters is the infinite can we avoid fixing our interest upon futilities and upon all kinds of goals which are not of real importance. Thus we demand that the world grant us recognition for qualities which we regard as personal possessions, our talent or our beauty. The more a man lays stress on false possessions, and the less sensitivity he has for what is essential, the less satisfying is his life. He feels limited because he has limited aims, and the result is envy and jealousy. If we understand and feel that here in this life we already have a link with the infinite, desires and attitudes change. In the final analysis, we count for something only because of the essential we embody, and if we do not embody that, life is wasted. In our relationships to other men too, the crucial question is whether an element of boundlessness is expressed in the relationship. The feeling for the infinite, however, can be attained only if we are bounded to the utmost. The greatest limitation for man is the self. It is manifested in the experience. I am only that. Only consciousness of our narrow confinement in the self forms the link to the limitlessness of the unconscious. In such awareness, we experience ourselves concurrently as limited and eternal, as both the one and the other. In knowing ourselves to be unique in our personal combination, that is, ultimately limited, we possess also the capacity for becoming conscious of the infinite. But only then. In an era which has concentrated exclusively upon extension of living space and increase of rational knowledge at all costs, it is a supreme challenge to ask man to become conscious of his uniqueness and his limitation. Uniqueness and limitation are synonymous. Without them, no perception of the unlimited is possible, and consequently, no coming to consciousness either, merely a delusory identity with it which takes the form of intoxication with large numbers and an avidity for political power. Our age has shifted all emphasis to the here and now, and thus brought about a demonization of man and his world. The phenomenon of dictators and all the misery they have wrought springs from the fact that man has been robbed of transcendence by the short-sightedness of the super-intellectuals. Like them, he has fallen a victim to unconsciousness. But man's task is the exact opposite, to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious. Neither should he persist in his unconsciousness, nor remain identical with the unconscious elements of his being, thus evading his destiny, which is to create more and more consciousness. As far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. It may even be assumed that just as the unconscious affects us, so the increase in our consciousness affects the unconscious. Chapter 12. Late Thoughts. Any biography of myself must, I think, take account of the following reflections. It is true that they may well strike others as highly theoretical, but making theory of this sort is as much a part of me, as vital a function of mine, as eating and drinking. 1. What is remarkable about Christianity is that, in its system of dogma, it anticipates a metamorphosis in the divinity, a process of historic change on the other side. It does this in the form of the new myth of dissension in heaven, first alluded to in the creation myth, in which a serpent-like antagonist of the Creator appears and lures man to disobedience by the promise of increased conscious knowledge, scientes bonum et malum. The second allusion is to the fall of the angels, a premature invasion of the human world by unconscious contents. The angels are a strange genus. They are precisely what they are and cannot be anything else. They are in themselves soulless beings who represent nothing but the thoughts and intuitions of their Lord. Angels who fall, then, are exclusively bad angels. These release the well-known effect of inflation, which we can also observe nowadays in the megalomania of dictators. The angels beget with men a race of giants which ends by threatening to devour mankind, as is told in the book of Enoch. The third and decisive stage of the myth, however, is the self-realization of God in human form, in fulfillment of the Old Testament idea of the divine marriage and its consequences. As early as the period of primitive Christianity, the idea of the incarnation had been refined to include the intuition of Christ within us. Thus, the unconscious wholeness penetrated into the psychic realm of inner experience, and man was made aware of all that entered into his true configuration. This was a decisive step, not only for man but also for the Creator, who, in the eyes of those who had been delivered from darkness, cast off his dark qualities and became the summum bonum. This myth remained unassailably vital for a millennium, until the first signs of a further transformation of consciousness began appearing in the 11th century. From then on, the symptoms of unrest and doubt increased, until at the end of the second millennium the outlines of a universal catastrophe became apparent, at first in the form of a threat to consciousness. This threat consists in giantism, in other words, a hubris of consciousness, in the assertion, "Nothing is greater than man and his deeds." The otherworldliness, the transcendence of the Christian myth was lost, and with it the view that wholeness is achieved in the other world. Light is followed by shadow, the other side of the Creator. This development reached its peak in the 20th century. The Christian world is now truly confronted by the principle of evil, by naked injustice, tyranny, lies, slavery, and coercion of conscience. This manifestation of naked evil has assumed apparently permanent form in the Russian nation, but its first violent eruption came in Germany. That outpouring of evil revealed to what extent Christianity has been undermined in the 20th century. In the face of that, evil can no longer be minimized by the euphemism of the privatio boni. Evil has become a determinate reality. It can no longer be dismissed from the world by a circumlocution. We must learn how to handle it, since it is here to stay. How we can live with it without terrible consequences cannot for the present be conceived. In any case, we stand in need of a reorientation, a metanoia. Touching evil brings with it the grave peril of succumbing to it. We must, therefore, no longer succumb to anything at all, not even to good. A so-called good to which we succumb loses its ethical character. Not that there is anything bad in it on that score, but to have succumbed to it may breed trouble. Every form of addiction is bad, no matter whether the narcotic be alcohol or morphine or idealism. We must beware of thinking of good and evil as absolute opposites. The criterion of ethical action can no longer consist in the simple view that good has the force of a categorical imperative, while so-called evil can resolutely be shunned. Recognition of the reality of evil necessarily relativizes the good, and the evil likewise, converting both into halves of a paradoxical whole. In practical terms, this means that good and evil are no longer so self-evident. We have to realize that each represents a judgment. In view of the fallibility of all human judgment, we cannot believe that we will always judge rightly. We might so easily be the victims of misjudgment. The ethical problem is affected by this principle only to the extent that we become somewhat uncertain about moral evaluations. Nevertheless, we have to make ethical decisions. The relativity of good and evil by no means signifies that these categories are invalid or do not exist. Moral judgment is always present and carries with it characteristic psychological consequences. I have pointed out many times that as in the past, so in the future the wrong we have done, thought, or intended will wreak its vengeance on our souls. Only the contents of judgment are subject to the differing conditions of time and place, and therefore take correspondingly different forms. For moral evaluation is always founded upon the apparent certitudes of a moral code which pretends to know precisely what is good and what evil. But once we know how uncertain the foundation is, ethical decision becomes a subjective, creative act. We can convince ourselves of its validity only deo concedent, that is, there must be a spontaneous and decisive impulse on the part of the unconscious. Ethics itself, the decision between good and evil, is not affected by this impulse, only made more difficult for us. Nothing can spare us the torment of ethical decision. Nevertheless, harsh as it may sound, we must have the freedom in some circumstances to avoid the known moral good and do what is considered to be evil if our ethical decision so requires. In other words, again, we must not succumb to either of the opposites. A useful pattern is provided by the neti-neti of Indian philosophy. In given cases, the moral code is undeniably abrogated, and ethical choice is left to the individual. In itself, there is nothing new about this idea. In pre-psychology days, such difficult choices were also known and came under the heading of conflict of duties. As a rule, however, the individual is so unconscious that he altogether fails to see his own potentialities for decision. Instead, he is constantly and anxiously looking around for external rules and regulations which can guide him in his perplexity. Aside from general human inadequacy, a good deal of the blame for this rests with education, which promulgates the old generalizations and says nothing about the secrets of private experience. Thus, every effort is made to teach idealistic beliefs or conduct which people know in their hearts they can never live up to, and such ideals are preached by officials who know that they themselves have never lived up to these high standards and never will. What is more, nobody ever questions the value of this kind of teaching. Therefore, the individual who wishes to have an answer to the problem of evil, as it is posed today, has need, first and foremost, of self-knowledge, that is, the utmost possible knowledge of his own wholeness. He must know relentlessly how much good he can do, and what crimes he is capable of, and must beware of regarding the one as real and the other as illusion. Both are elements within his nature, and both are bound to come to light in him should he wish, as he ought, to live without self-deception or self-delusion. In general, however, most people are hopelessly ill-equipped for living on this level, although there are also many persons today who have the capacity for profounder insight into themselves. Such self-knowledge is of prime importance, because through it we approach that fundamental stratum or core of human nature where the instincts dwell. Here are those pre-existent dynamic factors which ultimately govern the ethical decisions of our consciousness. This core is the unconscious and its contents, concerning which we cannot pass any final judgment. Our ideas about it are bound to be inadequate, for we are unable to comprehend its essence cognitively and set rational limits to it. We achieve knowledge of nature only through science, which enlarges consciousness. Hence, deepened self-knowledge also requires science, that is, psychology. No one builds a telescope or microscope with one turn of the wrist, out of goodwill alone, without a knowledge of optics. Today, we need psychology for reasons that involve our very existence. We stand perplexed and stupefied before the phenomenon of Nazism and Bolshevism because we know nothing about man, or at any rate have only a lopsided and distorted picture of him. If we had self-knowledge, that would not be the case. We stand face to face with the terrible question of evil, and do not even know what is before us, let alone what to pit against it. And even if we did know, we still could not understand how it could happen here. With glorious naivete, a statesman comes out with the proud declaration that he has no imagination for evil. Quite right. We have no imagination for evil, but evil has us in its grip. Some do not want to know this, and others are identified with evil. That is the psychological situation in the world today. Some call themselves Christian and imagine that they can trample so-called evil underfoot by merely willing to. Others have succumbed to it and no longer see the good. Evil today has become a visible great power. One half of humanity battens and grows strong on a doctrine fabricated by human ratiocination. The other half sickens from the lack of a myth commensurate with the situation. The Christian nations have come to a sorry pass. Their Christianity slumbers and has neglected to develop its myth further in the course of the centuries. Those who gave expression to the dark stirrings of growth in mythic ideas were refused a hearing. Gioacchino da Fiore, Meister Eckhart, Jacob Boehme, and many others have remained obscurantists for the majority. The only ray of light is Pius XII and his dogma. But people do not even know what I am referring to when I say this. They do not realize that a myth is dead if it no longer lives and grows. Our myth has become mute and gives no answers. The fault lies not in it as it is set down in the scriptures, but solely in us, who have not developed it further, who, rather, have suppressed any such attempts. The original version of the myth offers ample points of departure and possibilities of development. For example, the words are put into Christ's mouth, "Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves." For what purpose do men need the cunning of serpents? And what is the link between this cunning and the innocence of the dove? Except ye become as little children. Who gives thought to what children are like in reality? By what morality did the Lord justify the taking of the ass which he needed in order to ride in triumph into Jerusalem? How was it that, shortly afterward, he put on a display of childish bad temper and cursed the fig tree? What kind of morality emerges from the parable of the unjust steward, and what profound insight of such far-reaching significance for our own predicament, from the apocryphal Logion? Man, if thou knowest what thou dost, thou art blessed, but if thou knowest not, thou art accursed and a transgressor of the law. What finally does it mean when St. Paul confesses, "The evil which I would not, that I do"? I will not discuss the transparent prophecies of the book of Revelation, because no one believes in them and the whole subject is felt to be an embarrassing one. The old question posed by the Gnostics, whence comes evil, has been given no answer by the Christian world, and Origen's cautious suggestion of a possible redemption of the devil was termed a heresy. Today we are compelled to meet that question, but we stand empty-handed, bewildered, and perplexed, and cannot even get it into our heads that no myth will come to our aid, although we have such urgent need of one. As the result of the political situation and the frightful, not to say diabolic, triumphs of science, we are shaken by secret shudders and dark forebodings. But we know no way out, and very few persons indeed draw the conclusion that this time the issue is the long since forgotten soul of man. A further development of myth might well begin with the outpouring of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles, by which they were made into sons of God, and not only they, but all others who through them and after them received the filiatio, sonship of God, and thus partook of the certainty that they were more than autochthonous animalia sprung from the earth, that as the twice-born they had their roots in the divinity itself. Their visible physical life was on this earth, but the invisible inner man had come from, and would return to, the primordial image of wholeness, to the eternal Father, as the Christian myth of salvation puts it. Just as the Creator is whole, so his creature, his Son, ought to be whole. Nothing can take away from the concept of divine wholeness. But unbeknownst to all, a splitting of that wholeness ensued. There emerged a realm of light and a realm of darkness. This outcome, even before Christ appeared, was clearly prefigured, as we may observe inter alia in the experience of Job, or in the widely disseminated book of Enoch, which belongs to immediate pre-Christian times. In Christianity, too, this metaphysical split was plainly perpetuated. Satan, who in the Old Testament still belonged to the intimate entourage of Yahweh, now formed the diametrical and eternal opposite of the divine world. He could not be uprooted. It is therefore not surprising that as early as the beginning of the 11th century, the belief arose that the devil, not God, had created the world. Thus, the keynote was struck for the second half of the Christian eon, after the myth of the fall of the angels had already explained that these fallen angels had taught men a dangerous knowledge of science and the arts. What would these old storytellers have to say about Hiroshima? The visionary genius of Jacob Boehme recognized the paradoxical nature of the God image, and thus contributed to the further development of the myth. The mandala symbol sketched by Boehme is a representation of the split God, for the inner circle is divided into two semicircles standing back to back. Since dogma holds that God is wholly present in each of the three persons, he is also wholly present in each part of the outpoured Holy Spirit. Thus, every man can partake of the whole of God and hence of the filiation. The complexio oppositorum of the God image thus enters into man, and not as unity, but as conflict, the dark half of the image coming into opposition with the accepted view that God is light. This very process is taking place in our own times, albeit scarcely recognized by the official teachers of humanity whose task, supposedly, is to understand such matters. There is the general feeling, to be sure, that we have reached a significant turning point in the ages, but people imagine that the great change has to do with nuclear fission and fusion or with space rockets. What is concurrently taking place in the human psyche is usually overlooked. Insofar as the God image is, from the psychological point of view, a manifestation of the ground of the psyche, and insofar as the cleavage in that image is becoming clear to mankind as a profound dichotomy which penetrates even into world politics, a compensation has arisen. This takes the form of circular symbols of unity which represent a synthesis of the opposites within the psyche. I refer to the worldwide rumors of unidentified flying objects, of which we began to hear as early as 1945. These rumors are founded either upon visions or upon actual phenomena. The usual story about the UFOs is that they are some kind of spacecraft coming from other planets or even from the fourth dimension. More than 20 years earlier, in 1918, in the course of my investigations of the collective unconscious, I discovered the presence of an apparently universal symbol of a similar type, the mandala symbol. To make sure of my case, I spent more than a decade amassing additional data before announcing my discovery for the first time. The mandala is an archetypal image whose occurrence is attested throughout the ages. It signifies the wholeness of the self. This circular image represents the wholeness of the psychic ground, or, to put it in mythic terms, the divinity incarnate in man. In contrast to Boehme's mandala, the modern ones strive for unity. They represent a compensation of the psychic cleavage, or an anticipation that the cleavage will be surmounted. Since this process takes place in the collective unconscious, it manifests itself everywhere. The worldwide stories of the UFOs are evidence of that. They are the symptom of a universally present psychic disposition. Insofar as analytical treatment makes the shadow conscious, it causes a cleavage and a tension of opposites which, in their turn, seek compensation in unity. The adjustment is achieved through symbols. The conflict between the opposites can strain our psyche to the breaking point, if we take them seriously, or if they take us seriously. The tertium non datur of logic proves its worth. No solution can be seen. If all goes well, the solution seemingly of its own accord appears out of nature. Then and then only is it convincing. It is felt as grace. Since the solution proceeds out of the confrontation and clash of opposites, it is usually an unfathomable mixture of conscious and unconscious factors and therefore a symbol, a coin split into two halves which fit together precisely. It represents the result of the joint labors of consciousness and the unconscious, and attains the likeness of the God image in the form of the mandala, which is probably the simplest model of a concept of wholeness, and one which spontaneously arises in the mind as a representation of the struggle and reconciliation of opposites. The clash, which is at first of a purely personal nature, is soon followed by the insight that the subjective conflict is only a single instance of the universal conflict of opposites. Our psyche is set up in accord with the structure of the universe, and what happens in the macrocosm likewise happens in the infinitesimal and most subjective reaches of the psyche. For that reason, the God image is always a projection of the inner experience of a powerful vis-a-vis. This is symbolized by objects from which the inner experience has taken its initial impulse, and which from then on preserve numinous significance, or else it is characterized by its numinosity and the overwhelming force of that numinosity. In this way, the imagination liberates itself from the concretism of the object and attempts to sketch the image of the invisible as something which stands behind the phenomenon. I am thinking here of the simplest basic form of the mandala, the circle, and the simplest mental division of the circle, the quadrant, or, as the case may be, the cross. Such experiences have a helpful, or it may be, annihilating effect upon man. He cannot grasp, comprehend, dominate them, nor can he free himself or escape from them, and therefore feels them as overpowering. Recognizing that they do not spring from his conscious personality, he calls them mana, daemon, or God. Science employs the term the unconscious, thus admitting that it knows nothing about it, for it can know nothing about the substance of the psyche when the sole means of knowing anything is the psyche. Therefore, the validity of such terms as mana, daemon, or God can be neither disproved nor affirmed. We can, however, establish that the sense of strangeness connected with the experience of something objective, apparently outside the psyche, is indeed authentic. We know that something unknown, alien, does come our way, just as we know that we do not ourselves make a dream or an inspiration, but that it somehow arises of its own accord. What does happen to us in this manner can be said to emanate from mana, from a daemon, a God, or the unconscious. The first three terms have the great merit of including and evoking the emotional quality of numinosity, whereas the latter, the unconscious, is banal and therefore closer to reality. This latter concept includes the empirical realm, that is, the commonplace reality we know so well. The unconscious is too neutral and rational a term to give much impetus to the imagination. The term, after all, was coined for scientific purposes and is far better suited to dispassionate observation, which makes no metaphysical claims, than are the transcendental concepts, which are controversial and therefore tend to breed fanaticism. Hence, I prefer the term the unconscious, knowing that I might equally well speak of God or daemon if I wished to express myself in mythic language. When I do use such mythic language, I am aware that mana, daemon, and God are synonyms for the unconscious. That is to say, we know just as much or just as little about them as about the latter. People only believe they know much more about them, and for certain purposes that belief is far more useful and effective than a scientific concept. The great advantage of the concepts daemon and God lies in making possible a much better objectification of the vis-a-vis, namely, a personification of it. Their emotional quality confers life and effectuality upon them. Hate and love, fear and reverence enter the scene of the confrontation and raise it to a drama. What has merely been displayed becomes acted. The whole man is challenged and enters the fray with his total reality. Only then can he become whole, and only then can God be born, that is, enter into human reality and associate with man in the form of man. By this act of incarnation, man, that is, his ego, is inwardly replaced by God, and God becomes outwardly man, in keeping with the saying of Jesus, "Who sees me, sees the Father." It is at this point that the shortcomings of mythic terminology become apparent. The Christian's ordinary conception of God is of an omnipotent, omniscient, and all-merciful Father and Creator of the world. If this God wishes to become man, an incredible kenosis, emptying, is required of him, in order to reduce his totality to the infinitesimal human scale. Even then, it is hard to see why the human frame is not shattered by the incarnation. Theological thinkers have therefore felt it necessary to equip Jesus with qualities which raise him above ordinary human existence. Above all, he lacks the macula peccati, stain of original sin. For that reason, if for no other, he is at least a God-man or a demigod. The Christian God image cannot become incarnate in empirical man without contradictions, quite apart from the fact that man with all his external characteristics seems little suited to representing a God. The myth must ultimately take monotheism seriously and put aside its dualism, which, however much repudiated officially, has persisted until now and enthroned an eternal dark antagonist alongside the omnipotent good. Room must be made within the system for the philosophical complexio oppositorum of Nicholas of Cusa and the moral ambivalence of Jacob Boehme. Only thus can the one God be granted the wholeness and the synthesis of opposites which should be his. It is a fact that symbols, by their very nature, can so unite the opposites that these no longer diverge or clash, but mutually supplement one another and give meaningful shape to life. Once that has been experienced, the ambivalence in the image of a nature God or creator God ceases to present difficulties. On the contrary, the myth of the necessary incarnation of God, the essence of the Christian message, can then be understood as man's creative confrontation with the opposites and their synthesis in the self, the wholeness of his personality. The unavoidable internal contradictions in the image of a creator God can be reconciled in the unity and wholeness of the self as the coniunctio oppositorum of the alchemists, or as a unio mystica. In the experience of the self, it is no longer the opposites God and man that are reconciled as it was before, but rather the opposites within the God image itself. That is the meaning of divine service, of the service which man can render to God, that light may emerge from the darkness, that the Creator may become conscious of his creation, and man conscious of himself. That is the goal, or one goal, which fits man meaningfully into the scheme of creation, and at the same time confers meaning upon it. It is an explanatory myth which has slowly taken shape within me in the course of the decades. It is a goal I can acknowledge and esteem, and which therefore satisfies me. By virtue of his reflective faculties, man is raised out of the animal world, and by his mind he demonstrates that nature has put a high premium precisely upon the development of consciousness. Through consciousness, he takes possession of nature by recognizing the existence of the world and thus, as it were, confirming the Creator. The world becomes the phenomenal world, for without conscious reflection, it would not be. If the Creator were conscious of himself, he would not need conscious creatures, nor is it probable that the extremely indirect methods of creation, which squander millions of years upon the development of countless species and creatures, are the outcome of purposeful intention. Natural history tells us of a haphazard and casual transformation of species over hundreds of millions of years of devouring and being devoured. The biological and political history of man is an elaborate repetition of the same thing, but the history of the mind offers a different picture. Here the miracle of reflecting consciousness intervenes, the second cosmogony. The importance of consciousness is so great that one cannot help suspecting the element of meaning to be concealed somewhere within all the monstrous, apparently senseless biological turmoil, and that the road to its manifestation was ultimately found on the level of warm-blooded vertebrates possessed of a differentiated brain, found as if by chance, unintended and unforeseen, and yet somehow sensed, felt and groped for out of some dark urge. I do not imagine that in my reflections on the meaning of man and his myth I have uttered a final truth, but I think that this is what can be said at the end of our eon of the fishes, and perhaps must be said in view of the coming eon of Aquarius, the water-bearer, who has a human figure and is next to the sign of the fishes. This is a coniunctio oppositorum composed of two fishes in reverse. The water-bearer seems to represent the self. With a sovereign gesture he pours the contents of his jug into the mouth of Piscis Austrinus, which symbolizes a sun, a still unconscious content. Out of this unconscious content will emerge, after the passage of another eon of more than 2,000 years, a future whose features are indicated by the symbol of Capricorn. An aigokeros, the monstrosity of the goatfish, symbolizing the mountains and the depths of the sea, a polarity made up of two undifferentiated animal elements which have grown together. This strange being could easily be the primordial image of a creator god confronting man, the anthropos. On this question there is a silence within me, as there is in the empirical data at my disposal, the products of the unconscious of other people with which I am acquainted, or historical documents. If insight does not come by itself, speculation is pointless. It makes sense only when we have objective data comparable to our material on the eon of Aquarius. We do not know how far the process of coming to consciousness can extend, or where it will lead. It is a new element in the story of creation, and there are no parallels we can look to. We therefore cannot know what potentialities are inherent in it. Neither can we know the prospects for the species Homo sapiens. Will it imitate the fate of other species, which once flourished on the earth and now are extinct? Biology can advance no reasons why this should not be so. The need for mythic statements is satisfied when we frame a view of the world which adequately explains the meaning of human existence in the cosmos, a view which springs from our psychic wholeness, from the cooperation between conscious and unconscious. Meaninglessness inhibits fullness of life and is therefore equivalent to illness. Meaning makes a great many things endurable, perhaps everything. No science will ever replace myth, and a myth cannot be made out of any science. For it is not that God is a myth, but that myth is the revelation of a divine life in man. It is not we who invent myth, rather it speaks to us as a word of God. The word of God comes to us, and we have no way of distinguishing whether and to what extent it is different from God. There is nothing about this word that could not be considered known and human, except for the manner in which it confronts us spontaneously and places obligations upon us. It is not affected by the arbitrary operation of our will. We cannot explain an inspiration. Our chief feeling about it is that it is not the result of our own ratiocinations, but that it came to us from elsewhere. And if we happen to have a precognitive dream, how can we possibly ascribe it to our own powers? After all, often we do not even know, until some time afterward, that the dream represented foreknowledge, or knowledge of something that happened at a distance. The word happens to us. We suffer it, for we are victims of a profound uncertainty. With God as a complexio oppositorum, all things are possible, in the fullest meaning of the phrase. Truth and delusion good and evil are equally possible. Myth is or can be equivocal, like the Oracle of Delphi, or like a dream. We cannot and ought not to repudiate reason, but equally we must cling to the hope that instinct will hasten to our aid, in which case God is supporting us against God, as Job long ago understood. Everything through which the other will is expressed proceeds from man, his thinking, his words, his images, and even his limitations. Consequently, he has the tendency to refer everything to himself when he begins to think in clumsy psychological terms and decides that everything proceeds out of his intentions and out of himself. With childlike naivete, he assumes that he knows all his own reaches and knows what he is in himself. Yet all the while, he is fatally handicapped by the weakness of his consciousness and the corresponding fear of the unconscious. Therefore, he is utterly unable to separate what he has carefully reasoned out from what has spontaneously flowed to him from another source. He has no objectivity toward himself, and cannot yet regard himself as a phenomenon which he finds in existence and with which, for better or worse, he is identical. At first everything is thrust upon him, everything happens to him, and it is only by great effort that he finally succeeds in conquering and holding for himself an area of relative freedom. Only when he has won his way to this achievement, and then only, is he in a position to recognize that he is confronting his instinctive foundations, given him from the beginning, which he cannot make disappear, however much he would like to. His beginnings are not by any means mere pasts. They live with him as the constant substratum of his existence, and his consciousness is as much molded by them as by the physical world around him. These facts assail man from without and from within with overwhelming force. He has summed them up under the idea of divinity, has described their effects with the aid of myth, and has interpreted this myth as the Word of God, that is, as the inspiration and revelation of the new men from the other side. 2. There is no better means of intensifying the treasured feeling of individuality than the possession of a secret which the individual is pledged to guard. The very beginnings of societal structures reveal the craving for secret organizations. When no valid secrets really exist, mysteries are invented or contrived to which privileged initiates are admitted. Such was the case with the Rosicrucians and many other societies. Among these pseudo-secrets there are, ironically, real secrets of which the initiates are entirely unaware, as, for example, in those societies which borrowed their secret primarily from the alchemical tradition. The need for ostentatious secrecy is of vital importance on the primitive level, for the shared secret serves as a cement binding the tribe together. Secrets on the tribal level constitute a helpful compensation for lack of cohesion in the individual personality, which is constantly relapsing into the original unconscious identity with other members of the group. Attainment of the human goal, an individual who is conscious of his own peculiar nature, thus becomes a long, almost hopeless process of education. For even the individuals whose initiation into certain secrets has marked them out in some way are fundamentally obeying the laws of group identity, though in their case the group is a socially differentiated one. The secret society is an intermediary stage on the way to individuation. The individual is still relying on a collective organization to effect his differentiation for him. That is, he has not yet recognized that it is really the individual's task to differentiate himself from all the others and stand on his own feet. All collective identities, such as membership in organizations, support of ESMs, and so on, interfere with the fulfillment of this task. Such collective identities are crutches for the lame, shields for the timid, beds for the lazy, nurseries for the irresponsible. But they are equally shelters for the poor and weak, a home port for the shipwrecked, the bosom of a family for orphans, a land of promise for disillusioned vagrants and weary pilgrims, a herd and a safe fold for lost sheep, and a mother providing nourishment and growth. It would therefore be wrong to regard this intermediary stage as a trap. On the contrary, for a long time to come it will represent the only possible form of existence for the individual, who nowadays seems more than ever threatened by anonymity. Collective organization is still so essential today that many consider it, with some justification, to be the final goal, whereas to call for further steps along the road to autonomy appears like arrogance or hubris, fantasticality, or simply folly. Nevertheless, it may be that for sufficient reasons a man feels he must set out on his own feet along the road to wider realms. It may be that in all the garbs, shapes, forms, modes, and manners of life offered to him he does not find what is peculiarly necessary for him. He will go alone and be his own company. He will serve as his own group, consisting of a variety of opinions and tendencies, which need not necessarily be marching in the same direction. In fact, he will be at odds with himself, and will find great difficulty in uniting his own multiplicity for purposes of common action. Even if he is outwardly protected by the social forms of the intermediary stage, he will have no defense against his inner multiplicity. The disunion within himself may cause him to give up, to lapse into identity with his surroundings. Like the initiate of a secret society who has broken free from the undifferentiated collectivity, the individual on his lonely path needs a secret which for various reasons he may not or cannot reveal. Such a secret reinforces him in the isolation of his individual aims. A great many individuals cannot bear this isolation. They are the neurotics, who necessarily play hide and seek with others as well as with themselves, without being able to take the game really seriously. As a rule, they end by surrendering their individual goal to their craving for collective conformity, a procedure which all the opinions, beliefs, and ideals of their environment encourage. Moreover, no rational arguments prevail against the environment. Only a secret which the individual cannot betray, one which he fears to give away, or which he cannot formulate in words and which therefore seems to belong to the category of crazy ideas, can prevent the otherwise inevitable retrogression. The need for such a secret is in many cases so compelling that the individual finds himself involved in ideas and actions for which he is no longer responsible. He is being motivated neither by caprice nor arrogance, but by a dira necessitas which he himself cannot comprehend. This necessity comes down upon him with savage fatefulness, and perhaps for the first time in his life demonstrates to him ad oculos the presence of something alien and more powerful than himself in his own most personal domain, where he thought himself the master. A vivid example is the story of Jacob, who wrestled with the angel and came away with a dislocated hip, but by his struggle prevented a murder. In those fortunate days, Jacob's story was believed without question. A contemporary Jacob, telling such a tale, would be treated to meaningful smiles. He would prefer not to speak of such matters, especially if he were inclined to have his private views about the nature of Yahweh's messenger. Thus he would find himself willy-nilly in possession of a secret that could not be discussed, and would become a deviant from the collectivity. Naturally, his mental reservation would ultimately come to light unless he succeeded in playing the hypocrite all his life. But anyone who attempts to do both, to adjust to his group and at the same time pursue his individual goal, becomes neurotic. Our modern Jacob would be concealing from himself the fact that the angel was after all the stronger of the two, as he certainly was, for no claims were ever made that the angel too came away with a limp. The man, therefore, who, driven by his daemon, steps beyond the limits of the intermediary stage, truly enters the untrodden, untreadable regions, where there are no charted ways and no shelter spreads a protecting roof over his head. There are no precepts to guide him when he encounters an unforeseen situation, for example, a conflict of duties. For the most part, these sallies into no man's land last only as long as no such conflicts occur, and come swiftly to an end as soon as conflict is sniffed from afar. I cannot blame the person who takes to his heels at once, but neither can I approve his finding merit in his weakness and cowardice. Since my contempt can do him no further harm, I may as well say that I find nothing praiseworthy about such capitulations. But if a man faced with a conflict of duties undertakes to deal with them absolutely on his own responsibility, and before a judge who sits in judgment on him day and night, he may well find himself in an isolated position. There is now an authentic secret in his life which cannot be discussed, if only because he is involved in an endless inner trial in which he is his own counsel and ruthless examiner, and no secular or spiritual judge can restore his easy sleep. If he were not already sick to death of the decisions of such judges, he would never have found himself in a conflict. For such a conflict always presupposes a higher sense of responsibility. It is this very quality which keeps its possessor from accepting the decision of a collectivity. In his case, the court is transposed to the inner world where the verdict is pronounced behind closed doors. Once this happens, the psyche of the individual acquires heightened importance. It is not only the seat of his well-known and socially defined ego, it is also the instrument for measuring what it is worth in and for itself. Nothing so promotes the growth of consciousness as this inner confrontation of opposites. Quite unsuspected facts turn up in the indictment, and the defense is obliged to discover arguments hitherto unknown. In the course of this, a considerable portion of the outer world reaches the inner, and by that very fact the outer world is impoverished or relieved. On the other hand, the inner world has gained that much weight by being raised to the rank of a tribunal for ethical decisions. However, the once unequivocal ego loses the prerogative of being merely the prosecutor. It must also learn the role of defendant. The ego becomes ambivalent and ambiguous, and is caught between hammer and anvil. It becomes aware of a polarity superordinate to itself. By no means every conflict of duties, and perhaps not even a single one, is ever really solved, though it may be argued over, weighed and counterweighed till doomsday. Sooner or later the decision is simply there, the product, it would seem, of some kind of short circuit. Practical life cannot be suspended in an everlasting contradiction. The opposites and the contradictions between them do not vanish, however, even when for a moment they yield before the impulse to action. They constantly threaten the unity of the personality and entangle life again and again in their dichotomies. Insight into the dangers and the painfulness of such a state might well decide one to stay at home, that is, never to leave the safe fold and the warm cocoon, since these alone promise protection from inner stress. Those who do not have to leave father and mother are certainly safest with them. A good many persons, however, find themselves thrust out upon the road to individuation. In no time at all they will become acquainted with the positive and negative aspects of human nature. Just as all energy proceeds from opposition, so the psyche too possesses its inner polarity, this being the indispensable prerequisite for its aliveness, as Heraclitus realized long ago. Both theoretically and practically, polarity is inherent in all living things. Set against this overpowering force is the fragile unity of the ego, which has come into being in the course of millennia only with the aid of countless protective measures. That an ego was possible at all appears to spring from the fact that all opposites seek to achieve a state of balance. This happens in the exchange of energy, which results from the collision of hot and cold, high and low, and so on. The energy underlying conscious psychic life is pre-existent to it, and therefore at first unconscious. As it approaches consciousness, it first appears projected in figures like mana, gods, daemons, etc., whose numen seems to be the vital source of energy, and in point of fact is so as long as these supernatural figures are accepted. But as these fade and lose their force, the ego, that is, the empirical man, seems to come into possession of this source of energy, and does so in the fullest meaning of this ambiguous statement. On the one hand, he seeks to seize this energy, to possess it, and even imagines that he does possess it, and on the other hand, he is possessed by it. This grotesque situation can, to be sure, occur only when the contents of consciousness are regarded as the sole form of psychic existence. Where this is the case, there is no preventing inflation by projections coming home to roost. But where the existence of an unconscious psyche is admitted, the contents of projection can be received into the inborn instinctive forms which predate consciousness. Their objectivity and autonomy are thereby preserved, and inflation is avoided. The archetypes, which are pre-existent to consciousness and condition it, appear in the part they actually play in reality, as a priori, structural forms of the stuff of consciousness. They do not in any sense represent things as they are in themselves, but rather the forms in which things can be perceived and conceived. Naturally, it is not merely the archetypes that govern the particular nature of perceptions. They account only for the collective component of a perception. As an attribute of instinct, they partake of its dynamic nature, and consequently possess a specific energy which causes or compels definite modes of behavior or impulses. That is, they may under certain circumstances have a possessive or obsessive force, numinosity. The conception of them as daimonia is therefore quite in accord with their nature. If anyone is inclined to believe that any aspect of the nature of things is changed by such formulations, he is being extremely credulous about words. The real facts do not change, whatever names we give them. Only we ourselves are affected. If one were to conceive of God as pure nothingness, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the fact of a superordinate principle, we are just as much possessed as before. The change of name has removed nothing at all from reality. At most, we have taken a false attitude toward reality if the new name implies a denial. On the other hand, a positive name for the unknowable has the merit of putting us into a correspondingly positive attitude. If therefore we speak of God as an archetype, we are saying nothing about his real nature but are letting it be known that God already has a place in that part of our psyche, which is pre-existent to consciousness, and that he therefore cannot be considered an invention of consciousness. We neither make him more remote nor eliminate him, but bring him closer to the possibility of being experienced. This latter circumstance is by no means unimportant, for a thing which cannot be experienced may easily be suspected of non-existence. This suspicion is so inviting that so-called believers in God see nothing but atheism in my attempt to reconstruct the primitive unconscious psyche, or if not atheism, then Gnosticism, anything, heaven forbid, but a psychic reality like the unconscious. If the unconscious is anything at all, it must consist of earlier evolutionary stages of our conscious psyche. The assumption that man in his whole glory was created on the sixth day of creation, without any preliminary stages, is after all somewhat too simple and archaic to satisfy us nowadays. There is pretty general agreement on that score. In regard to the psyche, however, the archaic conception holds on tenaciously. The psyche has no antecedents, is a tabula rasa, arises anew at birth, and is only what it imagines itself to be. Consciousness is phylogenetically and ontogenetically a secondary phenomenon. It is time this obvious fact were grasped at last. Just as the body has an anatomical prehistory of millions of years, so also does the psychic system. And just as the human body today represents in each of its parts the result of this evolution, and everywhere still shows traces of its earlier stages, so the same may be said of the psyche. Consciousness began its evolution from an animal-like state, which seems to us unconscious, and the same process of differentiation is repeated in every child. The psyche of the child in its preconscious state is anything but a tabula rasa. It is already performed in a recognizably individual way, and is moreover equipped with all specifically human instincts, as well as with the a priori foundations of the higher functions. On this complicated base, the ego arises. Throughout life, the ego is sustained by this base. When the base does not function, stasis ensues and then death. Its life and its reality are of vital importance. Compared to it, even the external world is secondary. For what does the world matter if the endogenous impulse to grasp it and manipulate it is lacking? In the long run, no conscious will can ever replace the life instinct. This instinct comes to us from within as a compulsion or will or command, and if, as has more or less been done from time immemorial, we give it the name of a personal daemon, we are at least aptly expressing the psychological situation. And if, by employing the concept of the archetype, we attempt to define a little more closely the point at which the daemon grips us, we have not abolished anything, only approached closer to the source of life. It is only natural that I, as a psychiatrist, doctor of the soul, should espouse such a view, for I am primarily interested in how I can help my patients find their healthy base again. To do that, a great variety of knowledge is needed, as I have learned. Medicine in general has, after all, proceeded in like manner. It has not made its advances through the discovery of some single trick of healing, thus phenomenally simplifying its methods. On the contrary, it has evolved into a science of enormous complexity, not the least of the reasons being that it has made borrowings from all possible fields. Hence, I am not concerned with proving anything to other disciplines. I am merely attempting to put their knowledge to good use in my own field. Naturally, it is incumbent upon me to report on such applications and their consequences. For certain new things come to light when one transfers the knowledge of one field to another and applies it in practice. Had X-rays remained the exclusive property of the physicist and not been applied in medicine, we would know far less. Then again, if radiation therapy has in some circumstances dangerous consequences, that is interesting to the physician, but it is not necessarily of interest to the physicist, who uses radiation in an altogether different manner and for other purposes. Nor will he think that the physician has poached upon his territory when the latter points out certain harmful or salutary properties of the invisible rays. If I, for example, apply historical or theological insights in psychotherapy, they naturally appear in a different light and lead to conclusions other than those to which they lead when restricted to their proper fields, where they serve other purposes. The fact, therefore, that a polarity underlies the dynamics of the psyche means that the whole problem of opposites in its broadest sense, with all its concomitant religious and philosophical aspects, is drawn into the psychological discussion. These aspects lose the autonomous character they have in their own field, inevitably so, since they are approached in terms of psychological questions. That is, they are no longer viewed from the angle of religious or philosophical truth, but are examined for their psychological validity and significance. Leaving aside their claim to be independent truths, the fact remains that regarded empirically, which is to say scientifically, they are primarily psychic phenomena. This fact seems to me incontestable. That they claim a justification for themselves is in keeping with the psychological approach, which does not brand such a claim unjustified, but on the contrary treats it with special consideration. Psychology has no room for judgments like only religious or only philosophical. despite the fact that we too often hear the charge of something's being only psychological, especially from theologians. All conceivable statements are made by the psyche. Among other things, the psyche appears as a dynamic process which rests on a foundation of antithesis, on a flow of energy between two poles. It is a general rule of logic that principles are not to be multiplied beyond the necessary. Therefore, since interpretation in terms of energy has proved a generally valid principle of explanation in the natural sciences, we must limit ourselves to it in psychology also. No firm facts are available which would recommend some other view. Moreover, the antithetical or polaristic nature of the psyche and its contents is verified by psychological experience. Now, if the dynamic conception of the psyche is correct, all statements which seek to overstep the limits of the psyche's polarity, statements about a metaphysical reality, for example, must be paradoxical if they are to lay claim to any sort of validity. The psyche cannot leap beyond itself. It cannot set up any absolute truths, for its own polarity determines the relativity of its statements. Wherever the psyche does announce absolute truths, such as, for example, God is motion or God is one, it necessarily falls into one or the other of its own antitheses. For the two statements might equally well be God is rest or God is all. Through one-sidedness, the psyche disintegrates and loses its capacity for cognition. It becomes an unreflective because unreflectable succession of psychic states, each of which fancies itself its own justification because it does not or does not yet see any other state. In saying this, we are not expressing a value judgment, but only pointing out that the limit is very frequently overstepped. Indeed, this is inevitable, for, as Heraclitus says, everything is flux. Thesis is followed by antithesis, and between the two is generated a third factor, a lysis which was not perceptible before. In this, the psyche once again merely demonstrates its antithetical nature and at no point has really got outside itself. In my effort to depict the limitations of the psyche, I do not mean to imply that only the psyche exists. It is merely that, so far as perception and cognition are concerned, we cannot see beyond the psyche. Science is tacitly convinced that a non-psychic, transcendental object exists. But science also knows how difficult it is to grasp the real nature of the object, especially when the organ of perception fails or is lacking, and when the appropriate modes of thought do not exist or have still to be created. In cases where neither our sense organs nor their artificial aids can attest the presence of a real object, the difficulties mount enormously, so that one feels tempted to assert that there is simply no real object present. I have never drawn this over-hasty conclusion, for I have never been inclined to think that our senses were capable of perceiving all forms of being. I have, therefore, even hazarded the postulate that the phenomenon of archetypal configurations, which are psychic events par excellence, may be founded upon a psychoid base, that is, upon an only partially psychic and possibly altogether different form of being. For lack of empirical data, I have neither knowledge nor understanding of such forms of being, which are commonly called spiritual. From the point of view of science, it is immaterial what I may believe on that score, and I must accept my ignorance. But insofar as the archetypes act upon me, they are real and actual to me, even though I do not know what their real nature is. This applies, of course, not only to the archetypes, but to the nature of the psyche in general. Whatever it may state about itself, it will never get beyond itself. All comprehension and all that is comprehended is in itself psychic, and to that extent we are hopelessly cooped up in an exclusively psychic world. Nevertheless, we have good reason to suppose that behind this veil there exists the uncomprehended absolute object which affects and influences us, and to suppose it even, or particularly, in the case of psychic phenomena about which no verifiable statements can be made. Statements concerning possibility or impossibility are valid only in specialized fields. Outside those fields, they are merely arrogant presumptions. Prohibited though it may be from an objective point of view to make statements out of the blue, that is, without sufficient reason, there are nevertheless some statements which apparently have to be made without objective reasons. The justification here is a psychodynamic one, of the sort usually termed subjective and regarded as a purely personal matter. But that is to commit the mistake of failing to distinguish whether the statement really proceeds only from an isolated subject and is prompted by exclusively personal motives, or whether it occurs generally and springs from a collectively present dynamic pattern. In that case, it should not be classed as subjective, but as psychologically objective, since an indefinite number of individuals find themselves prompted by an inner impulse to make an identical statement or feel a certain view to be a vital necessity. Since the archetype is not just an inactive form but a real force charged with a specific energy, it may very well be regarded as the causa efficiens of such statements and be understood as the subject of them. In other words, it is not the personal human being who is making the statement, but the archetype speaking through him. If these statements are stifled or disregarded, both medical experience and common knowledge demonstrate that psychic troubles are in store. These will appear either as neurotic symptoms or, in the case of persons who are incapable of neurosis, as collective delusions. Archetypal statements are based upon instinctive preconditions and have nothing to do with reason. They are neither rationally grounded nor can they be banished by rational arguments. They have always been part of the world scene, representations collectives as Lévi-Breuil rightly called them. Certainly the ego and its will have a great part to play in life. But what the ego wills is subject in the highest degree to the interference, in ways of which the ego is usually unaware, of the autonomy and numinosity of archetypal processes. Practical consideration of these processes is the essence of religion, insofar as religion can be approached from a psychological point of view. 3. At this point, the fact forces itself on my attention that beside the field of reflection there is another equally broad, if not broader, area in which rational understanding and rational modes of representation find scarcely anything they are able to grasp. This is the realm of Eros. In classical times, when such things were properly understood, Eros was considered a god whose divinity transcended our human limits, and who therefore could neither be comprehended nor represented in any way. I might, as many before me have attempted to do, venture an approach to this daemon, whose range of activity extends from the endless spaces of the heavens to the dark abysses of hell, but I falter before the task of finding the language which might adequately express the incalculable paradoxes of love. Eros is a cosmogonos, a creator and father-mother of all higher consciousness. I sometimes feel that Paul's words, "Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels and have not love," might well be the first condition of all cognition and the quintessence of divinity itself. Whatever the learned interpretation may be of the sentence, "God is love," the words affirm the complexio oppositorum of the Godhead. In my medical experience as well as in my own life, I have again and again been faced with the mystery of love and have never been able to explain what it is. Like Job, I had to lay my hand on my mouth. I have spoken once and I will not answer. Here is the greatest and smallest, the remotest and nearest, the highest and lowest, and we cannot discuss one side of it without also discussing the other. No language is adequate to this paradox. Whatever one can say, no words express the whole. To speak of partial aspects is always too much or too little, for only the whole is meaningful. Love bears all things and endures all things. These words say all there is to be said. Nothing can be added to them. For we are in the deepest sense the victims and the instruments of cosmogonic love. I put the word in quotation marks to indicate that I do not use it in its connotations of desiring, preferring, favoring, wishing, and similar feelings, but as something superior to the individual, a unified and undivided whole. Being apart, man cannot grasp the whole. He is at its mercy. He may assent to it or rebel against it, but he is always caught up by it and enclosed within it. He is dependent upon it and is sustained by it. Love is his light and his darkness, whose end he cannot see. Love ceases not, whether he speaks with the tongues of angels or with scientific exactitude traces the life of the cell down to its uttermost source. Man can try to name love, showering upon it all the names at his command, and still he will involve himself in endless self-deceptions. If he possesses a grain of wisdom, he will lay down his arms and name the unknown by the more unknown ignotum per ignotius, that is, by the name of God. That is a confession of his subjection, his imperfection, and his dependence, but at the same time a testimony to his freedom to choose between truth and error. Retrospect. When people say I am wise or a sage, I cannot accept it. A man once dipped a hatful of water from a stream. What did that amount to? I am not that stream. I am at the stream, but I do nothing. Other people are at the same stream, but most of them find they have to do something with it. I do nothing. I never think that I am the one who must see to it that cherries grow on stalks. I stand and behold, admiring what nature can do. There is a fine old story about a student who came to a rabbi and said, "In the olden days, there were men who saw the face of God. Why don't they anymore?" The rabbi replied, "Because nowadays no one can stoop so low. One must stoop a little in order to fetch water from the stream." The difference between most people and myself is that for me, the dividing walls are transparent. That is my peculiarity. Others find these walls so opaque that they see nothing behind them and therefore think nothing is there. To some extent, I perceive the processes going on in the background, and that gives me an inner certainty. People who see nothing have no certainties and can draw no conclusions, or do not trust them even if they do. I do not know what started me off perceiving the stream of life. Probably the unconscious itself, or perhaps my early dreams. They determined my course from the beginning. Knowledge of processes in the background early shaped my relationship to the world. Basically, that relationship was the same in my childhood as it is to this day. As a child, I felt myself to be alone, and I am still, because I know things and must hint at things which others apparently know nothing of, and for the most part, do not want to know. Loneliness does not come from having no people about one, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to oneself, or from holding certain views which others find inadmissible. The loneliness began with the experiences of my early dreams and reached its climax at the time I was working on the unconscious. If a man knows more than others, he becomes lonely. But loneliness is not necessarily inimical to companionship. For no one is more sensitive to companionship than the lonely man, and companionship thrives only when each individual remembers his individuality and does not identify himself with others. It is important to have a secret, a premonition of things unknown. It fills life with something impersonal, a numinosum. A man who has never experienced that has missed something important. He must sense that he lives in a world which in some respects is mysterious, that things happen and can be experienced which remain inexplicable, that not everything which happens can be anticipated. The unexpected and the incredible belong in this world. Only then is life whole. For me, the world has from the beginning been infinite and ungraspable. I have had much trouble getting along with my ideas. There was a daemon in me, and in the end its presence proved decisive. It overpowered me, and if I was at times ruthless, it was because I was in the grip of the daemon. I could never stop at anything once attained. I had to hasten on to catch up with my vision. Since my contemporaries, understandably, could not perceive my vision, they saw only a fool rushing ahead. I have offended many people, for as soon as I saw that they did not understand me, that was the end of the matter so far as I was concerned. I had to move on. I had no patience with people, aside from my patience. I had to obey an inner law which was imposed on me and left me no freedom of choice. Of course, I did not always obey it. How can anyone live without inconsistency? For some people, I was continually present and close to them so long as they were related to my inner world. But then it might happen that I was no longer with them, because there was nothing left which would link me to them. I had to learn painfully that people continued to exist even when they had nothing more to say to me. Many excited in me a feeling of living humanity, but only when they appeared within the magic circle of psychology. Next moment, when the spotlight cast its beam elsewhere, there was nothing to be seen. I was able to become intensely interested in many people, but as soon as I had seen through them, the magic was gone. In this way, I made many enemies. A creative person has little power over his own life. He is not free. He is captive and driven by his daemon. Shamefully, a power wrests away the heart from us. For the heavenly ones, each demands sacrifice. But if it should be withheld, never has that led to good, says Hölderlin. This lack of freedom has been a great sorrow to me. Often I felt as if I were on a battlefield, saying, "Now you have fallen, my good comrade, but I must go on." For, shamefully, a power wrests away the heart from us. I'm fond of you, indeed I love you, but I cannot stay. There is something heart-rending about that, and I myself am the victim. I cannot stay. But the daemon manages things so that one comes through, and blessed inconsistency sees to it that, in flagrant contrast to my disloyalty, I can keep faith in unsuspected measure. Perhaps I might say, I need people to a higher degree than others and at the same time much less. When the daemon is at work, one is always too close and too far. Only when it is silent can one achieve moderation. The daemon of creativity has ruthlessly had its way with me. The ordinary undertakings I planned usually had the worst of it, though not always and not everywhere. By way of compensation, I think, I am conservative to the bone. I fill my pipe from my grandfather's tobacco jar and still keep his alpenstock, topped with a chamois horn, which he brought back from Pontresina after having been one of the first guests at that newly opened kurort. I am satisfied with the course my life has taken. It has been bountiful and has given me a great deal. How could I ever have expected so much? Nothing but unexpected things kept happening to me. Much might have been different if I myself had been different, but it was as it had to be, for all came about because I am as I am. Many things worked out as I planned them to, but that did not always prove of benefit to me. But almost everything developed naturally and by destiny. I regret many follies which sprang from my obstinacy, but without that trait I would not have reached my goal. And so I am disappointed and not disappointed. I am disappointed with people and disappointed with myself. I have learned amazing things from people and have accomplished more than I expected of myself. I cannot form any final judgment because the phenomenon of life and the phenomenon of man are too vast. The older I have become, the less I have understood or had insight into or known about myself. I am astonished, disappointed, pleased with myself. I am distressed, depressed, rapturous. I am all these things at once and cannot add up the sum. I am incapable of determining ultimate worth or worthlessness. I have no judgment about myself and my life. There is nothing I am quite sure about. I have no definite convictions, not about anything really. I know only that I was born and exist, and it seems to me that I have been carried along. I exist on the foundation of something I do not know. In spite of all uncertainties, I feel a solidity underlying all existence and a continuity in my mode of being. The world into which we are born is brutal and cruel, and at the same time of divine beauty. Which element we think outweighs the other, whether meaninglessness or meaning, is a matter of temperament. If meaninglessness were absolutely preponderant, the meaningfulness of life would vanish to an increasing degree with each step in our development. But that is, or seems to me, not the case. Probably, as in all metaphysical questions, both are true. Life is, or has, meaning and meaninglessness. I cherish the anxious hope that meaning will preponderate and win the battle. When Lao Tzu says, "All are clear, I alone am clouded," he is expressing what I now feel in advanced old age. Lao Tzu is the example of a man with superior insight, who has seen and experienced worth and worthlessness, and who at the end of his life desires to return into his own being, into the eternal, unknowable meaning. The archetype of the old man who has seen enough is eternally true. At every level of intelligence this type appears, and its lineaments are always the same, whether it be an old peasant or a great philosopher like Lao Tzu. This is old age and a limitation, yet there is so much that fills me: plants, animals, clouds, day and night, and the eternal in man. The more uncertain I have felt about myself, the more there has grown up in me a feeling of kinship with all things. In fact, it seems to me as if that alienation which so long separated me from the world has become transferred into my own inner world, and has revealed to me an unexpected unfamiliarity with myself.